Eliza, if it weren't for the fact I'm so excited Lila is home for spring break, I'd probably be angrier at being summoned to my papa's office at such short notice. Not that it would matter if I voiced my anger to Papa. His word is the law, and there's no arguing with him. I hasten my footsteps through the house toward Papa's study, which sits at the back of the house with the best views over the beautiful grounds. My burritos are now wrapped up in a bag over my arm, probably soggy as hell, as I had to abandon my lunch with Lila at our favorite Mexican restaurant downtown when I got an urgent call to meet him in his study 40 minutes ago. He expected me to be somewhere in the house, waiting to come to him at a moment's notice. When I told him I was downtown, he wasn't thrilled. I'm 24 years old, for fuck's sake, and yet I still have no freedom, but my two younger brothers can do whatever they want, when they want. The study door is shut when I arrive, and I draw in a deep breath, trying to calm the irritation bubbling beneath the surface of my skin. It's never a good idea to face Papa when angry. I push open the door. "Buenos dias, Papa," I say as I enter. My footsteps falter as I notice a man standing by the window, staring out of it. His back is toward me, but he makes no move to turn around at my arrival. "Buenos dias, mi amor." He nods to the empty seat opposite him. "Take a seat." I swallow hard, glancing over at the man who still hasn't turned. "Are you well?" I ask. It's crazy that meeting Papa can make me nervous, but he has this stare that can stop most people's hearts. We've never had a close relationship. He's too busy with work most of the time to bother with me or my siblings. "Very well," he smiles. "I have some exciting news for you. However, I'm afraid it means you won't finish your silly medical school." Silly. The blood drains from my face as I stare at Papa, wondering if I heard him right. I worked my ass off to get into medical school at the University of Chicago, since he wouldn't allow me to study in any other city. My head spins as it feels like he ripped the rug right out from beneath me. "Are you serious?" I ask, shaking my head. "I've worked so hard to—" "Silencio," he growls, eyes blazing with rage. I don't get how he can be the one that's angry right now. He clears his throat. "You are to marry, mi amor." His use of the endearment, my love, feels unnatural, as he's never shown me an ounce of affection. "Marry?" I scoff, hardly able to believe that this asshole is telling me I will not complete my studies because I have to get married. How does that affect my studies? His eyes narrow. "You know that the kind of man you will marry doesn't need a doctor as a wife." His jaw clenches. "You knew this day would come at some point." He shrugs. "The wedding will be in 2 months. Unease sweeps over me as I glance at the man standing by the window again, whose back is rigid. Is he the man I'm supposed to marry? I'm almost scared to ask the next question on the tip of my tongue. "Who am I marrying?" He clears his throat. "Adrik Volkov." Volkov? A Russian? It's hard to believe that my papa has chosen a Bratva member to marry his eldest daughter. I'd always suspected this day would come, but assumed I'd be hitched to some big shot from Mexico. The man standing at the window turns around, and it feels like my heart stops beating in my chest at the sight of him. His unique hazel eyes find mine instantly, sending a shudder right down the center of my spine. If a look could chill someone's blood, then the way he's looking at me would be it. Those eyes are so cold and devoid of all emotion, as an unkind smirk twists onto his lips. Adrik's eyes move down the length of my body, even while I'm sitting in a chair, taking me in objectively before returning to my face. He's handsome, unbelievably so, but there's something unnerving about him. He has dark hair cut short and well-styled, and his facial hair is impeccably kept. The navy blue suit he's wearing hugs his muscles like a second skin, and it's hard not to notice the tattoos on his neck, just visible between the open collar of his dress shirt. "It's lovely to meet you," he says, his voice heavily accented and deep. It has a rich and sinful tenor to it that makes me clench my thighs together. I swallow hard as there's something not quite right about his eyes. They're an odd shade of hazel with flecks of blue, but it's not the hue that isn't right. It's the cold and calculated expression within them that makes them almost otherworldly and not quite human. "Eliza," Papa says, clearing his throat, "don't forget your manners." I swallow the bile that has risen up my throat. "Sorry, it's a pleasure to meet you," I say, despite wanting to tell Papa to fuck off and stick his engagement up his ass. I know that speaking out of turn in front of a guest would be unwise. He smiles then, but it's not kind. It's calculated and cold, like everything else about him. I'm sure we'll make a wonderful couple. He glances at Papa. She more than lives up to my expectations. He sounds like he's talking about a breeding mare he's considering purchasing at auction, and it makes my stomach churn. "Good," Papa says, unfazed by the way this conversation is going. "In 2 months, Eliza will become Mrs. Eliza Volkoff." He gives me a stern glare. "Now I'd like you to give Audric a tour of the grounds. It would be good for you both to get to know one another a little before the wedding." Great. The last thing I want to do is show this guy around our garden in awkward silence, but I'm not stupid enough to believe Papa will let me out of this if I refuse. "Okay," I reply, glancing at the man who is apparently now my fiancé. "Follow me." I turn toward the door. "And Eliza," Papa says, stopping me in my tracks. "What?" I ask, glancing over my shoulder. "Behave." He glares at me. I clench my jaw as anger coils in the pit of my stomach like a viper ready to strike. I'm 24 years old, not fucking 6. Instead of acknowledging his warning, I march out of his office and assume Audric is following. Once I'm in the corridor, I check over my shoulder to see he is indeed following me with a whisper of a smirk on his lips. "What are you smirking about?" I ask. He arches an eyebrow. "Nothing." He takes 2 strides to my next 4 to catch up with me, and I feel his eyes on me. "Does your father always speak to you like that?" "Like what?" I ask, meeting his gaze and wishing I hadn't, as a shudder races down my spine. "Like a child." I clench my jaw again. "Pretty much. The grounds are this way." I lead him down the back corridor toward the exit out onto the veranda. There's no way in hell I want to marry this man. He gives me the creeps, even from the way he speaks and the way he looks at me. I fear him, and that's never a good sign. "I'm not sure why Papa wants me to give you a tour. There's not much to see. It's a hectare of parkland." I glance back at him. "Not much to see?" he asks, sounding amused. "There are millions of things to see in nature. It's the most complex part of our world, buzzing with life." I release a frustrated sigh. "Right, but I mean, it's all the same. The lake is perhaps the most interesting." "Then take me there." There's something edging his tone. Dominance, perhaps? I swallow the bile rising up my throat and nod, taking the left-hand path that leads down to the lake at the bottom. Audric remains by my side, a little closer than I'm comfortable with. As the sound of birds singing fills the awkward silence, I realize that I've never felt at such unease with another human being in all my life. It's as if he radiates darkness and danger. Trust Papa to pick the most unnerving man in Chicago to be my husband. I've met all kinds of scumbags growing up as the princess of the cartel, but this guy is something else entirely. I didn't realize my papa had an alliance with the Volkov Bratva, I say, trying to break the heavy silence. I feel his eyes move to me, and it sends a shudder through me. He doesn't. My brow furrows as Audric doesn't expand on his comment. If he doesn't have an alliance with the Volkov Bratva, then why the fuck is he marrying me off to one? I don't understand. He stops then, forcing me to come to a stop too. I don't believe you need to understand, Eliza. The way he says my name makes goosebumps prickle over every inch of exposed skin. All you need to do is accept that I'm to be your husband. I nod in response. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. His jaw clenches, eyes turning darker as he steps even closer. I swallow hard as he crowds my space, sucking all the oxygen from the air, even here outside. My heart pounds harder and faster as I look into those unique eyes which out here have more of a hint of blue than hazel, knowing that my life is going to be hell as this man's wife. I will not tolerate being spoken to in that way by you once we're married. He clenches his fists by his side. Perhaps learn some respect now. I bite the inside of my cheek and nod, as it's all I can do. The fear he inspires in me is like nothing I've experienced before. Normally, I'd give an asshole like him a smart retort, but the look in his eyes warns me against it. If I'm going to survive this man, then being a brat won't get me anywhere. He grabs hold of my hips, making the air escape my lungs in a whoosh. How about we practice? He tilts his head. Do you understand what I'm telling you? I swallow hard, searching those eyes, and nod. Say it, he growls. Yes, I understand. His eyes narrow. Yes, sir. Motherfucker. This man is something else, and yet I know that if I deny him, I'm going to make my life more difficult. We're not even fucking married yet. Yes, sir, I grit out. He tightens his grip on my hips painfully for a few moments, making me wonder what he's going to do. Finally, he releases me and nods. Good. He gestures up the path. Carry on the tour. His voice is even and detached, as if he didn't just growl at me in anger or grab me forcefully. I walk a few steps ahead of him, leading him further down the path toward the lake, wishing I wasn't so afraid of this man. A prickle of awareness races down my spine with every step I take. I have always been a good judge of character. My sister says I can detect what someone is like within minutes of meeting them, and I'm more often than not correct. I hope, beyond hope, that with this man, I'm wrong. Because the man walking behind me is no man at all. He's a monster, if my instincts are correct. And I've barely seen the true darkness that lies within. Beautiful, innocent, breakable. The three words that came to my mind when I set eyes on my bride-to-be. There's a thrill I feel at the fear sparking in her irises every single time she looks at me, and the way she shudders when I speak. I bet if I wrapped my hands around her throat and squeezed, I'd feel her heart race beneath my palm. It appears Eliza can detect a beast when she meets one, unlike most of my worthless family. All of them underestimate me as a drunk and a waste of space, but that's exactly what I want them to think. It's my greatest illusion, one that's going to ensure my rise to power in this shithole of a city, one that will ensure my family's downfall if all goes to plan. Some would say that I'm dead inside, and perhaps they're right. Most people don't want to ruin their own family, but I'm not most people. I've never been like others, at least not since I can remember. I see everything differently, like a puzzle that needs to be solved. Emotion doesn't come into it. Ever since I told Eliza to respect me, we've walked in tense silence. Our pounding footsteps and her heavy breathing are the only thing falling between us. I like silence, and always have, but it's not the best way to get to know more about my wife-to-be. Do you like Chicago? I ask, breaking it. Her brow pulls together. Not particularly, but Papa never lets me leave. She blows out an irritated breath. Do you like ruining people's dreams? A rather direct question. I can't help but smirk at her. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Her expression turns irritated. Papa made it clear I can't finish my studies because the man I'm marrying doesn't want a doctor as a wife. Maybe this girl has more spark than I first believed. That was your father's assumption, and it isn't correct. I don't care what you do. You may continue your studies if you wish. Her eyes narrow, as if she doesn't believe me. And after that, I can work at the hospital for my residency? Working is a different kettle of fish entirely. Well, discuss it when the time comes. I glance away from her, signaling the discussion is over. A residency differs from medical school, but in all honesty, it will be best to keep her out of my way most of the time. I'm not the kind of man that wants a wife hanging around the house, annoying me. The lake we had been walking toward comes into view. We're here, she says, speeding up her footsteps toward the edge. I find Eliza interesting. She knows when to pick her fights, as I could sense it went against her every instinct to call me sir, and yet she knew the danger it would pose to disobey me. Do you come down here often? I ask, stopping next to her at the edge of the vast lake. I notice a number of colorful fish swimming beneath the surface of the crystal-clear water. There's a calm and serene sense surrounding the entire area, so much so it's hard to believe we're still in Chicago. Not as often as I'd like. She glances at me then. Her dark brown eyes are full of uncertainty. I'm often too busy studying. I sigh. Life is always too busy. It'll pass us all by too fast. Her brow pulls together. How old are you? The question seems odd and rather out of nowhere. 24. Her eyes widen. Really? Yes. What did you expect me to say? She shakes her head. You seem older than 24. I don't know whether to take that as a compliment. In what way? Eliza stares out over the surface of the lake, and I think she will not answer. And then she looks at me. You seem commanding, like a man of more years, is all. She shakes her head. I wouldn't have believed we were the same age. I like her answer. It means it was a compliment. I agree, we don't seem the same age. Although Eliza is relatively mature, she has this innocence surrounding her. My family is so fucking ignorant, they think I act like a child. But little do they know that it's my ploy to make them look the other way. I'm a chameleon when I'm with them, changing my skin so that they don't see the truth. For years, I've been scheming against them, and all of them believe they're smarter or better than me. Hernandez, Eliza's father, is just as fucking stupid. The Don believes that I have a means to blow all 3 mob families of the city out of the water, leaving him as the only one standing. I run a hand across the back of my neck, reveling in the way everything is coming together as I planned. A silence falls between us as we watch the fish swim below the surface, and I'm thankful that my fiancé isn't a woman of too many words. Either that, or I just make her nervous. I think we should talk about expectations. I turn toward her stiffly. Expectations? She asks, turning to look at me. As she does, the sun catches her skin in the most iridescent way, making it look almost golden. Her dark eyes sparkle, and I feel the breath from my lungs escape me for a moment as I'm bowled over by her utter beauty. It's rare that a woman's beauty can surprise me, so I guess I could have done worse than her for a wife. She will be fun to break. Yes, for you as my wife, I clarify. Her tongue darts out across her bottom lip, drawing my attention to them. They're full and thick, and for the first time in my life, the idea of kissing doesn't seem so revolting. I have always been different, and some would say odd. The touch of other people makes my skin crawl. A shudder races up my spine as countless times I've had to allow prostitutes near me, touching me in front of my family. It's part of the act that has them all fooled. I don't mind touching others, but I hate to be touched, and have done since I was little. When I fuck, I like my women restrained so they can't touch me, and so that they are at a far enough distance so they can't kiss me. A shudder races down my spine at the thought, and I find it odd that Eliza's lips look so enticing right now. What expectations are those? She asks, drawing me back to the present. You'll provide me with an heir, and you'll keep out of my way most of the time. I hold her gaze. This isn't a love match, and I won't be loving to you. My jaw clenches at the way her nostrils flare. It's a business deal and nothing more. Eliza just nods, which surprises me. Of course, I expect nothing more. It's a mature response from a level-headed woman. She turns then and gazes out over the lake for the second time, leaving me watching her in awe. At least she's not one of these hysterical women. It appears she knows when to fight and when to accept her fate, a quality that will benefit her and me. However, she can't understand what life truly has in store for her in the next few weeks. Her resolve will be tested and pushed to the limits. My plan heavily involves her. She's the key to the castle that I intend to snatch from underneath Hernandez's nose. It's risky and, some would say, crazy, but I've weighed up the risks and know the rewards are far greater. A new dawn will soon run the Estrada Cartel's operations in North America. I intend to claim the crown and bury Hernandez 6 feet under. He won't see it coming. The man is too sloppy and blind to the truth. As I watch Eliza, I wonder if she's smarter than her father. After all, her reactions to me show she fears me, which is smart indeed. Shall we head back up to the house? She looks at me. I nod in response. Yes, I have many things to do. Like continue plotting the downfall of your family and everyone you love? Little does Eliza know the true extent of the darkness I harbor within. I don't know whether it's a darkness I was born with, or whether it festered and grew as I got older after the incident I endured at 6 years old. All I know is that day broke something inside of me. A part of me forever changed that could never be fixed. As do I, she says, leading the way up the path back toward the house. I can't help but let my eyes wander down to her full ass and feel a twinge of something low in my gut. Desire, perhaps? It's something I'm not used to experiencing. Sex has always been an outlet for rage and dominance. I enjoy hurting women and taking whatever the fuck I want from them. It gives me a kick that I can't get from anything else, and often desire doesn't come into it. I ignore that tingle at the base of my spine and follow her through the tree-lined path back toward the house. Once we're almost back, she stops suddenly, and I crash into her. "What is it?" I ask, setting my hands on her hips. She shudders at my touch, shaking her head. "Nothing, I just thought—" A gunshot rings out, and I drag her to the floor, my heart beating at 1,000 miles an hour. "Who the fuck is shooting at us?" Eliza laughs, making my brow furrow. "Relax, Adric. It's my brother hunting." She nods to a clearing in the trees to our left, where Tiago is holding a gun and pointing it in the opposite direction. It's at that moment I realize her hand is on my chest. Tightness constricts around my lungs as I push her hand off of me and stand, brushing the leaves and dirt from my suit. She looks frustrated as I don't offer her help to get back up. Most men would offer her help, especially since I'm the reason she's on the floor. However, it's best Eliza learns sooner rather than later that I'm not like most men. "Thanks, you ruined my dress," she says, jumping to her feet. I clench my jaw as I glance at the muddy stains on her cream floral dress. "I'm sure your father will buy you a new one." Her nostrils flare, and when our eyes meet, there's rage burning in them. "Maybe you should be the one to buy me a new one, since you ruined it." She crosses her arms over her chest, drawing my eyes to her full cleavage, the same tingling igniting deep in my stomach and making me feel uneasy. "Is that the way you should speak to your future husband?" I ask, my voice cold and detached. Eliza shudders again, shaking her head. "It was good meeting you. Can you find your way back to my papa's study?" I narrow my eyes. "Of course." She nods and then marches away from me in a rage, without another word. Perhaps I underestimated her. She has some fight burning deep inside of her. I sense Eliza is smart, far smarter than her father. She knows when to pick her battles and when to walk away, which will make her a formidable opponent. However, once she is mine, I will utterly destroy any fight she has and leave her a shell of the woman she once was. Eliza has no chance against a monster like me. Eliza. Lila curls up at the foot of my bed and shakes her head. "I can't believe he's marrying you off." I arch a brow. "What did you think my fate was going to be?" She sighs. "I hoped that since he agreed to you going to medical school, you were finally going to break this bullshit tradition." She sighs heavily. "After all, if you're being married off, then it's only a matter of years until I am." She shudders. "I'd rather claw my eyes out." I chuckle. "How will you avoid it?" I ask, propping myself up on my arm. She sighs, getting a far-off look. "I'll commandeer a boat and sail the world, looting like a pirate, and hell never find me." She sets her hand dramatically on her chest. "I'll meet a strapping young sailor who will take me on adventures, and life will be blissful." I snort. "You read too many fantasy romance novels." She grabs a pillow and throws it at me, hitting me in the face. "Well, at least I can dream." "You don't need to go around squashing them." I swallow hard, the memory of Adric haunting me every single moment. There's something off about him, but I can't place my finger on what it is. All I know is, I don't really want to marry him, no matter how handsome he is. "What is Adric like?" Lila asks. "Handsome, cold, animalistic. Even in his suit and tie and groomed to perfection, the man didn't fool me. He's savage and feral beneath it all. The kind of man that stops at nothing to get what he wants, and that's what I fear the most about him. Not nice, I say, shaking my head. I've never met a man whose eyes are so detached in all my life. And I've met some pretty fucked up people. Lila shudders. Do you think he'll be cruel? I've been wondering the same thing myself. Everything about him seemed forced and unnatural, as if he's not really human. A shudder races down my spine as I remember the way it felt when he grabbed my hips on the way down to the lake. He left small bruises I noticed when I showered earlier. I sense he's going to be a brutal lover, which is scary, considering I'm a virgin. The only good thing to come out of our meeting was that he doesn't care if I want to continue my studies. It's difficult to say, I shrug. Although, he said I can continue medical school. That's good then. Lila sits up straighter. As you've worked so hard to get where you are. I nod in reply, as it's the only good thing that came out of my meeting with my husband-to-be. He even ruined my best dress, thinking we were being shot at when it was Tiago fucking about. I'm not sure anything else about being hitched to Adric Volkov will be good, though. I wonder why Papa's waiting for 2 months to get you two married, Lila asks. I shrug. Beats me, but I'd gladly put it off for 2 years. She chuckles. Suggest it to Papa. There's a sadness in her eyes. It won't be too bad, though. At least you'll stay in Chicago so we can see each other all the time. I shake my head. Hopefully. I can't help but feel a heaviness in my chest, as I'm not sure it'll be so easy. Not to mention, at some point Lila will be married off, and there's nothing to say she'll end up in Chicago. He doesn't seem like the kind of man to care what I do with my free time. I hate how depressed this news has made me, and that this is my fate, no matter what I say or do. Adric's expectations of our marriage were rather basic and depressing, but exactly what I expected. You will provide me with an heir, and you'll keep out of my way most of the time. I think keeping out of his way will be a blessing. It's so unfair that Elias and our brothers get to choose who they end up with, I say, gazing at the family photo of all of us hanging on the wall. Lila nods. Yeah, especially as Elias is a fucking asshole. I laugh at that. Who's this girl he's engaged to anyway? Natalia Gurin, she shrugs. She's real nice and has been bullied by Elias since he arrived at SA. Her brow furrows. I don't get why she agreed to marry him. Weird, I say. It is hard to believe that Uncle agreed to their match so easily. But then, Elias isn't in line for anything. He's behind all of us in terms of claiming the throne. Lila jumps to her feet. We should stop moping around and go out for something to eat. I arch a brow. I'm not really feeling up to it. She shakes me a little. You have 2 months of freedom, so you need to seize it by the balls. I can't help but smile at her enthusiasm. Is that right? She nods. Yep, we're going to get something to eat and have fun. And do you believe Papa will allow us out at night? A sly smirk twists onto her lips. Who says he has to know? I roll my eyes, as Lila has always been a rule breaker. I love her for it, though. Okay, let me hop in the shower and get dressed. She squeaks. You're the best! I sigh heavily and drag myself off the bed, knowing that she's right. If I don't enjoy my last 2 months of freedom, I'll regret it. We're sitting eating our meal at La Vella, an upmarket Italian restaurant in central Chicago, when a guy I don't recognize sits down next to Lila. Hey, fancy seeing you here. Lila's cheeks flush as she glances at him. Hey, Luca. A sense of unease prickles across the back of my neck. Who is your friend? He smirks and holds a hand over the table to me. Luca Morone. My gut twists as although the cartel hasn't picked a side in the war, I know that my engagement to Audric Volkov suggests my uncle is on the Russian side. Nice to meet you, I say, keeping my voice even as I shake his hand. Luca is the youngest Morone, and rumor has it the most unpredictable. He shot Spartak Volkov during his wedding to Luca's cousin, Amalia. What are you doing so far from home? He asks, eyes fixed on Lila. Lila swallows hard and shrugs. Having fun since I just got home for spring break? Luca nods, eyes fixed on my sister. How is it at the academy? She shrugs. Same old. I haven't seen my sister so freaking quiet before in all my life. She avoids meeting his gaze and looks a little uncomfortable. If you don't mind, we're having some sister bonding time. I give him a pointed look. He smirks and holds his hands up in surrender. Of course, Eliza. I wouldn't want to intrude. This is why we shouldn't have snuck out tonight. Enemies are around every corner, and it's why our papa tells us we can't go out alone after dark. He leans toward Lila and whispers something in her ear, making her blush a darker red. I narrow my eyes, ready to punch him if he tries something. And then he smiles at me, standing. Good meeting you, he nods. Have a good night. He walks away, leaving me staring at my sister and wondering how she knows the youngest Morone son. What the hell was that? I ask once he's out of earshot. She shrugs. We knew each other at the academy. It makes sense since Luca is only a few years older than Lila. However, there was something else about that encounter. Do you like him? Her eyes widen as she looks at me. What? I said, do you like him? She shakes her head. Don't be crazy, Eliza. He's a Morone. That doesn't answer my question, but I decide it's best not to push her. If Lila doesn't want to tell me about Luca, then I know it's useless trying to get her to talk. I finish off my chocolate brownie and huff, clutching my stomach. I'm so fucking full. Lila laughs. I told you that dessert was too much. I glare at her. You know that my eyes are always bigger than my stomach. Shall we find somewhere to grab a few drinks? I raise a brow at her. You realize you're underage, right? She pouts. You can buy them, please. Fine, but not too many. Her face lights up at my agreement, and I signal the server for our bill. Once settled up, I stand and we both walk out of La Vella and head south toward the bars. Where shall we go? I ask. Lila shrugs. Beats me. You live in this city. I may live here, but I rarely go out. Most of the time I'm too busy studying, but spring break has coincided with the academy's spring break, which doesn't always happen. Since the academy runs on its own schedule, we'll have to take our pick. Lila comes to a stop outside of a swanky bar with a dance floor called Podolka. How about this place? I glance at it, the name ringing a bell, but I'm not sure why. Does that name seem familiar to you? She shrugs. I don't know, should it? I shake my head, unable to work out where I've heard it before. No idea. Okay, let's go in. The bouncers let us straight in with hardly a second glance at Lila, even though she's only just turned 18. As we get inside, the music is loud and it's more of a club than a bar. I'll go and get us drinks. You find a table, I shout. Lila nods and finds a table near the back as I fight my way through the crowd to the bar. It's busy, and I don't really feel comfortable, as I can feel guys leering at me. I've never been a clubbing kind of girl, but I know Lila loves dancing. When I get to the front of the bar, a man not much older than me comes over. His eyes dip to my cleavage. Pig. What can I get you, sweetheart? 2 daiquiris, please. He nods and turns away to get our drinks. I clutch hold of a $20 bill, ready to hand it to him. I hate being out of my comfort zone. $15, darling, he says, setting the 2 drinks down on the counter. I pass him the 20. Keep the change, I say, grabbing the 2 drinks and turning to search for my sister. He says something in response, but I'm already gone, making my way toward the table she found near the back. She smiles when she sees me. That was quicker than I expected. I turn my nose up. The bartender was a flirt, so he served me first. One of the perks of being a young and beautiful woman. One of very few, I say in response, still unable to shake off the heaviness of the events of the day. Lila sips her drink and gazes at the dance floor. Is it too early for me to force you onto it? She knows I hate dancing. It's not my thing, but I always give in when I've had enough to drink. Let me finish this drink and then ask again. Do you think we'll be able to visit Mom soon? Lila asks, looking me in the eye. I swallow hard, as it's been 3 years since Papa last allowed us to visit her in Mexico. It sucks that she lives there and we live here, but she's on America's no-fly list. Our mother is as ruthless as our Papa, perhaps more so. The things she's done landed her on a list that meant when we moved to North America, she couldn't come. It suited Papa since they were already separated, and she went to live with Don Pablo, Papa's cousin. I have no idea. I run a hand across the back of my neck. I doubt it, considering I'm going to be married off in 2 months. When did you last speak to her? Lila asks. It's been at least 6 months since I spoke to her on the phone. 9 for me. Our mother isn't exactly very maternal. She's rarely been there for us, and I know it's been hardest on Lila. As she's younger, and we left Mexico when she was 12 years old, I was 18 and so didn't need her the same. In a way, I stepped in to be the mother figure that Lila so desperately craved, but it couldn't be the same. I down the rest of my drink. Come on then, let's dance. Lila's expression morphs into elation as she jumps to her feet. You're the best. I laugh and let her drag me onto the dance floor, swaying my hips to the music. Although I don't like dancing, I can't deny that it's the most freeing sensation in the world. That, and making my baby sister happy, is all I care about. As we dance, a couple of guys notice us and move in. My stomach churns, as it's always the same in these places. There's no getting away from the assholes wanting to grind up against you. Hey, pretty lady, the taller one says to me, grabbing my hips as if he has the right to touch me. I narrow my eyes at him. Did I say you could touch me? He chuckles. So uptight. Relax. I try to push him away. I'm dancing with my sister. I glance over at Lila to see she's being harassed by the shorter guy with blonde hair. Let go of me! Suddenly, the man is dragged backward and the figure behind him punches him hard in the face, repeatedly, until blood runs down his chin. My heart pounds unevenly in my chest as the man drops him and I look into his eyes. Adric Volkov is standing there, staring at me with barely contained rage burning in his hazel eyes, blood splattering his knuckles and his white dress shirt. I feared him when he was cold and detached, but right now, I don't know how to describe the man I'm staring at, because he's not a man. He's a beast, an angry beast that looks like he wants to tear me apart, limb from limb. Adric. I'm sitting at my usual table in the VIP section of Podolka, on the mezzanine floor, watching people coming and going. It feels good being a spy inside the walls of my enemy's home. Little does my family know that they've always had a spy living with them. My uncle is such a hothead, he believes his brother is working against him, which is not a ridiculous notion, since my father has always resented the fact that Spartak wears the crown. I stand and lean over the railings of the mezzanine as two young girls walk through the entrance. My heart stills for a moment in my chest as I recognize one of them, as it's my fiancé, who I only met earlier today. What the fuck is she doing in Podolka? I clench my fist by my side and track her as she fights her way through the crowd to the bar. Men gawk at her as if she's fucking fair game, and it makes my blood boil. I grind my teeth and watch as Zakar, the bartender, stares at her cleavage as she orders her drinks. She's wearing a revealing dress which cuts off just before her knees and fits her like a second skin, leaving nothing to the imagination. It's not how I expect my fiancée to dress when she's out at a club. Surely she knows it will draw unwanted attention. My gaze moves back to the girl she entered with, a girl who looks remarkably like her, so I can only assume it's her sister, Lila. I watch Eliza as she moves through the crowd with 2 drinks and goes to join her sister. My eyes narrow as I watch them. If she thinks she can walk into my uncle's club and parade around in front of me, she has another thing coming. I grip the mezzanine railing so tight my knuckles go white. My match with Eliza is, of course, a secret. Thankfully, none of my family are here tonight, but the place is crawling with Bratva members. I make my way toward the stairs, intending to confront my bride-to-be and ask why she's here. When I get to the ground floor, I find she's already left her seat and is dancing with her sister. Motherfucker. For a moment, I'm frozen as I watch her. The way her hips sway so naturally to the beat of the music has me mesmerized. I feel that same irritating tingling ignite low in my stomach, and my pants become tighter across my crotch, making me clench my fists. What the fuck is that all about? I shake my head, trying to ignore the sensation. And then I see Igor and Eric move toward the 2 girls with predatory looks on their faces. I run a hand through my hair, knowing that this is about to get ugly. Those 2 are lowlives in the Bratva, and I will not tolerate either of them laying a hand on what is mine. Igor is the idiot who goes for Eliza, grabbing her hips. Before I can even rethink my actions, a red haze clouds my vision, and I find I'm acting on autopilot, marching toward them. Eliza turns tense as he touches her, a sight I'm thankful to witness as she tries to push him away. "Let go of me," I hear her say, just as I grab Igor by the shoulder and yank him away from her. I slam my fist into his face over and over, the rage inflicting my blood. The anger so overwhelming I'm not sure how many times I hit him. People on the dance floor gasp and move away, but I'm so wrapped up in my rage I can't stop. As blood drips down his face, I finally reel it in. When I look up, Eliza is staring at me with wide, fearful eyes. I grab a handkerchief out of my pocket and wipe the blood from my knuckles before advancing toward her. Despite the chaos swirling inside of me, I remain calm. "Follow me, your sister as well." I turn then and walk away from the bloodied and bruised Igor, glancing at Eric. "Sort him out." Eric pales and nods. "Of course, Audric." I lead the 2 girls into a private back room and shut the door once they're inside, locking it to be certain no one follows. My heart is pounding, and there are few things get my heart going like that. It appears having someone touch what is mine is a surefire way to drive me wild with anger. When I turn to face the girls, they're both cowering away from me. "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" Eliza licks her lip, and while it's just a nervous reaction, it has that same unwanted effect on me. "We were having a girls' night out," she says simply. I tilt my head. And you wandered into the club owned by my uncle? Her eyes widen then, and she shakes her head. We didn't. Silence, I say, keeping my voice even. You come in here dressed like a fucking whore, Lila gasps. How dare you? I said silence, I growl, my rage overwhelming me. Eliza places a gentle hand on Lila's arm and shakes her head. Quiet, sister. Lila falls silent but crosses her arms over her chest, glaring at me hatefully. I'm thankful I'm marrying Eliza and not Lila, as I sense she wouldn't be so easy to handle. Clearly, she has no idea who she is dealing with. You belong to me as of today, Eliza. I step closer, a tingling sensation in my fingers as the desire to grab her washes over me. Although I resist the urge and stop when I'm a foot away, tilting my head. We're engaged to be married, which means after tonight, you won't go out to clubs or dance with other men. My eyes drop to her full cleavage and the dress she's wearing, making desire coil through my gut. In fact, you'll not dress like that ever in public unless I'm with you. Do you understand? Her chin rises in defiance and she looks me straight in the eye. Until we're married, you don't have a say over what I do. Wrong answer. I move for her, wrapping my hand around her throat and squeezing tightly. Listen to me, baby girl. Her pulse quickens the moment my hand is on her. My lips graze the edge of her face as the rage takes control of me, wrapping its tendrils around my heart like a vice. If you don't listen, then I'll have to ensure your father brings the wedding up to 1 week's time. Is that what you want? Lila grabs my arm in an attempt to stop me. Let her go! I shrug her off easily. Is that what you want? I repeat my question. Eliza can't speak because I'm cutting off her airways, so she just shakes her head. I release her then. I didn't think so. I pace a few feet away from her and get a handle on my urges to take her right here and now in front of her sister to prove a point. You'll go home now before I call your father and tell him what you've been up to. When I turn around, Eliza is glaring at me with hate in her eyes. Good. It's best she learns to hate me sooner rather than later. I won't be her ally in our life, and the quicker she comes to terms with it, the better for the both of us. She will be my little pet that I'll use and abuse to provide me with an heir, and nothing more. Fine. Eliza links arms with Lila and walks her past me, nudging into me on purpose. I grab her arm and look into her eyes. Don't make me have someone tail you, Eliza. I will do it. Her nostrils flare, but she bows her head in submission and then unlocks the door, leaving me reeling in my haze of anger. I'm surprised at how angry it made me, seeing her touched by another man. Possessiveness isn't something I'm used to, since I normally just fuck prostitutes. Eliza belongs to me, and that makes it different. I won't stand by while another man touches what is mine. I pace the floor of the warehouse I rented out, waiting for Budimir to arrive. Today is the day we take everything from Hernandez and leave him broken. The son of a bitch thought he could agree to a meeting with the Russians behind my back and not tell me. It's been 2 weeks since he introduced me to his daughter and agreed on our deal. But now he's considering backing out? For a week I've been followed, not only by the Irish, but by Italians and Russians. They all know I'm up to something, which means I'm running out of time. If Hernandez had any common sense, he would have realized I'd learned the truth from the men loyal to me within the Bratva. It means I have to move my plans forward. But everything has been in place for a while. ready to go in case of an emergency like this. "I'm sorry I'm late," Budimir says. I shake my head. "Is everything arranged?" He nods. "Of course. The priest is already waiting at the church. We need to take Eliza from her home." "Perfect." I clap him on the back. "Let's make a move." 3 of my men are already sitting in the van. All of them are Bratva members, but their loyalty lies with me. I get into the passenger seat and then glance at them. "Are you guys ready? This could get pretty fucking crazy." "Always," Pyotr says. The other 2 nod in reply. I glance at Budimir. "Let's do this." The journey to the Estrada mansion is cloaked in tense silence, as we all know what we're about to do is borderline insane. If it pays off, it will prove the greatest achievement of my life. We come to the gates and I lean over to speak into the intercom. "Audric Volkov here to see Eliza. I already called ahead to confirm that I'd be coming by to visit my fiancé." "Of course, sir." He buzzes me in. Easy as fucking stealing candy from a baby. Budimir drives up the long, sweeping driveway and parks in front of the door. I turn to him. "I will go in alone to see Eliza and try to convince her to come with me." I tap the intercom on my jacket. "If things go south, you come in and get me." He nods. "Got it." I pat him on the shoulder and exit the vehicle. Everything hinges on Eliza and getting her down that aisle today. We have a short window of opportunity, which means I have to work fast. I ring the doorbell and tap my foot impatiently on the sandstone steps. The housekeeper answers. "How may I help you?" "I'm here to see Eliza. It's Audric Volkov." She bows her head. "Certainly, sir. Come inside." I step past her and into the Castlea castle that in less than a couple of hours should belong to me. "I'll fetch Miss Estrada." I wait in the hallway, thankful she's bringing her to me, so close to the escape route. It will make taking her that much easier. After waiting 2 excruciating minutes, Eliza comes down the stairs in a beautiful flowing summer dress that ends at her ankles. She's wearing a pair of sandals on her feet, and her hair is down in long sweeping waves. "I apologize. Papa forgot to mention you were coming," she says, stopping a safe distance from me. I shake my head. "I told him earlier. I am taking you out." "Out?" she asks, eyebrow arching. I nod in reply. "Yes. I thought it would be a good way to get to know each other better." Her eyes narrow. "Why do we need to get to know each other when you've already made your expectations clear?" It's a smart question, a question I don't know how to answer. "It is what is expected. Your father suggested it." She sighs heavily and nods. "Fine." I can feel elation bubbling in my stomach as she steps toward the front door. This is going to be easier than I expected. I take her arm gently and open the front door. "You look exquisite today." Her cheeks flush a little. "Thank you." A blushing bride on her wedding day. I lead her to the passenger side of the van and open the door. "This is my driver, Budimir." She smiles at him, still totally unaware of the plot that's underway. "Nice to meet you." He smiles back at her. "And you, miss." I slide in next to her as she takes her place in the center seat, unaware that there are 3 armed men sitting in the back, ready to strike if she tries anything. "So," she says, glancing at me, "where are we going?" I smile. "A church." Her brow furrows slightly as Budimir turns over the ignition, starting the engine, and drives down the driveway toward the exit. What kind of church? A beautiful one, designed by a Russian architect. I squeeze her thigh gently. I thought we could look at prospective wedding venues. Oh, she says, nodding. I'm not sure Papa will negotiate on that, though. He'll want a Catholic church for the wedding. I see. Well, it's worth having a look, isn't it? I ask. Budimir drives right through the gates and onto the street, and still Eliza is unaware that I have kidnapped her. The men in the back remain silent. I guess, she says, twirling a piece of her hair around her finger. Everything is slowly falling into place. Within half an hour, Eliza Estrada will be Eliza Volkov, and we'll be on our way to claim the crown, no matter the costs. Victory is sweet. Eliza. I feel on edge as I sit between Adric and Budimir. There's something about Adric's demeanor that feels off, and I'm regretting getting into this van with him. I twirl my long hair around my fingers, unable to do anything else to calm my nerves. Budimir stops outside an ornate-looking church near the center of the city and turns off the engine. We're here, Adric says, opening the passenger's door and hopping out. He doesn't offer his hand to help me, so I climb down by myself, stumbling a little onto the road. His arm goes around my waist to support me. Careful, baby girl. You don't want to ruin that beautiful dress, do you? A shiver races down my spine, as that's not the first time he's called me baby girl. He did it in that room at the back of the Russian-owned club. I knew the name Podolka was familiar, and once he appeared, I realized why. That was 2 weeks ago, and then suddenly he appears at my door today. It all feels a little off, but I'm not sure why. My heart skips a beat as 3 men jump out of the back of the van, making my brow furrow. What the? Adric tightens his grip on me. No questions. Inside, he orders, yanking me toward the church. How did I not notice those guys were in the van with us? I stumble up the steps as Adric's stride is too long for me to keep up with, as he manhandles me into the church. When we get inside, there's a priest standing at an altar at the end of the aisle. What is going on? A gun cocks behind me, and Budimir, the driver, is aiming it at my head. You're getting married, Eliza, right now. It feels like my world starts to spin as I glance at Adric, who looks entirely expressionless. Those calculating eyes watching me and waiting for my reaction. He's betraying my papa. Why? I ask. A slight smirk twists onto his lips. Why indeed? We don't have time for questions, Eliza. He glances at Budimir, who moves forward and presses the gun to the back of my head. Now, it's simple. You walk down this aisle and say I do, or I blow your brains out and go and fetch your sister instead. My body turns as stiff as a board at the threat, eyes widening as I glance at Adric. She's barely turned 18. He chuckles. Do you think that would stop me? It feels like all the blood has drained out of my body, as I know that if I were to fight this, Lila would be in danger. There's no way I can allow her to be subjected to the mercy of this monster. Now, do we have an understanding? He asks. I nod reluctantly, despite the sickness pooling in my gut. The bile rising up my throat makes me want to puke as I glance down the aisle at the priest. 2 men are standing next to him, their guns pointed at his back. Clearly, he doesn't want to be here either. Now, move down the aisle nice and slow, Adric instructs. I do as I'm told, walking down the aisle toward the priest with slow and steady steps. Although I knew I would never have a romantic and dream wedding, since my marriage was always going to be arranged. My visions of this day don't come close to the reality I'm now facing. Budimir pushes the mouth of the gun into the back of my skull. A little faster, we don't have all day. I tremble, hating how scared I am right now. None of this makes sense, since Papa made a deal with Adric. Why would he go behind his back and force me to get married to him ahead of time? I risk a glance at Adric and regret it instantly, as those cold eyes are watching me. The look in them sends a tremor through my very core. Once I stop at the front of the altar, Adric glances at the priest. "As short as you can, Father." The priest is trembling. "Certainly." He gives me an apologetic look as he opens his book and reads from it. The ceremony is short, but I can't hear anything past the rush of blood in my ears. Budimir remains close, his gun aimed at my head. All the while, all I can think about is why? What is Adric's endgame here? Nothing makes sense, and yet it doesn't help that I have no knowledge of the original agreement between him and Papa. Budimir pushes the gun harder into my skull, bringing me back to the present. "We're waiting," he growls. I swallow hard. "Sorry, what?" The priest trembles harder and says, "Do you take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband?" I glance up at Adric and know in that moment that I'd rather die than marry him. He's a monster. And yet I would marry him in a heartbeat to protect my sister from him. I do. Adric smirks. "Then, by the power vested in me by the Almighty God, I now pronounce you man and wife." He glances at Adric. "You may kiss the bride." Adric's jaw clenches then, as if he's in pain. He moves toward me, and his lips barely brush mine in the softest kiss. It's not what I expected from him at all. And when he straightens, there's a very odd look in his eyes. "Now, let's find your father," Adric says. I swallow hard. "What for?" "Wouldn't you like to know?" He grabs my arm and claps a pair of handcuffs on my wrists, shackling them together. "That's insurance that you don't try to run off." He grabs the chain and then yanks me toward the exit of the church as I stumble over my own feet, struggling to keep his pace. Once we get to the van, he throws me in the back on my ass with the same 3 men that got out of it earlier. "Not a word," he warns, before slamming the door shut in my face. Tears prickle my eyes as I try to come to terms with what just happened. Adric Volkov forced me to marry him, and now he's searching for Papa. Nothing good can come of this. I fear I underestimated how much of a monster the man I just married is. I can't stop the tears from falling as I sob silently in the back of the van, ignoring the 3 Russians sneering at me. The van comes to a stop, and I hear Budimir and Adric talking in hushed Russian. And then they get out of the van and come around the back. "You 3 will come with me," Adric says. He grabs the chain between my handcuffs. "And of course, you, baby girl." I glare at him, a hate so intense rolling through my gut. He chuckles. "Look at me that way all you want. You don't know just how bad it's going to get." How can a man be so utterly soulless? He pulls me out of the van and onto the street outside Podolka. A few of the men at the front of the building look confused, but allow Adric in, as, after all, he's one of them. I fear that perhaps that's not quite true. Adric works for no one but himself. "You know what to do," he says to one man. Adric pulls me toward the back room, where he locked me and Lila in the day he caught us here. And I recognize Tiago's voice immediately. "No. Give us something to make it worthwhile." "Contracts," someone says in a thick Russian accent. "What kind of contracts?" Papa asks. All three of us agree to buy our product from you and sign contracts for that effect tonight. You end this bullshit. That way, you have a monopoly on the drugs flooding the city. Another man speaks, but I don't recognize his voice either. We can't get out of our contract for cocaine with the current supplier, the Russian speaks. Fine. The two of us, me and Rourke, will sign contracts to that effect. You'll need to compensate us somehow, Morone, Papa says, which suggests the man speaking before is Italian. Guns. You supply our weapons, he says. But Tiago says, deal. Papa cuts him off before he can finish his sentence. Now down to business, the Italian says. Adric drags me forward and pulls his gun out of his jacket, cocking it. Not so fucking fast, old man. My stomach churns as I watch my papa's face fall. The man he had made a deal with is somehow one step ahead of him. It doesn't take a genius to work out what is happening. My papa was agreeing peace with the three families and breaking whatever deal he made with Adric. We had a deal, and now you go behind my back and abandon a plan we've had in place for months? Adric shakes his head. Not if I have anything to say about it. Papa's eyes narrow as he glances between me and my husband. Let her go, Adric. She's my wife. I'll do what I want with her. Fiancé. Papa shakes his head. You aren't married yet. Adric holds up a piece of paper. As of an hour ago, she is married to me. Eliza Estrada Volkov. I have rarely seen my papa rendered speechless, but his mouth falls open as he stares at Adric. All he can do is shake his head, and I feel the tears prickling in my eyes again, as I fear Adric has won this one. One man stands. When I get my hands on you. You'll what, uncle? Torture me? Adric laughs, and it's that same cold, humorous laugh that makes me sick. Do your worst. I'll kill you first. The man, who I assume is Spartak Volkov, moves forward only to be stopped by a younger man. I don't take being betrayed lightly, Hernandez, Adric says, eyes fixed on Papa. And then it feels like time actually comes to a halt as I see him squeeze the trigger. I watch in slow motion, and yet I can't do anything to stop it as the bullet flies out of the mouth of Adric's gun right at Papa. He hits him square on the forehead, and blood spays into the air, splattering my eldest brother's face. Both Tiago and Enzo stare in shock at our papa's lifeless body as the grief hits me like a freight train. I drop to my knees and scream, struggling to sort the muddled thoughts racing through my mind. Tears fall freely as I stare at his lifeless body, unable to believe that the man who forced me to marry him killed my papa so easily. There wasn't any hesitation as he pulled that trigger. I just married Eliza, which makes me the rightful ruler of the Estrada cartel, Adric announces. Is that correct? Tiago asks, eyes narrowing. Eliza may be the eldest, but that's not how succession works. Adric cocks his gun again, and fear pierces through my heart. If you have a problem with it, I've got no issue taking you out of the equation too. No! I shout, jumping to my feet and yanking at Adric's arm. Don't! Please! Adric shrugs me off viciously, and I lose my balance, falling to the floor with my hands cuffed together. Do we have an understanding, Tiago? Adric asks. The tension in the room becomes unbearable. I know my brother well enough to know when he's preparing to fight, and I can see it now. He won't back down, not after Adric murdered our papa. No, we don't. Tiago pulls his gun out of his pocket and aims it at Adric. Again, Adric doesn't hesitate as he pulls the trigger. I hold my breath as Tiago ducks and the bullet soars over his head. Chaos is unleashed as gunshots go off left, right, and center, forcing me to stay on the floor. I keep my restrained hands over my head and pray I don't get hit, tears still streaming down my face. Perhaps death would be best, as I'm shackled to a soulless monster. The thud of bodies hitting the floor around me and blood splattering across the room are all I can register. Chaos and destruction is what this man reaps. "All of you will pay for this," Adric shouts, before yanking the chain between my hands and lifting me to my feet, pulling me out of the room and shooting as he goes. I can hardly make my legs work as he drags me forcefully out of a back entrance. And then I hear two women scream as a couple of Adric's men snatch them and take them out of the exit. "Make sure you keep hold of them," Adric says. I don't know who they are, as he pushes me out into the alleyway. "Take Eliza to the van." He pushes me into the hands of another man, who hoists me over his shoulder and carries me to the van. I can see Adric grabbing another girl and wrestling with her. That's when another man charges through the doorway, giving me hope that there's still a chance to stop the monster in his tracks. However, I don't have time to see what happens as I'm roughly thrown into the back of the van. My head hits the metal wall, and everything goes black. Adric. "They say heavy is the head that wears the crown, but I've never felt lighter. It was my birthright to rule, and now I can throw away the mask I've worn all these years and become the man I was always meant to be." As I sit in Hernandez's office mere hours after I murdered him, ordering cartel members about, I know that this is what all the shit I've been through has been leading to. Eliza is hysterical, but I can't expect her to be calm. I forced her down the aisle at gunpoint and killed her father in front of her eyes. It will take a little while for the shock to wear off. I sent a clear message to Don Pablo in Mexico before I even took Hernandez's life that his cousin was getting sloppy, and that's why I was going to seize the crown, and that if he wants someone to run things right, then I'm the man. I'm expecting his response at any moment. Hernandez's men quickly fell in line with me on the throne. Tiago and Enzo Estrada are outcast from their own home, and as for Lila Estrada, she's at the Syndicate Academy, so her fate rests in her own hands. She may return here and accept me as the Don, or find her brothers. I don't really care which it is. "Sir, there's a man here to see you by the name of Miguel Santoro," Budimir says. I glance at my watch and smirk. Right on time. But not the man I expected Pablo to send, as Santoro is Pablo's right-hand man. Perhaps he was already stateside. Did he say what he wants? He shrugs. "He said that he was in the neighborhood and has been instructed to welcome the new king." Right. I nod, knowing that this could go two ways. Get 8 armed men stationed in the dining room and lead him in there only once they're inside. I narrow my eyes, tapping my fingers on the desk. "And then fetch me." Got it. He leaves me then, my heart pounding hard in my chest. This is the moment of truth. Will Mexico accept me as the new leader of the Estrada cartel on the throne? Or will they try to dethrone me? I'm not stupid enough to believe I can contend with the full might of the cartel. I made a calculated risk that with Hernandez out of the way, and only a 20-year-old and 22-year-old as possible heirs, they would opt for the strong man married to Hernandez's daughter, who took out their useless cousin to take over, rather than a couple of kids who don't know what they're doing. The question is, were my calculation correct? I stand and walk over to the dresser in front of the large mirror on the wall and pour myself some of Hernandez's whiskey. It's not like he needs it anymore. Slowly, I sip the vintage and look myself in the eyes. It was the most satisfying moment, watching my uncle realize that he'd underestimated me all of this time. The look on his face was pure rage. I relished it. Hell, I wish I could extract the image from my mind and frame it on my wall. Adric is the black sheep of the family. They never knew how right that was, but for none of the reasons they believed. As I stare at myself, I know that the darkness inside of me is deepening and growing. I'll stop at nothing to get what I want. My wife hates me, which was to be expected. I fear that getting her to provide me an heir is going to be a little trickier now that she witnessed me murder her father, and yet it must be done. If the meeting with Miguel Santoro goes the way I suspect, then the quicker I secure myself on the throne, the better. "Sir, all is arranged," Budimir says. I knock back the rest of the whiskey and slam the glass down on the dresser, turning. Perfect. I smooth the front of my jacket down and walk past him, into the corridor and toward the dining room. Once outside the closed door, I draw in a deep breath and open it. This is the moment of truth. "Miguel Santoro, to what do I owe this unexpected surprise?" I ask. He stands, eyes roaming nervously toward the wall where my 8-armed men are standing. "I came in response to your message sent to Don Pablo. I was already in North America." I gesture. "Have a seat." He takes a seat where I gestured, and I sit at the head of the table, pinning him with my gaze. "And what is your conclusion?" His throat bobs slightly as he swallows. "Don Pablo agrees his cousin had gotten sloppy, and so we're happy to support your rise to the throne under one condition." I raise a brow. "And what condition is that?" "You ensure all heirs that Eliza may provide you with also have the Estrada name, as well as Volkov." Pathetic. All they care about is a name, but it's an easy condition to meet. Done. Miguel nods. Perfect. And there are some logistics to go through. He glances at the men at the edge of the room. "It may not be something you wish to trouble yourself with. Do you have a second?" "Of course. Budimir is my right-hand man." I stand. "Let me introduce you to him. Follow me." I take him out of the dining room and down the corridor toward my study, where Budimir is working on some ledgers. "Budimir, I trust I can leave Mr. Santoro in your hands?" I glance at the man. "He has some logistical things to run through with you." Budimir stands and nods. "Certainly, sir. Leave it to me." I turn to Mr. Santoro and give him my coldest stare. "Thank you for dropping by." With that, I walk out of the room and leave my second to handle him. It's clear my calculation was correct, and they don't intend to push me off the throne. I walk up the stairs of the mansion and head toward Eliza's room. It's getting late, and since it's our wedding day, I must ensure that we consummate the marriage. Even if she hasn't yet calmed down, I can't wait. Now that I've had Don Pablo's blessing, the only thing not legally binding is my marriage to Eliza. The marriage can still be broken, and that's the last thing I need. I stop in front of her bedroom door and take a deep breath. Eliza already knows I'm a monster with no heart. She knows how dark my soul is, and now she's going to see how ruthless I can be. I open the door to find her fast asleep on the bed she's chained to. Her face looks unnaturally serene as when she was dragged in here earlier, she had been frantic and hysterical. Perhaps it would be easiest if I start while she sleeps. I know I'm sick to even consider it, but it would make it easier. Stepping inside of the room, I shut the door and pull off my tie, slinging it onto the chair nearby. I also pull my jacket off and then unbutton my shirt, neatly folding them on the chair. There's no delaying the inevitable. The whisper of desire I'd felt before slams into me harder than I've ever felt. My cock turning solid in my boxer briefs as Eliza shifts slightly in her sleep and her gown falls open, revealing her large, firm breasts. I unbutton my pants and fold them, placing them on top of the rest of my clothes before removing my boxers. Once I'm entirely naked, I walk toward her. She's still so peaceful and unaware of what's about to come as she sleeps. I get under the sheets with her and gently try to wake her, my hand moving to her nipples and caressing the hard buds between my fingers. She groans in her sleep, those luscious lips part, drawing my eyes to them. I clench my jaw, unsure why I so badly want to kiss her. Perhaps it will ease her into the process. I move my lips closer to hers. A shudder races down my spine as I never kiss, and yet Eliza Estrada's lips are so enticing. I press my lips to hers and a kick of adrenaline races through my veins as her lips part, allowing me to slide my tongue inside her mouth. I hesitate, my heart pounding unevenly in my chest and making me feel off-kilter. And then I delve inside, stroking my tongue softly against her own. She moans into my mouth, still sleeping but reacting to my touch. My cock becomes unbearably hard as I move my hands to her breasts again and caress her beautiful, curvy body. The kiss deepens as I tangle my tongue with her own, shocked at how arousing it is. The act has always disgusted me, but with Eliza, it feels good. And then her eyes flick open and go wide. Out of panic, she bites my tongue hard, the pain sending a spike of pleasure right through me. I pull my tongue out of her mouth as the metallic taste of blood becomes apparent. The vixen bit me, and I hate to say that I liked it more than I should. "Eliza, there's no need to be so aggressive," I murmur. She tries to pull away, but the restraints hold her in place. "No, don't." Her eyes flood with tears as she turns into a hysterical, panicked creature in front of my eyes. "I'm afraid it's time for you to do your duty as my wife." Her lip trembles, and the tears flood her face freely, making her look achingly beautiful. I have always enjoyed others' pain and heartache, and right now, the look on her face is making my cock harder than stone. "How could you do this?" she asks, her voice full of disbelief. I tilt my head, taking in every blemish on her skin as I study her like an oil painting. "Do what?" I ask, reaching for her face and brushing the tears from her cheeks. "Take what I was born to rule?" Her lip trembles, and she bites on it to stop herself from crying more. "Kill my papa in front of my eyes and still expect me to be your wife? Expect me to have sex with you?" It was an unfortunate necessity. I pinch her hard nipple with my finger, making her gasp. And so is what I have to do now. I move my hand to her other nipple and caress it. "We need to consummate our marriage on our wedding night." Her lip wobbles. "You're a psychopath." "Perhaps," I murmur, not really concerned by her diagnosis. My hand moves lower, and I dip it inside of her panties, groaning when I feel the wetness between her thighs. "You are wet," I say, surprising myself with the awe in my voice. She tries to clench her thighs together, but the restraints hold them open for me. "Get off of me!" I slide 2 fingers inside of her and fuck them in and out of her tight cunt. She sinks her teeth into her bottom lip to stop herself from moaning. "Tell me, Eliza, was your father correct about you?" Her brows pull together. "About what?" "Are you a virgin?" Her lip trembles as she nods in response. I groan at the idea that no other man has been inside of her. Normally, when I have sex, I always use a condom, but that doesn't work if I want Eliza to give me an heir. The thought of her tight cunt wrapped so tightly around my cock with nothing between us makes me feel mixed emotions. I never like that kind of intimacy with women, and yet I want it with her. Good, I rasp, my fingers moving faster and harder in and out of her as she gets wetter. Her cheeks have flushed a deep red as she watches me with unconfined hatred and disgust. You make me sick, she spits, trying to writhe away from me. That's a lie, and we both know it. I add another finger inside of her, and the squelching sounds her pussy makes are testament to the lie. I can hear how wet you are for me. It's fucking shameful. My nostrils flare as I fuck her harder with my fingers. You want me, despite everything I've done. Your horny virgin body can't help but want to be fucked by me. Her teeth grind together as she glares at me, unable to do anything but lie there and take what I give her. The power I have over her is intoxicating, and I think I could get used to this. I know you're mad that I killed your father, baby girl. I move my lips close to her face and lick the tears still lingering on her cheeks, savoring her heartache. But I can be your new daddy. Her eyes widen, but her pussy gets wetter. What the fuck? That's sick! I chuckle and pull back the sheets so I can have full access and view of her body. The gown she was wearing lays open, and her panties are pushed to one side, giving me a tantalizing view of her glistening cunt. Her eyes are no longer on my face, but pinned to the length of my hard cock, dripping pre-cum onto the sheets. Do you like what you see? Her face turns furious as she shakes her head. No, I hate you! Don't put that thing near me! I thought you understood the expectations I have for you as my wife. She shakes her head. Everything has changed! I move so that I'm between her spread thighs and rub the head of my cock through her entrance, shuddering at the feel of her wetness and skin. Nothing has changed. You are my wife, and this is your duty. I slam my hips forward and bury myself to the hilt inside of her, loving the scream that tears from her throat. I'm a monster, and if she thinks there's any reasoning with me, she'll soon learn her mistake. Monsters have no morals, and in time, she will understand. Eliza. The pain is unbearable as Adric's huge cock stretches through my virgin entrance. Inch after inch, stretching me apart as if the man is trying to tear me in half. A burning sensation making me feel like he's tearing me apart from the inside out. I scream again, wishing this was a nightmare I could wake up from. Thrashing, I try to pull on the restraints around my wrists so hard that they cut my skin. Stop! Please, don't! Shameful tears spring to my eyes and drip down my cheeks. I don't want him to see me cry, but I can't hold them back. It's hard to believe that in a matter of a day, he has turned my life upside down so drastically. Adric stills inside of me, his unusual eyes searching mine. You're begging with a monster, Eliza. It'll be easier for both of us if you just accept your fate. A searing pain claws around my throat as I know how true that is. I knew it the moment we met. My nostrils flare as I don't want to make anything easier for this sick son of a bitch. Fuck you! I spit, rage overwhelming me. He chuckles as he pulls his cock almost all the way out, making hope rise inside of me that he's reconsidered and is about to stop. And then he slams back inside with the same brutal force. No, I'm the one fucking you. His jaw clenches. You're so fucking tight, Eliza. I notice the way his body is racked with tension as he holds himself back. If this is him holding himself back, then God help me when he unleashes his wrath. My body is flooded with pain, and the burning sensation of him between my thighs is so intense I felt nothing like it. It's as if he's trying to tear me apart. I glance down at where our bodies are joined, noticing the blood on his cock. My stomach roils with sickness and I tense up more, the pain increasing as panic thrusts through me. He grabs my thighs hard enough to leave bruises, forcing me to look him in the eyes. "If you relax, it won't hurt as badly," he says. "Relax?" My voice sounds hysterical, but I can't help it. "You're fucking insane if you believe I can relax right now." "It's merely a suggestion to make it less painful." His eyes narrow. "You're my wife and the key to the throne, which means consummating this marriage is nothing more than a business transaction." He speaks of this as if it merely is nothing more than signing a contract. Does he have no morality at all? It's been a few hours since I watched him blow my papa's brains out, and he thinks I should willingly accept that now I'm his? Nothing more than a mare to be fucked and bred from, to provide him an heir and the claim to the throne? A sense of hopelessness sweeps through me, and it makes me want to end everything. I've never been one for depressive thoughts, but this isn't living. I sensed the darkness inside this man the moment that we met, and sadly for me, I was right. He's a demon in disguise, a beast with no heart. And right now, he's taking what he wants from me, no matter what I say, because it's my duty as his wife. Sickness pools in my gut as I stop fighting, turning limp beneath him. How can I fight this? Restrained to a bed, with nothing I can do other than plead with a man that has no decency. It feels like the only way out is death, and I've never been a pessimistic person. The worst part of all, he's brought me home to my family house, where I've spent almost 6 years of my life. In my bedroom, chained to my bed and being fucked against my will. The man has no shred of decency. Adric growls and wraps his palm around my throat, squeezing so hard it makes my body tense up, the fight returning the moment my life is in threat. "You will not lie beneath me limp and unwilling, Eliza. You'll enjoy it." I try desperately to draw oxygen into my lungs, panicking as he chokes me. There's no doubt in my mind that he doesn't intend to kill me, but as I stare at those soulless eyes, I wonder if he has any control over his rage. "Your tight little cunt will come for me." His lips move over mine, making bile rise up my throat. "Even if I have to spend the entire night fucking you raw." He leans down and sucks one of my hard nipples into his mouth, forcing my back to arch. I hate the way my body reacts to his touch. A purely natural response from a girl who has never been touched by anyone, but it feels so opposing to the hatred that coils deep in my gut and floods my veins. I want to tear at him, punch him, kick him, hurt him as badly as he's hurt me. And yet, as he lavishes attention to my hard, puckered nipples, I feel myself slipping away to the pleasure. Adric pulls back and looks me in the eye, making a shiver travel the length of my body. Those hazel eyes flecked with blue make me feel so cold, and yet I can feel myself getting wetter in anticipation. "Now, I want you to be a good wife and accept what I give you. Do you understand?" I grind my teeth together, not too far gone to give in to this bastard's sick and twisted requests. "No." He shakes his head but moves in and out of me, eyes remaining fixed on mine. "The more you fight, the more it'll hurt." I clench my jaw, knowing that there's no world in which I stop fighting this evil son of a bitch. And yet, what exactly can I fight? chained to the bed and restrained by a man so utterly evil that he doesn't see how fucked up this is. Perspiration beads on his forehead as he fucks me in a slow and steady rhythm, no doubt struggling to hold himself back. The burning sensation becomes different as he continues to slide in and out of me. Although it still hurts, I can feel the slickness building between my thighs and the pressure deep within becoming more pleasurable. It horrifies me. In time, you'll realize there's no point fighting the inevitable, Eliza. He pinches my painfully hard nipples, making me gasp. You'll realize life will be easier if you just submit to me. He moves his lips close to mine but doesn't kiss me. And in time, you'll beg for my cock, baby girl. A shudder races down my spine that this man could be so fucking delusional to believe that I'd ever beg him for anything. I hate him. It's so intense it feels like it might consume me, like a forest fire sweeping through hectares of dry woodland in the middle of summer. I spit in his face. I'll never beg you for anything. He growls, sliding his palm back around my throat and squeezing so hard, I wonder if I've pushed too hard and he'll murder me instead. Before you know it, you'll be on your knees begging me for many things and calling me daddy. A twist of sickening desire coils through my gut at the prospect of calling him that word. It doesn't match the man, and yet the dirtiness of it does something to me I can't explain. Maybe Adric will kill me now, and perhaps that would be the best outcome. Death seems a far kinder fate than being forced to submit to a man so sick he thinks he can kill my papa in front of me, steal the crown from my brothers, and then expect me to enjoy him fucking me. And yet, the lack of oxygen heightens that sickening sensation building in the pit of my stomach. It feels as though I have no control over anything, as the pain gives way to something else entirely. Adric stares down at me like an angry god who has the right to take whatever he wants. I fear that's exactly what he believes. A man so wrapped up in his own superiority complex, he can't understand the difference between right and wrong. Fuck, he groans, his cock swelling inside of me. Your cunt is like a vice. He reaches down and applies pressure on my clit, making it even harder to hold on to my control. I hate the way my nipples tingle at his dirty talk. I hate everything about this. My nostrils flare as I feel the pressure deep within becoming more forceful with every thrust of his hips. All the while, he watches me as I struggle with the disgust and pleasure going to war inside of me. I have to stare up at the man who murdered Papa brutally, taking my virginity as if it's some prize to be claimed, as if it's something that belongs to him irrefutably. Everything inside me feels conflicting as he drives me toward a cliff edge with his cock and fingers, playing with me so that it becomes impossible to hold on to the waves trying to crash inside of me. I can do nothing to stop it as I writhe against the restraints. The pain barely registers anymore as I sink my teeth into my lip to stop myself from crying out from the pleasure. All the while, I try to hold on to the one notion repeating over and over in my mind like a broken record. I hate this man. It's a phrase I know to be truer than any in this world, and yet the pleasure he's giving me makes everything hazy. Fuck, I mutter, my breathing becoming uneven as that pressure becomes almost unbearable. He tilts his head as he watches me from above. You know, by holding on and not letting yourself come apart, you're merely prolonging this. A dark smirk twists onto his lips. Not that I'm opposed to fucking you for as long as possible. His logic is maddening as I glare at him. All I want is to deny him everything, although my body has other ideas as it becomes impossible to hold on. You're a sick bastard. Maybe, he says, quickening his fingers moving over my clit. But you know I'm right. I shut my eyes, unable to look at him as the pleasure crests inside of me. My thighs shudder and he slams into me harder, working my clit with maddening skill. That's right, Eliza. Make that cunt come for me. I clench my jaw as I don't want to do anything for him, and yet I'm powerless to stop it. Oh God, I cry, as my orgasm tears through me. The intensity of it is so overwhelming I can hardly breathe. My eyes shoot open and I face the vision of Adric above me, quickening his thrusts. His jaw clenches tight and sweat drips down his inked chest. He leans down then and sinks his teeth into the juncture between my neck and shoulder, groaning into my skin. I feel him release deep inside of me to my horror, knowing that at this moment I could end up pregnant with the offspring of a monster. Take every drop, he growls. You'll get pregnant soon enough, Eliza. I shudder. It's a horrifying prospect. Adric straightens, and there's nothing in his eyes other than cold detachment. Slowly, he pulls his cock out of me and then jumps off of the bed. The pleasure that had torn through me quickly wears off, and then the pain between my thighs returns, and the ache in my chest makes me feel sick. I watch with unshed tears in my eyes as Adric dresses in his suit with his back to me. The last thing I want is to show him how much that encounter broke me. Once he's dressed, he glances at me over his shoulder. You'll remain shackled until I feel I can trust you to roam the house alone. His jaw clenches as his eyes move over my body for a moment. And then he leaves me spread wide open, with his cum dripping out of my pussy and the sheets no longer covering me. The floodgates open the moment he shuts the door behind him. Tears fall relentlessly down my face as I struggle to come to terms with my new reality and the grief that threatens to tear a hole inside of me. I'm living in a nightmare with no way of waking up. Adric. Sir, we've received word from Mexico that our first drop will arrive tomorrow night, Budimir says, approaching my desk. How do you want to handle it? I run a hand across the back of my neck, knowing that despite Santoro's confirmation they intend to honor my claim to the throne, there's always room for them to double-cross me. Where is the drop? The docks. It's where I'd expect the drop to be, and yet it puts me on edge. 30 men stationed around the meeting point. I glare at Budimir. All of them must be armed and ready for a retaliation. Budimir arches a brow. Do you believe Don Pablo is playing you? I shake my head. No, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. There's no use making the mistake of trusting them off the bat. They need to prove that they can indeed embrace me as the new leader of their North American operations, even though I'm not even Mexican. Eliza has become a shell of the woman I met since I fucked her on our wedding night 6 nights ago. I haven't touched her since. In fact, I've tried to stay as far away from possible, as I don't enjoy seeing her the way she is, even if I'm the reason for it. Some would say I'm evil for taking what I needed from her the way I did, and yet to me, it was best to rip off the Band-Aid. The quicker she learns her role in my life, the better for us both. I'll ensure we have the men and firepower stationed at the meeting point. Budimir tilts his head. Will you attend, sir? I nod. Of course. It would look weak for me to hide away. If I know anything about the cartel, it's that they'll take advantage of weakness the moment they get a whiff of it. Don Pablo won't be glad that there's a Russian running his operations north of the border, even if his cousin was getting sloppy. Is there anything else you need? I glance at my second in command. Yes, there's a charity gala tonight at the Ritz. Can you secure me an invitation with a +1? Budamir's brow furrows, as it's unlike me to want to go to any kind of gala or event. But now that I'm in my position of power, I need to secure it by getting the city's politicians on my side. I'm sure I can. Good, get it done. He doesn't move, looking at me as if he wants to ask a question. What's wrong? Your +1 is going to be Eliza? I nod. Of course, she's my wife. His jaw clenches. I hear she's not faring well mentally. Is it wise to take her into a public setting? It's my wish to have my wife by my side for the event. She'll behave, I guarantee that, Budimir. He nods, looking satisfied by my answer. Very well, I'll see to it now. He turns to leave the room. Wait! He stops in his tracks and glances back at me. Next time, don't even consider questioning me and my decisions. Do you understand? His Adam's apple bobs as he swallows, as up until now I've not treated him this way. Budimir helped me put my plan in motion and double-cross the Bratva he had sworn allegiance to. But now, everything has changed. I understand perfectly, sir. He walks away and shuts the door to the study behind him, leaving me with my chaotic thoughts. I tap my fingers on the desk and glance at the framed photo still sitting on top of it. A photo of Hernandez and his 4 children taken perhaps 5 years ago. My eyes are drawn instantly to Eliza. She was as beautiful at 19 and far more innocent looking. I grab the frame and smash the glass against the desk, pulling the photo out of it. The glass shards stick into my hand, but I hardly notice. Grabbing a pair of scissors, I cut the rest of her family out of the photo until I'm left with the smiling, beautiful face of my wife staring back at me. And then, I throw the glass and the rest of the photo in the bin and prop the cutout part against the frame. That's better, I murmur. As I stare at the photo, I realize I'll need to warn my wife about this evening and how I expect her to behave. She'll not make me look a fool in front of the most powerful people in the city. So I stand and make my way out of my study and toward her room, a sense of unease coiling through my gut at what I'm going to find. I visited her room briefly for 2 days after I took her innocence, but couldn't face it after that. I unlock the door to the bedroom and then open it to find Eliza is sitting up with the restraints off, reading a book. The housekeepers were told to remove them a couple of days ago, but to keep the door locked. She looks up as I enter and her face pales. Oh God, she mutters, looking terrified by my arrival. Good. She should be terrified of me. I'm here to tell you we'll attend a charity gala together tonight. Her eyes narrow as she stares at me. I notice the way tension coils through her body, as if she's getting ready to fight me. You're releasing me from this prison? I tilt my head. Temporarily, and on my arm, of course. I want to clarify that I expect you to be on your best behavior. Her nostrils flare. You realize I'm not a child, right? I clench my fists by my side. You sound like one when you speak to me like that. I sigh heavily and move closer to her, noticing the way she backs up against the headboard. I'll give you some ground rules. You'll not speak unless spoken to directly. Any answer you give will be short and sweet. If you dare say a word against me as your husband, you'll wish you were never born. It's too late for that, she mutters. Too late for what, Eliza? I already wish I was never born. I roll my eyes. So melodramatic over a bit of rough sex. She glares at me hatefully. You took my virginity like a fucking animal, with no care for my consent in the matter. I cross my arms over my chest. You consented the moment you said I do in the church. Her eyes widen. You mean when I said I do with a gun pressed to the back of my skull? I shrug. Semantics. She grunts in frustration, throwing her hands up over her head. You're infuriating and clearly insane. I ignore her little tantrum. Do you understand the rules? She grinds her teeth, shaking her head. I understand them, but it doesn't mean I like them. I move toward her then, and she stiffens. Once I'm by the side of her, I grab a fistful of her hair and drag her toward me. I didn't ask if you like them. Will you do as you are told tonight? There's fear in her dark eyes as she stares up at me, flooding my body with that same satisfying sensation of utter dominance over her. And if I don't? She asks, her voice so quiet I'm not sure she wanted me to hear. I can do far worse to you than what I did the other night, Eliza. Trust me. She shudders, shaking her head. You're the last man on this earth I'd ever trust. That's wise. I yank her hair more, forcing her neck to crane unnaturally. You'll behave tonight, or you won't like the consequences. Nod if you understand. She nods, despite the fact I'm holding her head at such an odd angle. Good. I release her hair and she scrambles away from me like a scared little mouse running from a cat. Be washed and dressed by 7 o'clock sharp. Mariana will bring the dress you should wear. I don't look back at her, shifting my pants, which have grown uncomfortable in her presence. An unwanted reaction that I didn't expect to have around her. And I leave without another word, slamming the door shut and turning the key in the lock outside. I clench my jaw, resting my back against the door. Desire has never been an affliction I was burdened with, and yet my cock is as hard as stone. I wanted to fuck her like a savage animal with the sole instinct in life to mate. Fuck, I mutter under my breath, turning toward my room and heading there. It's midday, and I know that I won't get any work done if I don't work out my frustrations. Ever since I took Eliza's innocence, this primal need to take matters into my own hands has afflicted me. I could have visited my wife each time the need struck, but I fear that if I'm already this fucking horny, she'll become a habit I can't kick. I walk into my bedroom and free my straining cock from my pants, sighing the moment I wrap my hand around it and tug it up and down. This is what I need. My eyes fall shut, and I hate that the first image I see is my wife's angelic face, glaring at me with that cock-stirring hatred. It's impossible to wipe her from my mind as I imagine her totally naked, bouncing up and down on my cock like the dirty little slut I know she's hiding inside of her. Granted, I don't expect her to show that side of herself to me, at least not willingly after what I've done to her. I tighten my fist around my cock and move it faster, picturing her perfect breasts free and bouncing along with her hips. Those hard nipples pointing at me and begging to be sucked. A shudder races down my spine as I imagine allowing her to put her hands on my chest as she fucks herself harder, chasing her own orgasm as her face twists with pleasure. Fuck, baby girl, I breathe. The idea of another person's hands on me normally makes me feel sick, but with Eliza, the idea only makes me harder and more desperate for release. In the end, Eliza will bend to my will and break for me. All women, no matter how resistant at the start, have a breaking point. Finding that breaking point has always been a forte of mine that I intend to use on Eliza. Although I've touched on the kink briefly with her, I love it when a woman calls me daddy while we fuck. It's not that I wish to take care of them or that I'm a daddy dom, but that I like the kinky, dirty aspect of the word. The thought of Eliza screaming daddy while I fuck her over the edge is all it takes to bring my release. I grind my teeth together as an animalistic growl rattles through my chest. My balls draw up, and I shoot my cum across the hardwood floor, making a mess. I fist myself long after I've spent every drop, groaning as the pleasure continues to spike through me. It takes me a good minute to recover and regain control of myself. I push my softening cock back into my pants and walk into the bathroom to get some tissues to clean up the cum off my floor. I return and crouch down, shamefully wiping the evidence of my desire away. A twisting sensation claws at my gut, as I'm rarely this worked up. It's out of character and I don't like it. Tonight, after the gala, I will have my wife again and fuck her out of my system to end this ridiculous obsession that has taken root in my mind. As the new dawn to the Chicago part of the Estrada Cartel, I can't have distractions. And right now, Eliza is proving too distracting. I'll make sure that ends tonight. Eliza. Mariana has been the housekeeper here since the day we arrived from Reynosa. She gives me a sad smile as she enters, carrying the dress I assume I'm supposed to wear tonight. "How are you doing, Miss Estrada?" she asks. I'm thankful she hasn't taken to calling me Mrs. Volkov. I don't think I could stomach it. I swallow hard. As well as expected. My brow furrows. Mariana, please call me Eliza in the future. She bows her head slightly. As you wish. She places the dress carefully on the bed. They have instructed me to bring you this dress and help you get ready. My stomach churns at the thought of having to have someone help me, even if it is Mariana. Oh, I see. I pull my robe tightly around my body. I'm sure I can get ready myself. Her expression is full of pity as she shakes her head. I believe I'll be in trouble if I don't help, Eliza. I don't doubt that Adric would punish her if I sent her away, so I nod in reply. Okay. I stand and walk toward her as she unzips the garment bag and reveals the most stunning gold ball gown with lace applique details and a sweetheart neckline. I remove my robe and then unzip the dress, stepping into it. Mariana helps me pull it up my body and then does up the zip. You look so beautiful, she says as I spin around. Unshed tears gather in her eyes as she stares at me. I'm so sorry about what's happened to you, Eliza. I feel the pain claw at the inside of my throat, and yet I can't find any more tears. As if I've cried so much this past week that I don't have any left to give. It's not your fault. I squeeze her hands as I know she feels guilty working for the man that murdered my papa. She's always been so loyal to him and our family. I guess this is the risk my papa took by being part of this world. A tear trickles down her cheek. Your papa was a good man. I laugh. No, he wasn't. I shake my head. There was hardly any good inside of him, but he was a man, at least. I look her in the eyes then. Adric isn't a man. He has no heart. Mariana swallows and nods. I fear you are right. She glances at her watch. Do you need help with your makeup? I shake my head. I don't think I'll wear any tonight. She smiles, but it doesn't quite reach her eyes. Very well. I believe Adric will come to fetch you shortly. Is there anything else you need in the meantime? All I want lately is to be left alone. No, just your prayers. Mariana gives me a solemn nod. You've been in my prayers since the moment I heard of your papa's death. Thank you, I say, squeezing her hand. She turns away with a look of reluctance and walks out of the room without another word, locking the door behind her. I sink onto the edge of the bed and stare at the pretty jacquard pink wallpaper that lines the far wall. It's a beautiful cage, but such a cruel one, especially since this has been my bedroom for 6 years. I tried to find out where Tiago and Enzo are from Mariana, but she didn't know. All she knows is they've been banned from entering the grounds or the house. Lila has been allowed to make her own choice where she goes. She hasn't been banned from the house, but she's at the academy anyway. I long to at least speak to her and make sure she is okay. There was a moment in that church that I considered allowing them to shoot me, but it was Adric's threat that he'd marry my sister instead that forced me to walk to the end and marry this sick son of a bitch. I couldn't have subjected her to this fate. The key in the lock of the door turns, warning me he's about to appear. As the door swings open, I lift my chin and look straight at it, trying to be fearless. Those blue-flecked hazel eyes are the first thing I see. Emotionless and cold, as they take in the image of me dressed up like a little doll, ready for him to parade around. He's wearing a navy blue suit with a black lapel, a white dress shirt, and a black tie. His hair, as always, is styled impeccably without a strand out of place. If I didn't know how much of a monster he is, I'd say he looks like one of the most handsome men I've ever seen. But a beautiful outer shell can't erase the truth I know about the creature beneath it. "Ready?" he asks, that deep, accented voice sending shivers down my spine. I nod in reply and stand, moving stiffly toward him. Once I'm within his grasp, his arm goes around my back and he pulls me close to him. "You look stunning," he murmurs into my ear, sending shivers of terror down my spine. My skin crawls at his touch, and I can't draw enough oxygen into my lungs. The desire to get away from him is all-consuming, and yet I know I can't. Instead, I force one foot in front of the other and keep walking by his side. Somehow, I have to detach myself from my body and get through this hell, as this is my life now. Once we get outside, there's a town car waiting for us with the engine running. As if Adric is a gentleman, he opens the door for me to allow me to slide inside, but we both know it's nothing but an illusion. I'm starting to think that this man is the master of illusions, as he had his entire family fooled for so long. Hell, even Papa fell for his ploy, and now he's 6 feet under. There's been no word whether my brothers have had the funeral for him, but I know even once arranged, I won't be able to attend. I slide into the car as far as physically possible from the door, keeping my face turned away from the man beside me. He grabs my thigh and squeezes hard, making me bite back a curse. "Look at me, Eliza." It goes against every instinct in my body to follow his order, but I force myself to look him in the eye. "You aren't playing a very convincing newlywed wife." A cruel smirk twists onto his lips. "Another rule I need to add is that you act delighted by my touch and presence." I coat my nerves in steel. "It's impossible." He growls, grabbing my throat and squeezing. "Nothing is impossible, baby girl." His hand flexes around my throat. "Acting is easy. Once you do it enough, it becomes second nature." "You would know," I spit out. He releases me then, eyes narrowing. "What's that supposed to mean? The black sheep act you've played all these years, pretending to be a drunk waste of space while you plotted against your own flesh and blood?" I'm surprised that he doesn't react with rage. "Clever, aren't you, Eliza?" I don't answer, as it's clearly a rhetorical question. Yes, I am a good actor. It's what got me to where I am today. His hand moves to my thigh, and he squeezes. "You'll learn to act for me. After all, we're in this until death do us part." death would be a kinder fate than being married to you. He watches me with those soulless eyes for a few moments. That may well be true, but death isn't an option for you right now. I freeze when I feel his hand move higher up my thigh toward my panties. What are? Silence, he says, his voice cutting through the back of the car like a sharp blade. I swallow hard as his hand continues to move higher, and then a finger skirts the outside of my panties softly. I want to know if all the acrid hate that you harbor inside for me stops your basic human reaction to touch, or whether deep down, you still want to be touched by me, fucked by me. No chance in hell, I spit. He says, fingers barely skating over my skin but sending heat prickling over it. Let's find out, shall we? He asks, shoving his fingers under my panties. I clench my thighs together hard to stop him, but he parts them with his other hand. No fighting. You're my wife, and it's a husband's right to touch his wife. Fuck you, I say, glaring at him as hatred coils like a viper in wait inside of my gut. All I want is to claw his eyes out, and for the first time, I'm not restrained. Adrenaline pounds through my veins, spurring me on. My heart races beneath my ribcage, thudding powerfully in my chest. I clench my fist as he slams 2 fingers inside of me. As I suspected, he says. I pull back and punch him square in the jaw. Pain radiates through my knuckles as it's the first I've ever punched anyone. Something tells me I did it wrong, as a throbbing ache overwhelms my fist. His expression turns dark as he rubs a hand across his jaw and tilts his head. That wasn't a very good idea, Eliza. His free hand slams into my throat as he pushes me roughly against the car door, the other hand still firmly wedged between my thighs. And here I thought you were broken, but there's still some fight in you yet. He sounds delighted by that, which makes me feel sick. It would take much more to break me, I spit, hardly able to form my words as he chokes the life out of me. The dark and helpless part of me begging internally for him to squeeze harder and strangle the life out of me. His eyes search mine frantically. I'm not so sure that's true. The grip around my throat loosens and he turns away, looking forward out of the front window as if nothing happened. I clutch my throat, which feels sore, glaring at him. You'll need to ice that fist. He glances briefly at it. The kitchen staff at the gala will help. I look at him and can't help but wonder what bred this darkness inside of him. How did he become so cold and detached? The car comes to a stop, drawing my eyes to our location. We've stopped outside the Ritz in central Chicago, where well-dressed, elegant people flood through the doors. I swallow hard at the realization that, somehow, I've got to appear polite and happy on my husband's arm, or there'll be hell to pay. Adric is clearly insane to bring me to a party like this. He grabs my wrist and squeezes so hard it hurts. Remember, behave. The door to the town car opens, and he slides out first, before turning to offer me his hand. I ignore it and clamber out the back, knowing I'd rather throw myself under a bus than touch him voluntarily. Acting is easy. It seems to come as second nature to this man as he plasters on a false, yet convincing smile and slides his hand to the small of my back. He leans toward me. Act for me. I swallow hard and then force myself to smile. Adric leads me in through the entrance, and the sound of classical music carries from the events hall. The soft chatter of people fills my ears, and it makes everything feel worse. All these people are going about their daily lives, happily unaware that there's a monster among them. What could Adric want with the city's elite? The politicians, finance brokers, and rich of the city have always had their fingers in illegal pies. But my papa conducted his business with them behind closed doors, and never mingled with them at legitimate events. "Come with me," Adric says, yanking me toward a very young server who could hardly be out of high school. He clears his throat. "My wife needs some ice for her hand. She had a fall." The server glances nervously between me and Adric, his eyes widening when he sees my already bruised hand. "Of course, sir. I can take your wife to the kitchen." Adric growls. "She's not going anywhere. Bring the ice here." The boy pales and nods. "Certainly." He scurries off to find the ice, no doubt scared half to death. I glare at him. Was that necessary? Adric's attention moves to me with disinterest. I could ask the same of you punching me in the jaw, but yet here we are. His eyes scan the room for someone, and when they stop moving, a dark spark ignites. I follow his gaze to see he's found the mayor of the city amongst the crowd. "Why are we here anyway?" I ask. "That's for me to know and you to wonder." His jaw clenches as the boy returns. "Will this do, sir?" he asks, holding out an ice pack. I take the ice pack and smile at him. "It's perfect, thank you." The boy nods his appreciation as Adric glares at him with a look that could chill most hearts, and then he moves away rather swiftly. It's not surprising he wants to get away from him as fast as possible, as I have the same desire. Adric grabs my wrist. "Come on, we've got some people to speak with." I hold the ice pack and cloth to my free hand as he drags me through the crowd like a dog on a leash. All I can do is grind my teeth and try not to look too angry by my husband's side. It may be easy for him to act, but after everything this bastard has done, how can I act like any of this is okay? Adric. Securing the mayor's favor is an important step to securing power in this city. Hernandez had some dealings with him and other politicians, but he never had the balls to approach him legitimately on the mayor's turf, a mistake that I intend to correct. I clear my throat as I approach the mayor, sliding my hand to the small of Eliza's back. She tenses against me, but I don't take my eyes off of the man I'm here to speak with. "Mayor Robert Brown," I say. He turns around, brow furrowing. "Yes? Do I know you, son?" I shake my head, irritated by being called son as if I'm nothing more than some kid. "Not directly. I was friends with Hernandez Estrada, one of your associates." Eliza stiffens at the mention of her father. The mayor's eyes widen, and he steps away from the crowd he was with. "Excuse me." He nods toward a quiet corner, and I follow him with Eliza in tow. Robert turns to face me, turning the color of beetroot. "What on earth do you think you are doing banding around that name here, boy?" I clench my fist by my side. "I'm Hernandez's replacement, and from here on in, we're going to do things differently." The ruddy-faced mayor splutters. "Replacement? Where is Hernandez?" I can't help the smirk that twists onto my lips. "You don't need to know where he is. I'm the new leader of operations, and from here on in, I expect to be shown more respect than Mr. Estrada was ever given." Robert's brow furrows. "Who are you?" I hold my hand out to him. "Adric Volkov." There's a change in his demeanor the moment I say that name. "Volkov? You're Russian," he hisses. I tilt my head. "And this is my wife, Eliza Estrada Volkov. I assure you I've no allegiance with the Russians in this city." Robert looks then at Eliza, and recognition dawns on his face. "Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Estrada. I didn't recognize you." She smiles, but it doesn't reach her eyes. "Think nothing of it." He nods and then returns his suspicious glare onto me. "So, What is it you want from me? Assurances that the cartel won't be meddled with in the future. I run a hand across the back of my neck. I'm sure you're aware the city is at war. His face turns grave. I'd heard of some issues, yes, but didn't believe that had anything to do with the cartel. I shake my head. It didn't until they roped us in. Eliza snorts at that, drawing both of our attention to her. Is there something funny about that, Eliza? I glare at her. If she fucks this up for me, then I'll make sure she regrets it. She shakes her head. No. Robert's brow furrows. Why don't you come by my office in the morning and we can discuss a closer alliance? I know what that means. He wants to discuss numbers and what the cartel can do for him. Sounds perfect. 10 o'clock? I suggest. He grumbles something under his breath. Make it 11. He glances at Eliza. I am not exactly a morning person. Trust the mayor of Chicago to be lazy. 11 it is. I hold my hand out to him. He shakes it limply. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I track him through the crowd as he moves clumsily back toward his wife and friends. What are you playing at? Eliza asks. I allow myself to observe her then, taking in every blemish on her face, which she's left natural and makeup-free tonight. I told you, it's for me to know and you to wonder. I glance at her hand. How's the hand? Like you care, she says, shaking her head. I hate the way you act here in public. It's so false. I smile. And would you prefer I was acting like the monster I really am, baby girl? Her cheeks flush red and she shakes her head. I would prefer that I didn't have to be around you at all. The tips of my fingers are practically tingling to reach out and grab her forcefully, to wrap around that slender, breakable neck, and feel her pulse quicken. Instead, I ball them into a fist. I've got a few people to speak with. Why don't you go get a drink and look pretty? The anger in her dark eyes is intoxicating as she makes a little frustrated sound and then marches away into the crowd. It's risky allowing Eliza the freedom to walk around the party alone, but I'm sure she's not stupid enough to try to escape. At least, I don't believe she is. Pushing the doubt from my mind, I head toward Jason Devereaux, the city's richest entrepreneur who has a huge pharma company that practically runs Chicago, renowned for getting his hands dirty in his climb for the top spot. The information I have on him could wager the best deal the North American branch of the Estrada cartel has ever brokered. Mr. Devereaux, do you have a moment? I ask, forcing him to turn around. His brow furrows as he regards me. Do I know you? Not yet, but you're going to want to. He sighs, as if he's used to hearing that line all too frequently from men who want to get into business with him. I'm not interested, sorry. I grab his forearm before he can turn and lean closer. You might want to rethink that. Does the name Kevin Davis mean anything to you? I say, only loud enough for the two of us to hear. He straightens, turning pale as his eyes dart toward his wife. The poor, unwitting woman who doesn't realize she's married to a man who prefers the sexual company of his longtime best friend, Kevin Davis. A man who has been given a high position in his company, no doubt so Jason can have him at his beck and call. Of course, let's speak somewhere more private. He leans toward his wife and whispers something in her ear. She nods, smiling at her husband with blissful ignorance. If she saw some of the rather revolting images that my spy acquired for me, I'm certain her sweet disposition would soon turn hysterical toward her husband. Follow me, Jason says, leading me toward a meeting room. I shut the door and lean back against it, watching as Mr. Devereaux paces up and down. What is it you want? A business deal. His eyes snap up then. What kind of business deal? A merger between my company and yours. He stares at me as if I've lost the plot. I don't even know who the fuck you are. I cross my arms over my chest and straighten. Adric Volkov, new CEO of Estrada Holdings, Inc. Jason pales further. The cartel, he mutters under his breath. Indeed. He shakes his head. My business is legitimate. Is it, though? I tap a finger on my chin. I have details of all the not-so-legitimate deals you made to get you where you are today. Every single one. How? He asks. I have my ways. I pull an envelope out of my inside jacket pocket and pass it to him, as this is the information that will secure the deal. And I have these. He looks at the envelope warily before taking it from my hand. I watch with mild satisfaction as he turns a little greener with each photo he pulls out. They're rather damning, aren't they? I move toward him. I wonder what Sylvia would say if she saw these. His Adam's apple bobs as he looks at me like a broken man. The satisfaction rises as I know I've won already. So, do we have a deal? I ask. He nods. A merger between our companies. It'll need to be passed through the board members, so we'll have to come up with a plan. His jaw works. Obviously, Kevin and I will vote in favor, but there's 3 others on the board. Leave securing the last to me. I smirk at him. One of them has some similarly dirty washing that they won't want aired either. He raises a brow as if his interest is piqued. Damien? I shake my head. You will find out the day of the vote. I'll be in touch. With that, I walk out of the meeting room and back toward the main events hall to find my wife. My work for tonight is done, and everything went as planned. But I must be vigilant around Eliza, as she's still a loose cannon. I crack my jaw at the memory of her rather pathetic attempt to hit me. She did more damage to herself than me. The bar is busier than when I disappeared with Jason, making it difficult to spot her through the crowd. I fight my way through people, hating having to get so close to others. It makes my skin crawl. When I get to the bar, there's no sign of Eliza anywhere. I pull my cell phone out of my pocket and call up the app linked to the tracking device that my men put under her skin when she fainted in the back of the minivan. Always plan for all eventualities. Motherfucker. Eliza isn't one to play by the rules as I watch the little dot on the app moving at a fast pace deeper into central Chicago. She's on the run. I call Gustavo, my driver, who picks up on the second dial tone. Sir, I'm already following her. He clears his throat. I noticed she left the Ritz without you and was sure she was on the run. I sigh in relief. Perfect. Keep eyes on her until I arrive. I cancel the call and then head out of the charity event, irritated that my wife has cut short my evening. Everything I needed to handle has been dealt with, but it doesn't mean I was ready to leave. I pace down the street in her direction, making up the ground with every step as I watch the little dot on my app. She's fast, but not fast enough. Every step she takes seems to get slower, perhaps as she gets further away, believing there's no way I'll catch up to her. A sick part of me enjoys the chase, knowing she's unaware that a monster is closing in on her with every single step. Eliza made a monumental mistake the moment she stepped foot outside of the Ritz, one that will result in punishment. Excitement tingles up the base of my spine at the prospect of making my wife pay for disobeying me. A well of desire pooling in the pit of my stomach. It's frustrating the effect that she has on me. But I'm sure after I'm through with her tonight, The desire will ease. As I get even closer to Eliza, I realize her dot has stopped moving. I scan the perimeter to find out where she is, and notice a little rundown internet cafe that she's obviously gone inside to get the word out to her brothers to save her. So predictable. I walk into the cafe, noticing her instantly at the back. She's typing frantically on a computer. Anger coils through me as I march over to her and then sit down in the chair opposite. Eliza stops typing as her face turns a ghostly white and she swallows hard. How did you— Silence, I growl. She looks like she's about to pass out from fear as I tap my fingers rhythmically on the desk. Turn off the computer. Her eyes dart between me and the computer. Finally, she relents, and her shoulders slump in defeat as she powers off the computer and stands. I stand as well. Did I tell you to stand? No, but I assumed we were leaving. I tilt my head. You assumed correctly. The car is outside. Gustavo has been following you since you left the Ritz, I say, not wishing for her to know about the tracking device under her skin. Sit back down for a moment. She sinks back into the chair reluctantly, her throat bobbing as she swallows. It draws my attention to it, and I feel the desperate urge to wrap my palm around it and squeeze to see the fear increase in her eyes. You knew the consequences of running, and yet you did it anyway. Why? Her tongue darts out across her lip. Because I hoped I could escape. I thought I made it clear there's no escape. I lean forward and look her in the eye. If you run, I will hunt you down. There's nowhere on this planet you can go where I won't find you. I lower my voice more, narrowing my eyes. This is your life now, and you are Mrs. Volkov. There's no escaping reality. Eliza looks like she wants to throw up as she nods her head in reply. I'm beginning to understand that. Shame you didn't understand it earlier. I stand. Now you're going to be punished, and I'm afraid I'll take much more enjoyment out of what comes next than you. My wife shudders, but doesn't stand. Get up, I order. She does as she's told with an air of reluctance, and then I grab her forearm forcefully, pulling her against me. It's time to find out how tough you really are, baby girl. I didn't believe it was possible for her to turn paler, but then I feel her body sag as she passes out in my arms. Not so tough, it would seem. I carry her out of the cafe, and Gustavo rushes to help me get her in the back of the car. Clearly, my wife has underestimated how dark my soul is. I won't show her mercy, as that won't teach her a lesson. She will pay for her mistakes tonight. Whether she's conscious or not, it doesn't really matter. Eliza. My eyes flutter open, and it takes a while for them to adjust to the darkness. Once they do, I'm not sure where I am as I scan the room. It looks like a guest room at Papa's house. I push myself upright, my head swimming with hazy memories. And then it all comes flooding back to me. I foolishly thought that I could escape the party and get word out to my brothers to collect me before Adric found me. When he sat down opposite me in that internet cafe, I've never felt more terror than when I looked into his cold hazel eyes. For the first time, I detected a hint of emotion in them, and it was the excitement at telling me he was going to punish me. No word of how or when, but the promise was there. The last words I heard him say were, "It's time to find out how tough you really are, baby girl." Everything became too much then, and I blacked out. In less than a week, my world has been torn to shreds by a man I'm now forced to live with. Being forced down the aisle at gunpoint was stressful enough. Add the grief and trauma of watching him blow my papa's brains out and then take my virginity without my consent mere hours after, and I'm surprised I haven't had a heart attack, or worse. A part of me wishes I had, as at least I'd be free of this prison. The room is dark as I glance around, wondering why I'm not in my bedroom. And that's when I notice him, staring right at me as he sits in a nearby chair. Those hazel eyes are visible through the darkness. A scream tears from my throat before I can stop it, as it feels like I'm in a nightmare. There's really no need for that, Eliza. He stands and walks toward the bed. I took the liberty of having you chained to my bed this evening. His bed. It feels like my skin is crawling over my flesh as I realize I'm lying where he sleeps, the scent of him suddenly noticeable and pungent, enveloping me. What happened? I ask, hating the tremor of fear is detectable. He grins, which is eerie, as his teeth are so white against the darkness of the room. You aren't as tough as I thought. He moves to the nightstand and turns on the lamp. You passed out on our way out of the cafe, which doesn't bode well for you withstanding your punishment. My entire body shakes with fear and I can't stop it. This man is soulless. His eyes light up as he notices my fear. Are you scared, Eliza? I swallow hard and glare at him, as I'm not going to answer that question with the affirmative. He knows I fear him, and he's trying to get me to admit it. The hatred I feel for him is growing stronger and more encompassing with every second I'm in his presence. No, I say, surprising myself with how sure I sound. Because suddenly I'm not scared, just angry. Angry that this is now my life and that this bastard has control over me. He stands and moves toward the bed. You should be. I swallow hard, trying not to let his intimidating tactics rattle me. Whatever he throws at me, I can handle it. In time, you'll accept your fate, but it appears that you need a bit of a helping hand. He twists some kind of paddle in his hand, making my stomach churn. Pain is one of the best ways to punish, baby girl. I glare at him in the dim light. Do your worst. He chuckles and moves toward me, rotating the cuffs on my hands so that they're at an unnatural angle. Twist onto your hands and knees. I grit my teeth together, glaring at him. If he wants me on all fours, he'll have to force me. You are not a quick learner, are you? He asks. Perhaps I don't want to learn. He nods and places the paddle down on the bed. Wrong answer. Adrik's hands grab my hips with such force it takes my breath away, and then he flips me over roughly so that I'm on all fours. The sheer strength of him only adds another element to my fear. I shudder as I don't like facing the headboard with this monster behind me. Stay strong, Eliza. I have to coach myself as I'm on the edge of falling apart and submitting to the crippling fear that he inspires. He's silent as I hear him move behind me, his hands lifting the nightgown someone dressed me in. The cool air feels like it stings my skin as a shiver races down my spine. Adrik rubs his hands softly over my ass cheeks, and it makes the hair on every inch of my body stand on end. Anticipation of experiencing the pain makes my heart pound so hard it's all I can hear. And then the paddle comes down on my right ass cheek with a thunk. The pain is so intense I can hardly think as a scream tears from my throat. He doesn't waste a second as it comes down with another heavy thunk against my other ass cheek. I scream again, or perhaps I don't stop screaming. The fear mixed with the pain overloads my senses. If you had just been a good girl and listened, we wouldn't be in this mess, would we? I can hardly draw enough oxygen into my lungs as I ignore his question. There's no way I'm answering this sick son of a bitch. My crime was trying to escape his evil clutches, and I'd take any possible opportunity that arises again. Adric makes a tutting sound and brings the paddle down on my already sore ass again and again. You need to learn to answer me, baby girl. Fuck you, I say, finding some strength from somewhere to fight against this. He chuckles, the sound so fucking villainous, it feels like the devil himself is behind me. Perhaps that's exactly what he is. I wonder if you're wet. I tense then, unsure how this went from a sadistic beating session to sexual. He grabs the fabric of my panties and tears them in two, making me gasp. The cold air hits my arousal, and I'm ashamed to say that somehow I'm wet. Even with the pain he's inflicted on me, the memory of this sick son of a bitch fucking me to orgasm returns to my mind. I try to tell myself I hated every second, but it was confusing when he made me come. The pleasure unlike anything I've ever felt, but I can't forget it was against my will. Soaking fucking wet, baby girl. He slides a finger through my arousal, making me shiver. Have you been thinking about Daddy's cock? I tense at the use of that word again. It's so wrong, especially for him. And yet, ever since I have been sexually aware of my body, the daddy kink has had this odd allure on me. A secret that I kept buried deep and only indulged in reading smutty romance books. No, I lie. Adric paddles my ass again, making me jolt forward. Don't lie to me. He puts the paddle down and then caresses the stinging skin, making heat blaze across it. You're soaking wet and ready to be fucked. I bite my bottom lip. Not by you, I spit. He growls, and suddenly his hand is around the back of my neck, pulling me up at an unnatural angle. You're my wife. The only man who will ever be inside this tight little cunt is me. Do you understand? I grind my teeth, knowing that all my fighting is only fueling his rage. Up until now, Adric has come across as calm and unshakable, but I can hear the emotion in his voice. Perhaps he's not as untouchable as he believes. You'll have to keep a very strict watch on me then. Are you trying to make this harder for yourself? He murmurs into my ear. I'm trying to prove to him that, despite everything he's put me through, I won't break at the first punishment he forces me to endure. No. Well, you're going about it all the wrong way. If I ever even hear of another man so much as looking at you in the wrong way, I'll rip his fucking heart out and watch while the light of his life dims from his eyes. His lips brush against my earlobe as the picture he's painting makes my stomach roll. And then I will bathe in his fucking blood and make you watch before fucking you with it all over my skin. Do you understand? Tears spring to my eyes at the depravity of what he's describing. You're pure evil. That may be true, he says, the zip of his pants echoing in the silent room. You need to do your duty and give me an heir. I feel the heat of his cock against my wet entrance, making me tense. I don't care what you think of me and how evil I am, Eliza. All I care about is your submission. You'll never have it willingly. His breath teases against my ear. Never say never. He thrusts forward, burying his huge length inside of me with one quick movement. Your pussy is so fucking wet, it's like it's gagging to be fucked. I hate you, I respond, as the pain and pleasure flood through me. Adric keeps his hand firmly on the back of my neck as he moves in and out of me with slow, yet brutal thrusts. You can fight this all you want, baby girl. I know the truth, and deep down, so do you. His tongue darts out and slides up my neck. You love it when I fuck you and punish you. The pain and pleasure are almost addictive, like cocaine. I shudder as he continues to fuck me, and that sickening pressure deep within becomes more intense. There's no doubting that being held at his mercy and being fucked by him is arousing. But it doesn't mean a thing. I hate him with all of my being, and there's nothing that will change that. He releases my neck and then grabs my hips, clawing at them like an animal. In time, I'll claim everything from you. He starts to rut into me faster, our skin coming together in a vicious clash. In time, you'll lose every part of yourself to me. Your body, heart, and fucking soul will belong to me. I tense at that. The only way you'll ever claim my heart is if you carve it right out of my chest. His hips thrust at the same rhythm. Don't tempt me. I swallow hard as the pressure becomes overwhelming, even after he's revealed his intention to claim every part of me. It's not possible. I won't let him near my heart. It's coated in steel, and there's no way he'll ever penetrate the walls around it. I think you underestimate my talents. He spanks my ass hard, sending a thrill right to my core. All people have breaking points, and a broken person can be easily molded. Once you break, baby girl, I'll mold you into my perfect, submissive, and loving wife. I'll never break for you, I say through gritted teeth. He wraps his hands around my throat and squeezes, blocking my airways. I fight against him, panic clawing at my chest as I wonder if he's finally going to end this, end my misery, and kill me instead. It would be easier than living in this hell. Your pussy is soaking wet, and you are on the edge of climax, holding on to it needlessly as I fuck you. His fingers tighten around my throat, which only adds to the pressure building between my thighs. It makes little sense, but perhaps the lack of oxygen starves my brain from common sense as a moan tears from my lips. And the sound horrifies me as I tense up. I'm so close to exploding, but I don't want to give him the satisfaction. The more you fight it, the longer I get to fuck you, he says, his voice sounding strained as he releases my throat. I glance over my shoulder at him, noticing the way perspiration beads on his forehead, and every muscle in his body is taut with tension. He's close to exploding and holding himself back. An odd sense of power courses through my veins, even while he has me in such a helpless position. I think that's a lie, I say. His unique eyes flash with irritation. I will make you come, Eliza. I glare at him, wanting nothing more than to deny that it's possible, but I fear he won't stop until he has what he wants. Even so, it's the only thing I have control of, and I'll hold on to it as long as I can. Turning my head forward, I sink my teeth into my bottom lip and try desperately to calm the raging storm rising inside of me. Adric keeps a steady rhythm that is excruciating, each thrust pushing me a little closer to the edge that I try to claw myself away from. His hand reaches around and he rubs my clit, sending me even closer to the edge. I'm not a patient man, Eliza, but I will have your climax, one way or another. I grind my teeth together as I know I can't hold out. His cock impaling into me harder and faster, as if he detects how close I am. Fuck, I shout, from the pleasure and the irritation at not being able to hold out. Stars burst behind my eyelids as I clamp them shut, my entire body shuddering violently as my world comes apart at the seams. The intensity of the orgasm is unlike anything I've ever felt as liquid spills down my thighs. The roar of blood in my ears is so intense I can hardly hear Adric's roar as he releases inside of me. It's far away, as if we're in a different room. Despite the fact he's behind me, our bodies joined. A shudder of disgust courses through me at that thought and brings me out of the stupor I'd fallen into. Take every drop of my cum in that tight cunt, baby girl. That pussy is going to be bred by me daily until you're growing round with my baby. His voice sounds strange still, as if he's not quite recovered from his own climax. He continues to thrust in and out of me, making sure every drop is spent. A numbness spreads through my flesh as I stare at the sheets beneath me, wanting nothing more than for a black hole to open up and swallow me. It doesn't matter what I do. Adric will have whatever he wants from me. I didn't have the self-control to stop myself from climaxing, and it's beyond embarrassing. Finally, he pulls out of me, and then I feel him undoing the restraints on my legs. He removes them from my arms next, and then grabs me around the waist, forcing me onto my back. Keep your hips up, and don't let a drop escape. Do you understand? I glare at him through the dim light, and then spit in his face. His features turn furious as he wipes the spit from his face, and then he grabs my chin hard and yanks it at an unnatural angle. You'll learn from your mistakes. If you keep fighting, it will only make everything harder for you. He releases me then and gets off the bed, walking toward the bathroom. Sleep. It's all he says as he disappears through the door, and then I hear the rush of water. How can I sleep when there's a monster mere yards from me? Tears prickle my eyes, but I'm too exhausted to let them fall. Adric wants to break me, and somehow I've got to make sure that's the last thing that happens, despite feeling on the edge of shattering into a million pieces already. Adric. There's an air of unease as I wait at the docks with Budimir and 3 of my best guys. We've got 30 men stationed around the drop site, but I can't help but think Mexico handed me the crown too easily. Naturally, I'm an untrusting man, so it's only wise to plan for every eventuality. A SUV pulls up in front of us, its headlights almost blinding as I squint through the glare. This is them, I murmur into the intercom. Be alert. Santoro exits the vehicle, flanked by 4 other men. Evening, gentlemen, he says. I narrow my eyes. Evening. Do you have the drop? The SUV is too small to hold the drugs they're supposed to be delivering tonight, which only adds to my unease. Yes, it's behind us in a truck. Santoro runs a hand across the back of his neck. I've come ahead to ensure you don't intend to double-cross us. I shake my head. Why the fuck would I do that? Do you think we're stupid, Adric? I straighten at the tone of his voice. No, but I don't get your meaning. You have these docks surrounded. Do you intend to steal the drugs? I clench my jaw, irritated that they detected my safety net. No, I assure you that the men are merely for my protection. After all, I can't imagine that Don Pablo is thrilled that a Russian has taken out his cousin and replaced him on the throne. Thrilled. No, he's not. However, a deal is a deal. He speaks Spanish into a radio. The truck is coming. Do you have the cash? I hold up a satchel of money, which has been counted 3 times to ensure it is all there. Here. Santoro nods. You'll bring the cash forward for my men to count. Once we've confirmed it's all there, we will leave the truck and keys. I shake my head. I want to see the product first. So untrusting, Adric. Is this how our partnership is going to be? He chuckles. I don't think Don Pablo would be too happy to hear that his new king of his North American outfit doesn't trust him. Do you? This bastard is getting on my nerves. But I get that he's uneasy. Right now, 30 of my men have rifles aimed right at him. Fair enough. I step forward and carry the satchel of cash to him. It's all there. Santoro glares at me. I'll be the judge of that. He speaks in Spanish to 2 of his men who come forward and take the satchel. They open it and counts, which is insulting, but nothing I wouldn't do. The drugs? I say. He talks Spanish into the radio again, and this is followed by the humming of a heavy engine filters through the air. I take a few steps back to put some distance between me and the men in front of me, never once taking my eyes off of Santoro. I don't like the guy. He's too cocky. The armored truck comes into view and drives up behind the SUV that Santoro and his men arrived in. You may send men to verify the contents of the truck if you wish, he says. I glance at Budimir and give him a nod. He steps forward along with 2 of my men and walks to the back of the truck. The driver gets out and opens the back, and they disappear inside. If this doesn't go as planned, then everything I've worked for could unravel in a matter of minutes. It feels like an eternity passes by as Santoro and I remain where we were standing, gazes fixed on each other. One thing is for sure, there's no trust on either side. The men who were counting the cash speak in Spanish to Santoro, drawing his eyes away from me. He returns his attention to me and nods. It's all there. I run a hand across the back of my neck. I told you it was. His eyes narrow. Finally, Budimir and the 2 other men get down from the truck and give me one nod, meaning all is as it should be. Perhaps this isn't going to go to shit. We're done here then, I say. Santoro nods. It would seem like it. He nods at his men to get back in the SUV. Pleasure doing business with you. His eyes narrow. In future, don't come with so many men, as it puts our guys on edge, okay? I nod in response. Understood. He salutes and then gets into the SUV, driving away and leaving the truck. There is still an air of tension, and I can't help but feel like that went too well. Shall I drive the truck? Budimir asks. I shake my head and walk toward it. We need to check under it for explosives, I say. His eyes widen. You think it's rigged? I don't trust Santoro or anyone, and I will not take the risk. Better safe than sorry. He nods and gets the inspection mirror out of the trunk of our car. He walks the perimeter of the truck and then pauses, face going pale. It's rigged. Motherfuckers. Is there a timer or is it hooked up to the engine? I ask, keeping my voice calm. Engine, he confirms. I shake my head. They underestimated me, as it should have been on a timer. Remove the product from the back of the truck and put it in the vans. We leave the truck here and send a message to Mexico. Budimir's eyebrow arches. What kind of message? Leave that to me. I know exactly how to send a message to Don Pablo. It will be violent, but it'll make him certain I'm not to be messed with. I crack my neck as the tension builds and my men get to work shifting the tons of cocaine. The delay only makes us more vulnerable here at the docks. Police patrols are common, and we need to get product out of here as quick as possible. I speak through the radio and order the 30 men surrounding us to abandon their stations and come and move the product. The quicker we get out of here, the better. I'm on edge when I return to the mansion, shaken by Don Pablo's underhanded attempt to fuck me over. It backfired on him, though, and hopefully that will be proof enough that I'm worthy of the crown. The proof that I'm not sloppy like his pathetic cousin. I yank my tie loose as I walk up the stairs to my bedroom. Unlocking the door, I step inside and I'm welcomed by the image of Eliza sprawled on my bed, half naked and fast asleep. Despite my exhaustion, it quickly melts at the sight of her. There's something about this girl that I can't put my finger on. She made me desperate last night while I fucked her, taking some of the control as I was so close to exploding and she wouldn't let go. I feel my cock harden as I shut the door behind me and lock it. The desire I feel for her is still as clear as ever. Perhaps it's driven by my need to produce an heir to stabilize my claim on the throne. Whatever it is, it makes me feel off-kilter. I chuck my suit jacket on the nearby chair, along with my tie, and then walk toward the bed. The desire clawing at my insides is unbearable as I watch her full breasts heave up and down with deep breaths as she sleeps in nothing but her underwear. My cock strains against the confines of my pants, and I unzip them, the sound startling her awake. Her eyes open, and then she's backing against the headboard, eyes narrowed. "What are you doing?" I tilt my head. "Did you forget my promise to breed you daily?" Her nostrils flare, but her cheeks tinge a beautiful pink. "You're sick." She wraps her arms tightly around herself as if it might save her somehow from her fate. Unfortunately for her, my sexual appetite appears to be impossible to quench. I drop my pants and boxers to the floor and then unbutton my shirt so that I'm naked. In the past, I've preferred to keep as many clothes on as possible, but oddly, I enjoy the feel of Eliza's skin against mine. Maybe it's because I know without a doubt that I'm the only man to have ever touched her. "Stay away from me," she says, but her plea is feeble. I fist my straining cock up and down. "Don't make this harder than it needs to be, baby girl." A drip of pre-cum lands on the floor as I move closer. "I gave you the liberty of remaining unstrained, but if you fight me on this, I'll have to put you back in the cuffs indefinitely." Her face pales then, and her arms fall limp by her sides. I kneel on the edge of the bed and grab her ankle, pulling her toward me. "You will take my cum like a good girl, or there'll be hell to pay." Her lip wobbles as she meets my gaze. "What happened to you to make you so heartless?" The question hits on something deep inside of me as I clench my jaw. What happened indeed? A darkness was born inside of me the day my mother died, and it can't be erased. Instead, it's festered and grown into something more twisted. I speak to no one of that day, and even my family is blissfully unaware of what I went through at the hands of the psycho who murdered her. Now that's a question you'll never know the answer to, I reply, grabbing the fabric of her panties and tearing them in two. Her eyes narrow as I position myself between her thighs. "Do you even have a heart?" I shake my head. Unlikely. I position my cock between her thighs and groan when I feel the wetness as I slide the head through her lips. Always so wet and ready. Fuck you. I thrust my hips forward and impale myself inside of her, feeling a relief the moment her tight heat encompasses me. It's as if she's becoming an addictive drug that takes away all my pain the moment I'm inside of her. Eliza writhes beneath me, trying to fight away. I grab her wrists and pin them on either side of her head, hard. "Listen to me, Eliza. There's no use fighting. Just take my cock like a good girl." I kiss her then, my tongue thrusting into her mouth with force as I stroke it against her own. As I pull back, I bite her lip gently. Maybe you'll enjoy it. I search her eyes as I thrust in and out with hard but slow movements. "I bet deep down you'd love to call me daddy while I fuck you, because I saw the flash in your eyes when I mentioned it." She spits at me then, Not for the first time. I'd rather die. I growl and grab her throat hard, squeezing enough to scare her. That can be arranged rather easily. I don't detect fear in her eyes as I push harder, fucking her still as I choke the air from her lungs. Even as her face turns paler, she doesn't fight. Finally, I release her throat and she draws in an instinctive gasp of air, glaring at me. "Kill me then," she says. "I still need an air from you, Eliza." I move my lips near to hers, hovering above them as I rut into her with heavy thrusts. "Have I already broken you, baby girl? So much so you wish for death?" I shake my head, disappointment coiling through me. "I thought you were more resilient than that." She bares her teeth at me like a feral animal. "This isn't living. Death would be far more enjoyable." I kiss her then, silencing her bratty response. I know that's a lie, as her pussy is so fucking wet around my cock, and her muscles are gripping me like they never want me to leave. No matter how much she tries to fight this, I can feel her climax rushing toward her with such strength. Even if it makes her sick, she enjoys the sex. My tongue caresses her own violently, demanding. I'm only now learning how intoxicating kissing can be as she moans into my mouth, her fight leaving her with every thrust of my cock and tongue. She will submit to me. She will worship me. Her heart will be mine. The need for those things is overwhelming. I don't really need any of it, but at the same time, I crave it like an addict who can't wait to get his next fix of heroin. Her words from the last night echo in my head. "The only way you'll ever claim my heart is if you carve it right out of my chest." I love a challenge, and Eliza will regret ever speaking those words. Her body arches toward me as she gets closer to the edge. I break the kiss and search those beautiful brown eyes of hers, knowing I've never met a girl more stunning than her. "Call me Daddy," I breathe, my cock pounding harder and faster. I've always had a kink for girls calling me Daddy while we fuck. Maybe it's part of my sickness. The idea of hearing Eliza call me it drives me wild, but she just glares at me instead. It's not going to be so easy to get her to comply with my demands. I bite her lip between my teeth hard enough to break the skin, making her yelp. Her eyes dilate further as I lick the wound, tasting her blood. It's primal and desperate as my release closes in on me, driving me harder and faster, the rhythm gone as I lose myself in her, tearing her apart like the animal I am. She cries out as her muscles clamp around my cock and she climaxes, spasming beneath me with such intensity. Her breathing is labored as her cheeks flush a deep red. I bury my face in her neck and groan as my release is all-consuming. Every pump of my hips draining more and more cum until she's filled to the fucking brim. I've never felt so primal before. This need to breed her driving me crazy. When I finally remove my face from her neck and look at her, I see the tears shining in her eyes, but she doesn't let them fall. Something inside of me tightens, a small sense of discomfort at seeing her pain, and I don't like it. Pain has always been my specialty. I push off of her, pulling my cock out and rolling off of the bed. Without a word, I march into the bathroom and slam the door, resting my back against it. I have no humanity. It died long ago, so why the fuck do I feel bad for the anguish written all over her face? Eliza. I'm not sure how many days pass by. All the same, like someone has hit repeat and I have to live the same day repeatedly. Adric hasn't taken me to any events since I tried to escape, and he also hasn't allowed me to return to my bedroom. I ache for the familiarity of it at least to ground me. The worst part of the day is always the end, when Adric returns home and takes me roughly before showering and falling asleep by my side. I hardly sleep while he's in the room. It's like my days have turned to nights and vice versa. The sun is dropping in the sky, warning me that before long, he'll be back. A shudder races down my spine at the thought. Normally, Mariana comes with my dinner around about now. It's like clockwork every day, and I'm sick of it. A prisoner in the home I've lived in for years, with no hope of escape. I sigh heavily and force myself to get off the bed I've been lying on practically all day. The helplessness of my situation makes me feel numb and heavy, as if someone has tied weights to all my limbs, making it difficult to move. Clawing myself over to the window takes a lot of effort, but I force them open and gaze out onto the grounds, trying to infuse my weary body with some kind of hope. I wish Papa hadn't taken security so seriously, as all the windows have bars on the outside to ensure no one can break in. They also make it impossible to escape. The spring air is heavy with the scent of freshly cut grass as I take a deep inhale. Moping in this room is getting me nowhere, but it's so hard to find any positives in my situation. The lock on the door clicks open and I turn, expecting to find Mariana with a tray of food. Instead, I'm staring right into Adric's soulless eyes. He tilts his head at an odd angle when he sees me. Good to see you up and about. I narrow my eyes at him. You're back early. Adric doesn't comment as he shuts the door and locks it behind him with the key, sliding the key into the inside of his jacket pocket. We're going out tonight. The question is, can I trust you? I swallow hard, the prospect of escaping my prison cell both alluring and yet terrifying. Where are we going? He pulls off his tie and chucks it on the chair before removing his jacket and shirt. For the first time, I take in the lines of his lean yet muscular body and the tattoos covering every inch of skin. It's in this light I notice the scars that they cover, jagged and ugly scars across his abdomen and arms. Something catches in my throat as I wonder how he got such terrible wounds. Adric notices me staring, eyes narrowing. We are having dinner with the mayor of the city and his wife. I swallow hard and return my gaze to those terrifying eyes. The mayor? My heart pounds hard at the thought of having to engage in polite conversation over dinner, acting as if I'm Adric's doting wife. Yes, is that a problem? He moves his hand to the button of his pants and takes them off, getting completely naked with no shame. His cock semi-hard between his thighs. I force my eyes away from him. I'm not very good at acting. His jaw clenches. Well, get good at it or just keep your pretty mouth shut. He nods toward the bathroom door. Get in the shower. My stomach clenches at the order. I already washed, I lie. Don't lie to me, Eliza. You haven't washed your hair for days. Heat prickles through me as it's true. I haven't exactly been keeping up with my personal hygiene. It's not been top of my list, since I'd rather put my husband off than be fresh and clean for him. However, it doesn't keep him away anyway. How long have I been in here? I ask. Adric's eyes flash with some undetectable emotion. 17 days. I swallow hard, my heart pounding a little harder. What date is it today? May 10th. Why? It feels like all the blood drains from my body as I stare at him, realizing I'm 5 days late. Surely this monster can't have already got me pregnant. I shake my head, forcing my features to remain calm despite the chaos rising inside of me. No reason. A muscle in his temple pulses. Get in the shower, now. I swallow hard at the dominance in his voice and nod, walking past him into the bathroom. The thought of washing in there with him makes my skin crawl as I turn on the faucet to allow the water to run warm. Adric follows me inside and leans against the sink, watching me. Clothes off. You can't shower in your nightgown. I shiver as I drop my nightgown to the floor, followed by my underwear, hugging my arms around myself as if they'll protect me from the beast standing a couple of yards away. My skin crawls as I force myself to look anywhere but at him. The last thing I want is to encourage this son of a bitch. And yet, I can feel his eyes on me, burning a hole in my skin. Once I see the steam rising into the air, I step into the shower without a word, hoping he doesn't get in with me. It's a foolish hope, though, as he is quick to join me. I don't turn around to look at him, keeping my focus on the wall in front of me. Tension coils through me as he sets his hands on my hips and pulls me against his muscular chest. "So fucking beautiful," he murmurs into my ear, the hard press of his cock incessant against the curve of my ass. "I need to be inside of you." That statement should make me sick to the stomach, but perhaps I've become more desensitized to it as he takes me again and again. In fact, when he fucks me, it's the only time I feel good. Every single time, without fail, hell not stop until I've come apart. "Turn around," he orders. I do as he says, staring up into the heartless monster's eyes. A sense of excitement pulses between my thighs as my treacherous body has learned to crave his touch and the way he makes me feel. Perhaps that's what happens when the only enjoyment I get each day is to climax, no matter how badly I wish it wasn't him making me do it. "Will you call me daddy yet, baby girl?" he asks, nothing but coldness in those eyes. My thighs clench at the thought, but I can't call him that. The moment I succumb and call him that, I know I'll lose myself. I sink my teeth into my bottom lip, searching his eyes. No. A flash of irritation courses through those blue-flecked hazel eyes. "How about if I make you?" He caresses my body, his hands moving over my nipples with excruciating gentleness. Exhaustion coils through me as I find the fight to reply. "I'd like to see you try." Hasn't anyone taught you it's dangerous to push someone who has nothing to lose? He nips at my earlobe, sending a thrill right to my core. "I can hurt people you love." Those words are like a bucket of ice-cold water dumped over my head. Lila. He's talking about Lila. I shudder, as she's the only one that's still vulnerable in all of this. "No," I say, tears prickling my eyes. "Yes, I can take everything from you if you don't do as I say." His lips move down the length of my neck in a kiss. I've been patient, but I won't wait any longer. Call me Daddy. My nostrils flare as I glare at him through my unshed tears, wanting nothing more than to claw at him, hurt him in any way possible. And yet, now he's threatening my baby sister. I know deep down you want to call me Daddy as badly as I want to hear it. My body trembles as he slowly drags his fingers down the front of my body and rubs my clit, making me jolt closer to him despite the hatred coiling through my gut. Let me hear it. He places his tattooed hand at my throat and squeezes slightly. Now. "Daddy," I mumble. He groans. "Say it louder and like you actually mean it." I glare at him. "Daddy," I say clearly. He shrugs. "It will do." And then he lifts me off the floor, my back hitting the hard tiled wall. "Now, I want you to scream it while I make you come. Do you understand?" "Yes," I mutter, hating myself in that moment for my sheer weakness. He shakes his head. "Yes, what?" I want to scream and shout and tear him apart, but instead, my shoulders slump as the heaviness descends. Yes, Daddy. Good girl, he purrs. I hate the way my nipples harden the moment he praises me. And then my pussy gets wetter as he slides the thick head of his cock through my wet lips. You're wetter than usual. An evil smirk spreads onto his lips. Because deep down, you like calling me Daddy, don't you? I don't answer him, and he doesn't wait for one as he thrusts upwards, burying himself in me with no mercy. My pussy gives way for him. It's as if I'm pliable now, and it is stretched to fit his huge size, like a glove. Each and every time he takes me, the pain is less, and the pleasure is more intense, making it difficult to hate this part of the day. The worst part comes after my climax, when the shame hits me and infects me like a disease. Adric kisses me then, his tongue stoking the fire he ignited in the pit of my stomach. I moan as his tongue caresses my own, unable to think about how much I'll hate myself afterwards. His thrusts are hard and brutal as he takes me against the wall. That's it, baby girl. Take Daddy's cock, just like that. I moan again, unable to help myself. Is it possible he's seen my books? Maybe he's using my kinks against me as a way to worm his way under my skin. The pressure between my legs is building with each thrust as he fucks me like an animal, looking into my eyes as he does. I should break his gaze, but I stare straight into the eyes of the devil, drowning in his darkness, and in this moment, enjoying every second of it. Does it feel good, baby girl? He asks, eyes searching mine. Yes, Daddy, I moan, sinking my teeth into my bottom lip as the pleasure becomes almost too much. I'm so close to coming. He groans, eyes dilating so much he hardly looks like the same man. Even when we've been fucking before, he's always seemed in control to a certain extent. Right now, he seems on edge, as if he's clasping on to the last threads. Your cunt is so fucking good. I can spend the rest of my life with you, bobbing up and down my cock, and never grow tired of it. He growls, his voice different, as if he's lost to the sensations. Now, I want you to come for me. Can you come for Daddy, baby girl? That question is all it takes as my body starts to unravel at the seams. Light floods my irises, making it difficult to see past the stars blurring my vision. Fuck yes, Daddy, I cry, my mind no longer coherent as the pleasure is insurmountable. Adric growls and sinks his teeth into my collarbone, flooding my body with a sharp pain that only heightens the pleasure coursing through my nerve endings. I feel his cock twitching deep inside of me as he unloads every drop of cum. His body turns taut and rigid against mine. Our heavy breathing and the rush of water cascading over us are all that falls between us for a long time. Finally, Adric lowers me to the floor, and I wrap my arms around my waist, the shame creeping in at an alarming speed. Turn around, he says, his voice cold and detached, completely different from minutes ago. I do as he says, and he grabs a bottle of shampoo, lathering my hair. It makes me uncomfortable, but I don't say a word. Instead, I stare absent-mindedly at the wall like a doll that he can do whatever he wants to. Sadness creeps into my chest and squeezes like a vice, as I wonder if that's what he's slowly turning me into. Nothing more than a sex doll to do as he says and tend to his every whim. I swallow hard, forcing myself not to allow the tears to fall. He can't see me cry, as then hell no he's won, then hell no he's broken me. Adric. I sit opposite the mayor as he drones on about our organization's duty to the city, which basically means our duty to line his pockets with as much cash as possible. The only thing that has my full focus is my beautiful wife. She finally caved, but it took some blackmailing in the end. I'm not a patient man, and Eliza was testing my patience with her constant refusal to submit to my simple demand. She sits in contemplative silence since I told her to either act or keep her mouth shut. Eliza has barely said 5 words since we sat down over an hour ago. Not that the mayor or his wife Karen seem to notice. They both can't keep their mouths shut. Agreeing to this dinner was merely a courtesy after we hashed out the logistics of a deal between the city and the cartel. A deal that far surpasses anything any of the other organizations in the city have, which gives us a clear advantage in this war. The police will be in my pocket with the mayor on the cartel side, but I don't trust him implicitly. What do you think about it, Adric? I tear my eyes off my wife and look at Robert, brow furrowing. Apologies. What was the question? Robert's brow furrows as he glances between me and my wife and then shakes his head. Don't worry, we were young and newlywed once before. Let me guess, you can hardly think straight when you are around your new wife. He raises a brow suggestively. Eliza turns a deep shade of red, but I just laugh. Something like that. He grabs his wife's hand. What it was like to be young and in love. She gives his hand a squeeze. Indeed, I'd go back in a heartbeat to do it all again. If these two don't fucking stop, I'm gonna bring up the contents of my stomach. Eliza looks a little green too as she gazes down at her half-empty plate with so much focus. I clear my throat. What did you ask me, Robert? He shakes his head. I merely asked if you'd heard about the Marone family's application to extend their casino. I sit up straighter, narrowing my eyes. No, I had not. When did they put it in? About a month ago now. It's pending approval from the city council. Finally, some information I can sink my teeth into and hopefully stop Massimo in his tracks. And what will it take to ensure that it doesn't pass through? Robert arches a brow. Now, Adric. We're not here to talk business tonight, especially not with our ladies here. He squeezes his wife's hand. I clench my jaw as I knew he'd pull some kind of shit on me like this tonight. He is trying to shake me down for more money by keeping tidbits of information separate from our negotiations. I clench my fists under the table, wanting nothing more than to put this son of a bitch in his place. And that's when Eliza surprises me, reaching for my hand and squeezing it, too. You promised no work tonight, Adric. Her touch is alarming, and it sends a wave of electricity through my veins. I squeeze her hand back, using her touch to ground me. Perhaps she sensed I was about to lose my cool with this bastard. As I look into her eyes, whatever made her speak up, I'm thankful for it. Indeed, I did promise. I let go of her hand and nod. We'll have to arrange another meeting then. Robert nods. Of course. A sense of unease sweeps through me as I wonder why Eliza did that after everything I've put her through. If I'd lost my cool with the mayor, then I could have kissed my deal goodbye. He's one of the most powerful men in the city, and the last thing I want is to buy my way into his bad books. I take a long swig of whiskey, enjoying the way it burns my throat, grounding me. Have you heard from Devereaux about the merger? The mayor shakes his head. He's keeping quiet about it, but it will put you in a far stronger position if you can swing it. Karen makes a tutting sound. No work, remember, boys? Robert runs a hand through his hair. Of course. Sorry, my love. He glances at me. We'll have to have a meeting soon. I'll get my guy to arrange it with yours. I nod in response. Perfect. The server returns to our table to retrieve our dishes. Eliza has barely touched hers, which irritates me. Would you like to order dessert? he asks. I shake my head. No thanks. I'd love to, Karen says, dashing my hopes of a quick escape. Can I see the menu? Robert laughs. Sorry, Adric. My wife has a sweet tooth. Of course she does. I'm eager to get Eliza home and into bed for the second time in a few hours. It makes little sense why I'm so desperate for her, as if she's becoming an addiction that I can't kick. How long have you both been married? Eliza asks. Her voice sounds foreign to my ears as she's been so quiet the entire dinner. Karen smiles. We just celebrated our 30th wedding anniversary a month ago. Eliza nods. Congratulations. That's a long time. Robert shakes his head. It has flown by. I can hardly believe it's been that long. Do you have any children? Eliza asks. I'm thankful that she's now the one making small talk with them, as it lets me off the hook. Yes, a son and a daughter, both grown up and attending college. There's a far-off look in Karen's eyes as she says that. Do the two of you plan to have children? Eliza's expression turns solemn at the question, making me certain I need to jump in. For sure, we want a family. I squeeze her hand. Don't we, my love? Her nostrils flare, but she nods her head. Yes, of course. Eliza falls silent from then on as Karen and Robert whittle on about children and marriage. I drone them out within seconds of them starting. Awareness of the woman sat next to me skating down my spine. There's something dangerous about acting with my wife, as it makes me wonder if we could ever have this kind of relationship for real. One where we sit together out of choice and enjoy each other's company. I can think of worse people to spend my time with, but I'm certain she can't. Eliza knows what I am, a monster with no heart. After another excruciating 45 minutes at dinner with the happy couple, we are safe in the back of my town car, making our escape. Eliza looks out of the window as we drive toward the mansion, her frame rigid and taut. Soon enough, she'll be writhing beneath me, fighting that urge to come apart and yet losing the battle. Why did you call me at dinner? I ask, the question escaping before I can stop myself. Her dark eyes move to me and she shrugs. I didn't want the mayor's teeth knocked out at the dinner table. A smirk tugs at my lips. Is that right? I tilt my head. And what makes you think that was about to be my reaction? Her eyes narrow. I have good intuition. I saw the way you tensed, ready for a fight. Intriguing. Eliza has a talent for reading people, as I was very tempted to get physical with him. After all, he's taking me for a weak man by trying to coerce more money out of the cartel. However, intimidation is best left to somewhere private, where there are no witnesses. A meeting at his office will suffice. Thank you, I say simply. Her eyes widen slightly, but she shakes her head. I didn't do it for you. I arch a brow. No? No, they're a nice couple and don't deserve to be treated badly. I laugh at that. Robert Kendall isn't a nice person, Eliza. He's agreeing to deals with the drug cartel when his job is to protect and serve the people of this city. I run a hand through my hair. Do you really think a nice man would do that? Her jaw clenches and she shakes her head. I guess not. There's irritation in her eyes that she has to concede to my logic, but it's refreshing that she's not the kind of woman to stick to her guns even when she's wrong. His wife is innocent, though. I shrug. Aren't they always? Her eyes flash. You're the most infuriating man I've ever met. Good, I murmur, as Eliza is as infuriating to me. An enigma that I can't quite understand, a puzzle that I can't complete. It's both maddening and thrilling. For the first time in such a long time, she makes me feel alive. I can't work out if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I grab the back of her neck and pull her to me. You keep surprising me, Eliza. I kiss her then, my lips firm against hers as I enjoy the way they feel. What has this witch done to me? I thrust my tongue through her lips, which part reluctantly, and then I tangle it with hers. Eliza's body becomes more pliable, and she melts into my arms, a soft little moan escaping her throat as the kiss deepens. My cock is as hard as stone and incessantly pressing against the zipper of my pants. A desperation to have her is clawing at me, so I force myself away from her and gasp for oxygen. I can't wait to have you again tonight, baby girl. There's a flash of desire in her eyes, but it's quickly replaced by shame. I know she enjoys what I do to her, but it must be conflicting. After all, I'm the monster that flipped her world upside down without a care, murdered her father in front of her eyes, and stole her virtue like a thief in the night. Now sit back and enjoy the journey, thinking about bouncing on my cock, I order, pushing her back against the seat. Her nostrils flare. You're a pig. I don't respond to her anger, gazing out of the window myself as the car pulls up to the vast iron gates. The gates open the moment the guards recognize the car, and I tap my foot in a solid rhythm on the floor, eager to get my wife inside and naked in my bed. I don't understand this desire I have for her, or why the moment we met it was apparent, but I won't fight it. Eliza needs to provide me an heir, and the best way to ensure it is to have her as often as possible. It's pure logic. No matter how much I tell myself that, I know deep down, if she were to tell me she's pregnant tomorrow, I wouldn't be able to stop fucking her. Hell, the idea makes me want to fuck her more. The vehicle rolls to a stop outside of the front door, and I slide out of it, allowing my driver, Gustavo, to help Eliza out the other side. Eliza shudders as I slide my hand to the small of her back and give Gustavo a nod of thanks. Come now, baby girl. Let's get you to bed. I brush my lips against her earlobe and she shakes. I hate you, she murmurs. I smile at that. Haven't you heard? There's a fine line between love and hate. She looks at me then as if I'm totally fucking crazy. There's no way in a million fucking years that this between us will ever transverse that line. Never say never. I steer her up the stairs and toward my bedroom. Once inside, I feel the darkness taking hold of me. Eliza hasn't even seen the extent to which I can inflict pain and enjoy it. The way a woman's screams of pain make me climax harder than anything can. I swallow hard, surprised by my uncertainty about experimenting with my innocent wife. Strip, I order, flexing my fingers together. Eliza glares at me with passionate hatred. Fuck you. I roll my eyes. Eliza, how many times do we have to do this? Her nostrils flare. You've already fucked me tonight. I move toward her with predatory steps. What's your point? Eliza's tongue darts over her bottom lip as she takes a step backward, the back of her thighs hitting into the bed. Once a day is enough to get me pregnant. No harm in being doubly certain. Now strip. Defeat registers in her eyes as she pulls the straps of her dress down before letting the soft fabric fall in a pool at her ankles. And then she pulls her panties down and drops them on the floor too, followed by her bra. Her body becomes as rigid as a board, but I continue to press my finger against the unrelenting muscles until it pops through her sphincter. She tries to escape, but I hold firmly my dick in her cunt and finger inside her ass. Don't move, I order. She stops trying to fight, and I fuck her hard and unrelenting, my cock swelling inside of her at the image of her perfect ass swallowing my finger. I'll fuck her ass before long, tear through her tight little hole and rip her apart. Violent thoughts come to the forefront of my mind, and I realize I'm allowing the sickness to creep back in. Visions of blood, Eliza's blood, as I cut her and fuck her make me see double, thrusting into her so hard now I'm sure she'll tear in two. Eliza moans loud, taking every single thing I do to her and fucking enjoying it. Would she enjoy it if I let go and showed her what a true monster can do? I groan, unable to hold on any longer as my cock swells and my balls tighten. Her cunt spams around my cock and her entire body shakes with the intensity of her orgasm. "Yes, Daddy," she cries, and that's all it takes to unravel me. The dirty girl called me daddy of her own free will, despite resisting earlier. I shut my eyes and growl as I come apart, filling her with cum. I keep thrusting until I'm sure every drop is spent. Soon shall be pregnant with my baby, and then there will be no doubt. I'll well and truly earn the crown to the Estrada Cartel's American organization. Eliza. Mariana arrives at the usual time the next afternoon, but I'm surprised to see she isn't carrying a tray of food. "I'm here to give you a letter." She passes it to me. My brows pull together as I open the envelope and pull out the letter. "If you behave, I'll let you have the run of the house. Don't make me regret this. Your husband." Mariana gives me a sad smile when I look up. They have instructed me to leave the door unlocked. It's good news, isn't it? I swallow hard, unsure what it is. Is it a ploy to mess with me? Adric has gotten into my head in more ways than one. My body craves his touch, while my mind is repulsed by the idea. And yet, every night I come apart at his hands, our bodies joined in the most intimate way. "I guess," I murmur, setting the letter down on the bed. "Now what?" "How about your favorite?" I smile. "Nachos." She nods. "I've been told I can feed you whatever you want." A flood of relief coils through me as the salad and meat that's come on a tray every day has been tasteless and boring as hell, as if it was another aspect of the torture he's been putting me through. I spring to my feet, but something in the back of my mind warns me to be cautious. Adric isn't doing this out of the goodness of his heart, since he doesn't have one. There's an ulterior motive behind it, and I won't fall for his tricks. But I also won't deny myself a tasty meal and freedom away from this room. "Come on," Mariana says, clutching my arm and smiling. "I also got in your favorite ice cream." "Salted caramel core?" "Of course." It feels like a weight lifts off my chest as I follow her out of the prison he's held me in for almost 3 weeks. There's nothing changed about the house as I walk through the corridors and down the stairs. The same home I've spent years living in with my family, but everything feels different. A monster has torn its life and soul out, and I can sense it as I walk the corridors. The eerie quietness that once would have always been filled with laughter and chatter, even if it was just that of my papa's men. Mariana has already started preparations, and a spread of dips and chips is ready to be assembled on the kitchen island. I must admit, I miss cooking Mexican food. She sighs heavily. Adric prefers Russian delicacies, which I've had to learn from cookbooks. I swallow hard and grab a chip and dip it into the queso, groaning the moment it hits my tongue and the flavors explode. I haven't enjoyed the food sent to me lately. Mariana makes the best queso. She hits my hand. "No pinching, it's for the nachos." I give her an incredulous look, and she just laughs. "Okay, you can pinch a few." A comfortable silence falls over the room as I munch on chips and dip, while she puts together a huge helping of nachos. My stomach rumbles at the sight as she slides it into the oven. "How are you coping?" she asks, sympathy blazing in her dark brown eyes. I shrug. "Trying to survive each day as it comes." She sighs. "I heard your papa's funeral was last week, but I'm not sure if that's true." Tears glisten in her eyes, but she doesn't allow them to fall as she grabs my hand and squeezes. "I'm so sorry you weren't able to attend." I shake my head, unable to dwell on that right now. All the complicated emotions that have hit me these past few weeks make it impossible to dwell on any too long, as I know I'll drown in grief if I let it take over. Have you heard any news about Lila? She shakes her head. No, it's difficult for me to find out anything from the men. Her brow pulls together. Most of them fear Adric. I'm not surprised, the man is a maniac. I grab another chip and dip it in Mariana's famous homemade salsa. I hate him. Hate who? That voice makes me tense as I turn rigid on the stool, knowing that his timing couldn't have been worse. Mariana's face has gone pale as she turns around to check the nachos are cooking well in the oven. It's not important, I murmur. He takes a seat next to me and I can feel his eyes burning a hole right through me. If my calculations are correct, he's home early. Or perhaps he's always back this time, but doesn't come up to the bedroom until a bit later. What have you made for dinner? He asks, never once taking his eyes off of me. Mariana clears her throat. Nachos. It's Eliza's favorite. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see him shake his head disapprovingly. Not very nutritious, is it? I glance at him. Yes, there's the homemade tomato salsa and the guacamole, both full of nutrition. He chuckles. And the chips and cheese? I shrug. Delicious. How are you enjoying your newfound freedom? He asks, hazel eyes searching mine. It's only been about 20 minutes, but it's nice to be out of that room, I say, turning away from him and focusing on Mariana as she makes herself busy. There's a complete change in atmosphere since he walked in, as if he has the ability to turn the air frosty just by stepping inside it. I will eat with you, he says. I wish he wouldn't. Why did you let me out of the room? I look at him then. He arches a brow. Would you prefer I leave you locked in a bedroom for the rest of your life? I shake my head. No, it's just what I expected. Silence coils through the room as Mariana pulls out the freshly cooked nachos. Adric doesn't say anything more about my expectation of being locked in the room for the rest of my life. Food is ready. Would you like it served in the dining room? Mariana asks, her attention fixed on Adric. Adric shakes his head. No, we'll eat here. I'm relieved that he doesn't intend to force me to sit at my family's dining table across from him while we eat nachos. Since Papa died, I haven't stepped foot in that room and can't imagine doing so, especially not with Adric. Preferably, he'd allow me to take a plateful and sit elsewhere, perhaps in the little cozy living room I always loved to spend my evenings reading in. However, I don't push my luck. Instead, I grab the bottle of Dr. Pepper Mariana put out for me and take a long swig. All she's been bringing me up in that room is water, and I'm so bored with it. I can feel Adric's eyes on me, but I try to ignore him. It was good to feel free, if only for a moment. And then he walked in and everything changed. Mariana is no longer speaking freely as she makes herself busy, putting the nachos on the table and grabbing us some plates. If that is all? She asks, looking at Adric. Adric nods. You are excused. I exchange glances with her as she leaves, and she gives me a wistful smile. The pity in her eyes hurts, as I'm not a wounded animal that needs pity. If I'm going to survive the son of a bitch sitting next to me for the rest of my life, I need to be strong and pull myself together. Giving me freedom might be the most dangerous thing Adric has ever done, as it has ignited a well of hope. Hope that despite how helpless I've felt, there is a chance to drag myself out of this. If he trusts me, he won't see my betrayal coming before it's too late. But I need to be smart about it. Adric stacks his plate with nachos and eats in silence next to me. I would have preferred Mariana's company. How was your day? He stiffens and glances at me. It was fine. You realize I don't expect small talk, right? I shrug. Fine, let's eat in awkward silence instead. I shovel some more food into my mouth, knowing I can't push too much. If my attitude toward him changes too fast, he suspects I'm up to something. His eyes narrow. How was yours? Oh, thrilling. I sat on the bed all day and stared at the wall. He chuckles, the sound not callous. At least your day shall be more interesting from here on in. He pauses and looks me in the eye. As long as you behave. I turn my attention back to my food. I always behave. Liar, he says, shaking his head. What about when you ran away from the charity event? I shrug. A mistake. I'm glad you're seeing the error of your ways, but I must say that I'm skeptical. He wraps his fingers in an offbeat rhythm on the granite work surface of the island. You can't mean you're happy to be my prisoner. No, I'm merely resigned to my fate. I look him in the eye then. Is there any use fighting a battle I know I can't win? There's a hint of surprise in those unusual blue-flecked hazel eyes of his. I always knew you were smart, Eliza. I'm not sure what he means by that, whether I'm smart to accept my fate or whether I'm smart trying to trick him. Swallowing hard, I return my attention to my food. You said when we first met you'd allow me to finish med school. Was that a lie? It's a question I've wanted to ask for a long while now, but I could never bring myself to ask it. The answer could shatter me entirely. Not a lie, but I don't trust you enough yet to let you roam outside freely. He shrugs. Let's say you're on a break from your studies, but if you are a very good girl, maybe I'll let you return to school. I sigh heavily, as it's not an outright no. To be honest, my mind is so fucked up at the moment, I doubt I'd be able to focus. We sit in silence after that while we eat. Once all the chips are gone, he sighs. Must admit, those are the best nachos I've ever tasted. The casual tone of his voice only sets me on edge. Did Mariana prepare any dessert? I shake my head. She got ice cream. Adric arches his brow. What kind? Ben & Jerry's salted caramel core. He nods toward the refrigerator. Fetch it then. The order prickles my nerves as he's talking to me like a dog. Fetch. I remind myself that if I want to escape this, I need to remain civil. He's given me my freedom today, or an ounce at least. Pushing too hard might make him change his mind. Instead of saying anything, I stand and walk toward the refrigerator, hating the way a shudder pulses down my spine the moment I have my back to him. His eyes burning a hole right through me as I pull open the freezer compartment and find the pot Mariana bought for me. My stomach twists at the thought of sharing it with him. I grab 2 spoons out of the drawer and return to my seat, placing it between us. My gaze remains on the granite countertop, but I can feel him watching me. I assume it's your favorite flavor? I meet his gaze and shrug. One of them. Eat up then. I arch a brow. What about you? Adric shakes his head. Not an ice cream fan, but I'll watch you. The odd look in his eyes and tone of his voice eradicates my appetite for ice cream. On second thought, I'm not hungry. I stand, but Adric's hand clasps around my wrist, stopping me from moving away. Sit down and eat it, Eliza. I glare at him. It doesn't matter whether it's in bed or here at dinner. He always has to dominate the situation. Coaching myself to remain calm, I sit down and pull the lid off the ice cream, hating the way my skin crawls at his attention. As I delve the spoon into what should be a delicious scoop of ice cream, my stomach churns. I lick some off the spoon, but feel unnerved by the psycho watching me. You realize it's off-putting being watched? I ask, glaring at him. He smirks. Would you prefer I put it on my cock and make you lick it off? Heat unfurls in my gut and spreads through my veins as I stare at him. No, I would. He stands then and unzips his pants, sending a zing of need right to my core. What the fuck is wrong with me? This man is a monster. He's taken me against my will, and yet I can't seem to help want him sexually. It's sick. I glance toward the kitchen door. Not in here. What if, on your knees, he orders, his voice unrelenting. I swallow hard as I look into his dead eyes, wondering what turned this man into such a monster. Monsters aren't born that way. They're made. Adric, now, he growls, grabbing a fistful of my hair. Or I'll force you to them. I swallow hard and reluctantly sink to my knees, hating the shame and heat that winds its way like ivy through my body. It's all-consuming. Adric glares down at me as he grabs the ice cream off the counter and then spoons it onto his huge erection, his cock jumping at the contact of cold on his hot skin. Lick it off for me, baby girl. I swallow hard and then lick the ice cream off the tip of his cock, the sweetness mixed with the pre-cum beating at the tip. My stomach clenches, and the need becomes almost impossible to ignore as I wrap my lips around his shaft and suck it clean. Adric groans, staring down at me with those cold eyes of his. There's no doubt he gets off on my submission as his cock swells in my mouth. Good girl, he praises. Now, let me give you more ice cream. I release his cock from my mouth, and he spoons more onto his skin, hissing at the coldness. Suck it all off. I wrap my lips around him again and suck, moaning at the sweet taste mixed with the salty, masculine taste of him. It's sick that this is getting me wet. Sick that anything this man does to me has any effect other than repulsion. You're doing so well, sucking daddy's cock. My pussy clenches as the need becomes overwhelming at the use of that word. It doesn't suit this man. He's not protective or caring. He's the opposite of what a daddy should be, but he seems to get off on the kinkiness of the name being used. It's weird, but annoyingly enough, I enjoy it. I feel the desire take over my hatred as I let his cock slide into the back of my throat, making him groan when it does. Breathing through my nose, I take him in and out of it, pleasuring him without even being told to. Adric's nostrils flare as he watches me. Fuck, baby girl, he growls, his fingers tangling in my hair as he yanks my mouth off of him. You are so eager to have my cum, aren't you? I swallow hard. Yes, Daddy. His eyes flicker shut for a brief moment. Open your mouth. I do as I'm told, expecting him to shove his cock back inside. Instead, he leans close and spits in my mouth. The act is so degrading, and yet it makes my breasts ache and my pussy wetter. I can't stifle the moan that tears from my mouth. You're such a good girl, baby. He thrusts his cock back into my throat without warning, making me choke. Now, I'm going to give you every fucking drop because you deserve it. His thrusts are frantic and brutal as he ruts into my throat as hard as if he were fucking my pussy. I struggle to breathe through my nose, choking and salivating all over his dick. He goes so deep that I think I might throw up the nachos any moment. But finally, he erupts. His cock swells hard as he tips over the edge, releasing his cum down my throat. I swallow, trying to keep up with the volume of cum. Some of it spills out of my mouth, along with my saliva. He pulls his cock out, and I take a deep, gasping breath of oxygen. Those eyes remain fixed on me, but quickly returned to detached and cold as he shoves himself back into his pants. Enjoy the rest of your ice cream. He walks away from me, leaving me on my knees with cum spilling down my chin. I stand up and grab a tissue, wiping it from my mouth. Humiliation and shame, quickly replacing the red-hot desire I'd felt a moment ago. Audric is an asshole, and I shouldn't have submitted to him that easily. I sit down on the stool at the kitchen island and shove a huge spoonful of ice cream into my mouth, trying to quieten my worries with food. If I keep letting him use me, it will only be a downward spiral from here on in. Audric. Budimir enters my office, a grave look on his face. What is it? He swallows hard. They're at it again. A meeting tonight at the Shamrock with the Irish, Italians, and Russians. Any idea what it's about? He shakes his head. Couldn't find that intel out. We've had to be careful since Massimo caught our guy on the inside. He shrugs. Everyone's on edge and less willing to talk. They can't meet tonight without me making an appearance. The city's mafia are trying to band against me, but I'll push back as hard. They're fucking idiots if they truly believe that I intended to use missiles to blow them up. For one, I'm not insane. And for two, it was all a ploy to get me into the position I'm in today. To win the crown from Hernandez and build my empire. However, I don't mind the idea of them sweating over my evil Grandmaster plan for a while. It's rather amusing, to be honest. I stand and pace calmly back and forth the length of my office. Could it be a trick? A crease forms between Budimir's brows. No, I don't believe so. Our informant isn't that stupid, but he claims not to know the nature of the meeting. I trust Budimir's judgment over everyone else's on this planet, but I don't wish to walk into a trap. Okay, I'll attend, but my best men, including you, will remain behind in case things go wrong. I run a hand across the back of my neck. Get 8 of our most trustworthy cartel members together and inform them they'll be joining me tonight. He shakes his head. Is it safe for you to go with only cartel members to back you up? Have any of them given us any reason to doubt them up to now? No, but then don't question my command. The 8 most loyal men we've got. Have them ready to crash the Shamrock. He bows his head in submission. Of course, I'll get right to it. I watch as he scuttles out of my study. And then I return to the other side of my desk and sink into Hernandez's leather chair, my throne. Tonight, the organizations of Chicago are going to think twice about crossing me, including my pathetic uncle. In time, they'll come to realize that if they want to survive the war, they have to put down their pitchforks and accept that I'm the better option to run the cartel anyway. They made a deal with Eliza's father before I blew his brains out. It's time to make sure they honor that deal. The Shamrock is packed full of men, but it's easy to slip in with practically no security on the doors. I decided to bring Eliza with me since she is my claim to the crown, but she's being less than compliant this evening. A week since I let her out of her cage, and she's becoming increasingly bratty. It's like dragging a bag of sand around as I force her to follow me into the pub. We split from the cartel men I brought with me, and I signal for them to take their positions. Rourke Callahan is currently in the middle of some bullshit speech. I pause behind a giant of a man, ensuring I can't be seen, and listen. We are here to announce a truce and agreement between the Callahan clan and the Marone family. Interesting. Killian, my brother, will marry Mia Marone next Saturday. All of you are, of course, invited. The following territory will switch to Marone territory effective immediately. There's a wave of tension that spreads through the surrounding crowd. The Irish have gone soft if they're giving away territory. Bridgeport, Armour Square, Douglas, Fuller Park, and Grand Boulevard. Men next to me moan to each other, anger clear in their voices. "Silence," Rourke growls. To my surprise, he commands them effortlessly, although he's revealed he's a fucking pussy, giving away territory instead of holding onto it like a leader should. Our organizations will live in harmony from here on in, including the Volkov Bratva, as we all have a common enemy we need to overcome. I smirk as I know he's talking about me. And although I can't see Rourke over the giant guy I'm stood behind, I sense his hesitation before he continues. The cartel is threatening all of us and our existence in this city. Their new leader, Adrik Volkov, is ruthless and wants to take over the entire city. Silence fills the air, and I can't help but laugh at the ridiculousness of what he said. It's my cue to reveal my presence. Everyone turns to look in my direction as I move through the crowd to come into view. "Is that right? Show yourself," Rourke demands. I stroll into view of the Irish leader with Eliza on my arm. "I guess you all forgot to invite me, but that's all right. I came anyway." I narrow my eyes at him. "Perhaps it's because you're spewing lies about me to your men. The men I brought with me are Cartel. I couldn't risk my higher-ranking men, as this could get ugly quickly. Bringing Eliza was a difficult decision, but one I made to ensure no one could refute my claim to the throne." My uncle looks like he wants to throttle me. "We didn't invite you for good reason." He attempts to move toward me, but Maxim holds him back. Rourke clears his throat. "I haven't lied about a thing. You're the one that murdered Hernandez in cold blood." My uncle frees himself from Maxim's hold and strolls toward me. I can't deny my heart pounds a little harder and faster, standing in front of him. "What do you want, Adrik?" "I want in on the action. After all, you can't deny the power our organization holds over all of yours." "And what power is that?" he asks. "I control the borders. If I want to stop your product coming through, I can." I smirk at the rage building in my uncle's eyes. Uncle Spartak moves suddenly, grabbing me hard and pressing a knife to my throat. I saw it coming, but I know better than to fight him physically. He's a beast I can't beat. "Give me one good reason not to bleed you out right here and now." My men cock their guns and point them at my uncle. I chuckle and look him in the eye, wondering if he's finally learned the error of his ways. Never underestimate the black sheep of the family. I'd like to see you try, but my men will shoot you dead in the process. Eliza is still standing next to me, but I've no longer got a hold of her. His nostrils flare. "You will regret this, Adrik." The pressure of the knife eases, but he doesn't let me go yet. A small edge of panic creeps in as I wonder if I miscalculated bringing her here and the danger I may have put her in. "You are a piece of shit," Uncle spits, releasing me finally. "What the fuck do you want?" Why are you here, Adrik?" Rourke asks. I glance between the two men. "You didn't expect me to sit around while the three of you collude against me, did you?" I stretch my neck and crack my fingers. "We can come to an arrangement that we're all satisfied with, I'm sure. After all, this is a meeting for the Mafia organizations of Chicago, and I'm the leader of the cartel. This is a meeting for an alliance between three families of which you don't belong. An alliance against you and your psychopathic plans," Massimo says. I tilt my head. Now that's not very fair, is it? He waves his hand in the air dismissively. "Don't mind me, and continue your announcement." It's very interesting to hear that the Callahan clan are such wusses that they're giving up territory to their longest-standing enemy. The comment gets under Rourke's skin as he clenches his fists. Careful, Adric. I reach for Eliza and place her hands back on my arm, noticing the way she tenses at my touch. Careful of what, Callahan? I shake my head. Are you going to give me territory too? The tension heightens, and I enjoy it like an acrobat walking the high wire. It's exhilarating, the danger and uncertainty. To my surprise, the next voice I hear is female, drawing my attention to the stage. Don't listen to him. Can't you see he's trying to drive a wedge between everyone? Mia Maroney, the girl who, it would seem, has stolen a Callahan's heart. Is that what I'm doing? I ask. My uncle takes another step back, putting distance between us. She's right. I smirk at my uncle, as he's not normally one to think straight. Mia continues talking. If you want to negotiate, then arrange a meeting with us rather than crashing a party you weren't invited to. Mia glares at me. Clearly, you have different motives for being here than what you claim. I smirk. Perhaps. I signal to my men. Put the guns away. Some of the tension eases from the room. Since I'm here, why don't the four of us have a chat? We'll sit with you for a discussion, but only 2 of your men can accompany you, Rourke says. I nod. Done. Little Mia has to come, since this was her idea. Over my dead body, Killian says. I arch my brow. That can be arranged. I watch as they all squabble amongst themselves like children. Pathetic. Turning to Eliza, I murmur in her ear. Go outside and get into the car. Things might get ugly. Her eyes narrow. You are going to hurt these people, aren't you? That all depends on them. Now go to the car. She turns and leaves, and I find myself watching her for a moment. Once she's out of sight, I turn and glance at Mia Maroney, the thorn in my side calming everyone down. The rest of them follow Rourke toward the back of the pub. 2 of the higher-ranking cartel members, Santos and Rubin, follow me as we keep a good distance back from our enemies. I remain standing as the rest of the group of men take their seats. Have a seat, Adric, Rourke says, his voice sounding commanding. Hell learn I don't take orders from him or anyone. I think I'll stand, thanks. There's a shift in atmosphere at my refusal. Uncle glares at me. Sit down, Adric, or I will slit your fucking throat. Always so bossy, Uncle. I shake my head. If you insist. I sit at the opposite end of the table to Rourke at the head, sitting back in my seat. So, Mia, I say, my attention fixed on the only woman in the room. What is it you think I'm here to do, exactly? Cause a rift in an already precarious relationship? She says. Smart. I tap my fingers in a steady rhythm on the table. And how do you propose we settle our differences? Rourke clears his throat. Mia isn't in charge of that. We need to settle them ourselves. It would help if you destroyed those fucking missiles for a start. Missiles? I chuckle, even though I knew they believed it. Such fools. What the fuck are you chuckling about? Massimo asks. Hernandez believed that shit, but I didn't really think you would all be swayed so easily. It was my ploy to secure my position in the Estrada cartel. There are no missiles. Rourke shakes his head. We've seen the photos. I laugh. You mean the photos of the empty shells I tricked that idiot Hernandez with? So gullible, all of you. I run a hand through my hair. Maybe I should have sourced missiles and blown you all away. The lot of you are fucking idiots, and this city would thrive under me. Uncle stands. You traitorous little... Save it, Uncle. I push up to my feet. The family deserved no allegiance from me. After all, I've only ever been the black sheep of the family. I bare my teeth at him, feeling the rage bubbling beneath the surface like lava getting ready to erupt from a volcano. You and my father brought this on yourselves. So, what is it you want? Maxim asks. I want recognition in this city, but I also want the same deal you agreed with my predecessor. Rourke shakes his head. You want us to buy our product from you? He shrugs. It was a deal you agreed on. Yes, when we believed there were missiles that could destroy us, Rourke says. I chuckle and glance at Mia. What do you think, Mia? About what? She asks. Do you think they should honor the agreement made with my predecessor? She makes a small nod of her head. I think they should if you can prove that there are no missiles. You are very smart, aren't you? I ask, which entices an animal-like growl from her fiancé, who reaches for his gun. And your fiancé needs to be kept on a tighter leash, I say, glaring at Killian. Mia tries to calm him with a hand on her arm, eyes still fixed on me. So, will you prove it? I tap my chin, knowing that if I just bow to their commands that easily, they'll take me for a fool. The idea of making these fools sweat a little longer is more enticing, and it will up the stakes. I'm not sure there'd be much fun in that. I'd rather let the bunch of you sweat longer, make you pay for your inadequacies. I pull out my gun and aim it at Mia. No hard feelings, princess. Killian jumps into her path, and the bullet rips through the edge of his arm. Disappointing. It won't do much damage. Gunshots break out as I duck and dive, dodging the bullets and moving backward toward the door. Once I'm at the door, I tear it open, and my two men disappear out of it. See you later, fuckers, I shout, letting off my gun for cover as I rush for the exit of the Shamrock. The commotion confuses all the men in the pub as we dodge and dart around them, rushing for the exit. Adrenaline pulses through my veins as I move out of the way of one of the Irish who tries to stop me. The car's engine is still running as I slide into the back of it next to Eliza. Ruben takes the driver's seat and puts his foot down, racing away from the chaos. When I glance at Eliza, she's looking at me with her brow furrowed. What is it? I ask. She nods down at the blood on my shirt. Whose blood is that? I glance down and pull back my jacket, realizing that they have shot me. Mine, I say, swallowing hard as I press my hand to the wound. Ruben, I need to get to the private hospital. Fast. Of course, sir. As I would expect, Eliza doesn't look concerned. She looks hopeful. Hopeful that I don't make it and succumb to my injuries. I can't blame her, as I'm not a likable man. Unfortunately for her, I'm stronger than that. The injury isn't severe, and I will live, but it may put me out of action for a while. My jaw clenches as the thought of having to slow down to heal angers me, especially as it means I won't be able to visit my wife in bed, and that's the most irritating part of it all. Eliza. Budimir forces me to remain at the hospital, insisting there's no one to take me home, and it's what people expect of a wife to remain until he's out of surgery. I don't want to be doing what is expected. All I want is to be at the house, praying that this monster doesn't pull through. The wound isn't critical, but they have to get the bullet out. Complications can arise, and I can't even feel guilty that I hope they do in Audrek's case. Freedom is all I want. After everything he's done to me, who can blame me for wanting this bastard dead? And yet I know it's wishful thinking. Adric is tough and won't be brought down by a bullet that didn't even catch a major artery. Whoever shot him was a lousy fucking aim, but I still can't squash that tiny glimmer of hope. Not until they confirm he's out of the woods. How much longer did they say it will be? I ask, glancing at him. His jaw clenches. They should be out any minute now. I sigh heavily, sitting down next to my husband's right-hand man. Why couldn't you just take me home? Budamir's eyes narrow. I know you don't like him, but that doesn't mean you can't pretend to be concerned. I laugh. Concerned? You expect me to act concerned about a man who forced me at gunpoint down the aisle and then shot my papa in cold blood right in front of my eyes? I shake my head. You are as insane as him. His fists clench by his side. You have reason, but don't be so quick to judge him harshly. I have no other way to judge him. He gives me no reason to believe there's any good inside of him. I look Budimir in the eye. He's a monster. Soulless. That's what you believe. He stands and walks toward the secretary behind the desk, speaking to her. Clearly, his man is loyal to him, perhaps to a fault. I tap my fingers impatiently on my knee, tiredness creeping over me. It's ridiculous how tired I've been, when I hardly do anything day in and day out. A niggling doubt in the back of my mind creeps in, warning me it's not pure tiredness, and yet I want it not to be true so badly I keep pushing it from my mind. I'm almost 2 weeks late for my period. Adric hasn't noticed yet, but it's only a matter of time. He's been fucking me uninterrupted for over 30 days now. The offspring of a monster is growing inside of me. I've considered trying to escape to go to a clinic, but he'd probably murder me if he found out. Not to mention, escaping my home is far easier said than done. There's also this part of me that can't imagine getting rid of a baby, even if it's his. For a couple of years now, I felt broody and wanted a baby. I'm now carrying the child of the man who murdered Papa, my baby's grandfather. Mrs. Volkov? A surgeon says, his gaze fixed on me. I clear my throat and stand. Yes. Please be bad news. Please be bad news. Your husband is out of theater and coming around. He asked for you. My shoulders slump, but it could be mistaken for relief rather than disappointment as I stand and follow the young surgeon through the swing doors toward the private recovery rooms. He's in there. I'll leave you to it. Just know he's bound to be groggy as the anesthetic wears off. He smiles, but it doesn't reach his eyes. If you need anything, press the call button and a nurse will come. Thank you, I reply. He marches off down the hall, leaving me alone in the corridor. I glance at the door, hating that I fear facing him, even after he's been shot and drugged up. I shake my head and force myself to open the door, finding Adric lying in the bed with his eyes shut. When he hears the door shut behind me, they fly open. Eliza, come here! Even in a hospital bed, he's still ordering me about. I walk toward the bed and look into those odd hazel eyes of his. Sorry to disappoint you, he murmurs, a whisper of a smile at his lips. I know you were hopeful it would be more serious. Guilt coils through me, even though I have nothing to be guilty about. This man is heartless, and I won't apologize for wishing that bullet freed me from his grasp. Are you expecting me to deny it? I wrap my arms around my waist. No, because you're smart. Come here. He holds his hand out. I swallow hard, wanting nothing more than to walk the opposite direction. But I remember my plan. Once he trusts me, then I can plan my escape. So I ignore the churning in my stomach and walk closer, placing my hand in his. He yanks me toward him forcefully, and then wraps his hand around my throat, searching my eyes. The pressure of his hand around my throat is forceful, but he's done it before. I don't fear that he'll choke me to death, so I return his gaze. You believe me a monster, but you've not seen anything yet, Anna. My brow furrows. Who is Anna? His face pales, and he releases my throat. What? You called me Anna. His jaw clenches. You misheard me. I shake my head. No, I heard it clearly. Who is Anna? His chest rises and falls with rasping breaths. My mother. That's not who I expected him to say as I narrow my eyes. And were you in the habit of calling your mother by her first name and strangling her? For the first time in my life, I see true emotion in those hazel eyes. Pain. Deep and unrelenting pain. But it's quickly gone as he slides his mask of steel in place. No, she died when I was 6 years old. I hate feeling any pity for this creature, but it's there. How did she die? He swallows, his Adam's apple bobbing as he does. It's not important. I sense that there's something dark surrounding his mother's death. Perhaps it's the key to why he's so heartless. Since you're fine, I'm going to go home. I turn to leave. Wait. His voice doesn't sound commanding now. It sounds almost desperate. Stay here with me. I look into those blue-flecked eyes and wonder why he'd want me here. A woman who practically admitted she wished he had died in the operating theater. Why? He shakes his head. Because you're my wife. Are you going to tell me about your mom? I ask, hating that I'm intrigued by what made this monster. It's like a puzzle I want to solve. His jaw clenches. She was murdered. I swallow hard. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't need your pity, he snaps, his fists clenching by his side as rage coils through those unique hazel eyes of his. Okay, I'm not sorry. I should go. No, he growls. The sound reverberates around the room, and I can't deny that despite him being bedridden, I fear him more now than ever. Adric has always been in control. I've never seen this wild side of him, and it scares me. Come here and sit down, he orders, sounding a little more in control. I turn around against my better judgment and return to the chair by his bedside, sitting in it. His eyes are clamped shut. I was there the day a psychopath broke into our home and killed my mother. His throat bobs as he swallows. No one knows the sick things that bastard put me through while he murdered and then raped her in that order. His eyes open and meet mine. Not even my family know. I thought he would kill me, but he said he'd leave me with scars as deep as his own and left me broken, but alive, with my mother's dead corpse. An almost manic laugh bubbles from his throat. I didn't speak for 2 years, and my father thought it irrevocably fucked me up. A sickness pools in my gut at what he's saying. It's hard to believe that Adric went through something so disgusting at such a young age. It doesn't excuse his actions, though, or who he is now, but it helps me understand a little. What did he put you through? I ask. His face pales and he shakes his head. I think that's enough sharing for one day. I notice the way he clenches his fists by his side. I nod once and tap my fingers on the arm of the chair. Does it hurt? I ask, nodding toward the bandaged wound at his side. There's relief in his expression at the change of subject as he shakes his head. No, I'm high on painkillers. I can hardly feel a thing. I wonder if that's why he's been so open with me tonight, because he's high on drugs. It feels weird being here with him, trying to have a civil conversation with a man I hate more than anyone in this world. All I want to do is go home and curl up in a ball, enjoying as much time as possible away from him. Your mother is still alive, isn't she? Adric asks. I meet his gaze and nod. Yes, she lives in Mexico with Papa's cousin, Pablo. He tilts his head. Why didn't you live with her? I shrug. Papa took us rather suddenly from Reynosa. My mother was on a no-fly list and couldn't come into the country. My jaw clenches as I wonder if she knows what's happened to Papa, or if she even cares. My mother was never a maternal or caring woman. Her focus has always been on the cartel, and she's ruthless to a fault. They were separated anyway. Do you visit her much? He asks. I shake my head. Papa didn't allow us to go back to Mexico often. Last time I saw her was 3 years ago. Adric's jaw clenches. Perhaps we can visit her sometime. I swallow hard at the thought of introducing my mother to my monster of a husband. Perhaps, I murmur. The last thing I want is to face her like this, a puppet on the arm of a man who has broken me and stolen everything Papa worked for. My mother has never let men push her around. She's been her own boss for as long as I can remember. What about my brothers? There's a flash of irritation in his eyes. What about them? Will I ever be allowed to see them again? I ask, surprised I even want to see those two idiots, but I do more than anything. Enzo has always been the most challenging of the two, perhaps because there's 4 years between us. He's also insanely private and doesn't let anyone get close to him. But Tiago and I grew up together with only 2 years between us, and we've always been close, even if he annoys me to no end. I'm afraid I can't allow that. Adric's eyes turn colder. They object to my rule? That acrid hate coils through me as I stare at him, returning with a vengeance. How does that affect me seeing them, though? He cracks his neck. You're my wife. I can't have you running off to conspire behind my back with your brothers. I shake my head. Unbelievable. As if I'm going to conspire to overthrow you? His eyes narrow. What's so unbelievable, baby girl? He tilts his head. Do you think because you're a woman I'm going to underestimate you? A whisper of a smirk twists onto his lips. Some of the most intelligent people I know are women. I stand, frustration making my hands shake. I'm going to find a vending machine. Do you want anything? His jaw clenches and he shakes his head. No. I stare into those unusual eyes of his for a moment, wondering what demons hide behind them buried deep within. Adric obviously went through something horrific as a child when he witnessed his mother's murder, but it doesn't excuse who he is now. He's no better than the man that broke that little boy and killed his mother, as he's repeating the cycle of violence, death, and destruction. When I wake, I'm surprised to find Eliza in the chair next to my bed, awkwardly hunched over as she sleeps. I thought for sure she would have left the moment I fell asleep. Tightness constricts around my throat as I remember the pity in her eyes when I told her about my mother. Pity is for the weak, and I'm anything but. I'm not sure why I told her. Perhaps partially because I was high on anesthetic, or because deep down I want her to understand how I became this way. Many people would say that psycho broke me that day, but I view it as the moment that made me. It ousted any ounce of weakness from me. I learned to toughen up. Eliza stirs in the chair, her eyes flickering open. She looks like a beautiful angel until our eyes meet and that hatred she regards me with blazes to life. Then she looks like a beautiful demon ready to murder me. "You didn't have to sleep here," I say. She shakes her head. "I must have dozed off." She glances at her watch. "I best go home. It's 4 a.m. "Come here first," I say, holding my hand out for her to take. It's strange that I don't mind her touching me. She takes my hand reluctantly, and I drag her over to the bed. "Don't forget to be a good girl while I'm gone, okay?" Her tongue darts out over her bottom lip. "I'm not a child, you know." I chuckle. "Could have fooled me with your constant bratty attitude." Eliza's eyes narrow. "I'm not sure what you expect." I grab the back of her neck and pull her lips to within an inch of mine, ignoring the throbbing pain in my abdomen. "I expect you to be a good girl for Daddy." Her nostrils flare, and there's that flash of fire in her eyes that ignites every time I say that word. What's with you in that word? I don't answer her. Instead, I pull her mouth to mine. The kiss is tender by my standards as I slowly ease my tongue through her lips, savoring the taste of her. My cock grows hard the moment she moans, the sound lighting me on fire. What is it about Eliza Estrada that gets me so wound up? I bite on her lip as I pull away. "Look what you've done, baby girl." I move the blanket off the bed and show her the outline of my hard cock through the hospital gown. "Maybe you can take a ride before you leave." I don't think so. My hand tightens around her wrist. It wasn't a request. It was an order. Her eyes narrow as she searches mine. "How are you going to make me?" She yanks her wrist away from me and takes a few steps from the bed, putting some distance between us. "You've got a hand. Relieve yourself." With that, she walks right out of the hospital room, leaving me throbbing and hard. I clench my jaw and remind myself to punish her for that the moment I'm back home. Eliza will regret walking away and ignoring a direct order just so she could get one up on me now. My cock throbs incessantly beneath my hospital gown as all the terrible things I could do to her flood my mind. The thought of her covered in her own blood while I fuck her makes my body turn rigid as I try to stop the sickness creeping in. Eliza is dangerous because she makes the darkness rise to the surface. Desire isn't something I've had to contend with, and now that I do, it's making the sick needs I've tried to bury come flooding to the forefront. I shut my eyes and ignore the pulsing need building in the pit of my stomach. I can't let my wife drag me into that hell, no matter how hard she tries to provoke me. "Sir, they've cleared you to leave." I glance up to see Budimir is standing in the doorway, clutching a spare set of clothes. "At last," I say. "The 5 days I've been in here have been the longest 5 days of my life. It might as well be a prison as I've been climbing the walls, desperate to get out." I swing my legs over the side of the bed, wincing at the pain in my side. Eliza hasn't been by since, even though I asked Budimir to get her here. She refused. Clearly, she believes that because I'm stuck in a hospital, that she is immune to my fury. Her little games end today. "Do you want help?" he asks, concern clear in his eyes as he places the clothes on the bed next to me. I shake my head. "No. Make sure the car is ready to leave. It's going to take me a while to get back to normal, but I won't be treated like a cripple." He hesitates before bowing his head and turning to leave me alone. I watch him go, thankful that he stuck by my side through everything. Budimir has been loyal to me ever since we were children. There was a time when we were younger I would have referred to him as a friend, but as I got older and the plan to take power grew, he became a loyal follower. A man who follows my orders and shows me respect, even before I had a crown on my head or a throne to sit on. He believed in my vision almost as much as I did. I stand and pull the hospital gown off, throwing it onto the bed. A white dress shirt, the same as the one ruined when I walked in here, is on top of the pile, and I shrug it on, ignoring the throbbing pain in my side. Next, I pull on my boxers and pants, doing them up. Leaving the jacket, which I grab and shrug on, groaning when I feel the heavy weight of my gun pressing into the wound. I pull it out of the pocket on that side and switch it, even though it won't be so easy to grab at a moment's notice. A nurse pokes her head in. "I have your prescription here." She holds a bag up. I tilt my head. "Prescription?" She nods. "Yeah, pain meds. You're going to need them." I walk toward her and take the bag. "Thanks," I say, through gritted teeth. "I'm free to go then?" She nods. "Just sign these release forms." She puts them down on a counter just inside the door, and I sign on the dotted line. "All done." She nods toward the door. "If you have any problems, just come straight back." "Thanks." I turn and walk out of the room, purpose in every step I take. It's time for me to dole out my punishment. Eliza has been a bad girl, and bad girls must be punished. I stride into the mansion after a long drive across town after being stuck in traffic, searching instantly for Eliza. Budimir assures me she's unaware that I'm being released today, so I can't wait to see the blood drain from her face when she sees me. Beautiful, innocent, breakable. I'm going to find out what my wife is made of today. And that's when I hear it. A voice so utterly angelic it stops me in my tracks. She's singing, like a beacon leading me to where she is. I walk slower toward the small living room 2 doors down from the kitchen and pause in the doorway, watching as Eliza plays the piano and belts out a tune. Something inside of me constricts as, although the song is melancholy and she's singing in Spanish, so I do not know what it's about, I find it hard to believe she has it in her to sing at all, considering everything I've put her through in the last month. The thought puts my mind on a different track. Ever since we married, I've been fucking her daily to get her pregnant, and she hasn't bled. So unless she's bleeding right now, perhaps my attempts have already taken root. I watch her for as long as I can, realizing the moment I step into that room, her entire demeanor will change, and I don't want that. Not really. I enjoy seeing this side of Eliza, a vulnerable, artistic side of her. Unfortunately, my presence doesn't go unnoticed long as she glances over at the door and then shrieks when she sees me. Her piano playing instantly stops as she holds a hand over her heart and shakes her head. "Adric, you scared me half to death!" Her brow pulls together. "When did you get released?" I step inside the room then, keeping my eyes on her flawless face, which somehow has become permanently etched in my mind. "Just now." It's a shame a woman so utterly perfect landed in the hands of a man so scarred. She'll end up the same as me once I'm through with her. "You ignored my request to come to the hospital." Her face pales, and she stands from the piano stool and grabs the music sheet she was playing from, shaking her head. "I didn't see the point." "The point was your husband requested your presence and you ignored him." Her hands tremble as she clutches the music sheet to her chest. "Yes, I did." She holds my gaze even as her bottom lip trembles. "And do you know what happens to girls who don't obey?" She shakes her head. No. It's rather simple, really. My steps close the gap between us until I have her pinned against the side of the piano. Girls who don't obey get punished. Her eyes dilate from fear, and I delight in it. The intoxicating sensation that her fear breeds inside of me is unlike anything else I've ever experienced. It's addictive, and I want to bask in her terror, entice more of it, and, when she thinks it can't get any worse, prove her wrong. I grind my teeth as dark images swirl to life in my mind. Come with me. I snatch her wrist and drag her away from the piano, heading toward our bedroom. Where are we going? To our bedroom so I can show you the true monster you married. I don't look at her as I drag her up the stairs. All the while she's fighting against me. The desire to break her fight and shatter the beautiful creature behind me is more and more difficult to control. I'm coming to realize that Eliza is a catalyst for the darkness inside of me. The desire she elicits only brings my most primal urges to the forefront. I want to bask in her blood while she writhes beneath me. Rein it in. I try to, but I'm too far gone. Tonight, Eliza will see the monster she married in all his glory. She really will know how sick I am, and I can stop pretending to be something I'm not. Calm and controlled. I push her into our room. Strip and bend over the bed, I order, surprising myself with how detached my voice is. My whip and knife are in the closet, and I'm not sure which I want to use, but I grab both. The knife will take this one step further to the edge of insanity, but I want to use it on her more than anything. To watch the way Eliza's pretty skin breaks open under the pressure and see how well she bleeds. Make a masterpiece out of her. I return to the room to find her naked and bent over for me as I ordered, her spine stiff and rigid. Her thighs spread apart enough to give me a teasing view of her glistening cunt. I place the whip and knife onto the edge of the bed, pinching the bridge of my nose as an ache forms between my eyes. It's always the same when I let my impulses take over, but there's no fighting it now. Eliza will break for me tonight, just like a fragile china doll being dashed against concrete. Eliza. A sharp pain arcs through my shoulder at the impact of Adric's whip. It takes my breath away as I try to arrange my thoughts, but can hardly think past the searing pain. Punishment was always going to come after I walked out on him in the early hours of the morning and refused to return at his request, but I wasn't prepared for it yet. Clearly, Adric made sure that no one told me he was being released today. The whip connects with my other shoulder and I scream at the pain, struggling to draw oxygen into my lungs. You need to understand who you're dealing with, Eliza. I shake my head and gather my thoughts. I've always known I'm dealing with a monster. But do you know how depraved I really am? Tears prickle my eyes as I realize the man behind me will show me no mercy. He won't stop until I'm as broken as him. That's what these monsters do. Bend and break until there's no good left. The whip whistles through the air and strikes my skin harder, the pain so intense I can hardly breathe. I asked you a question. My body trembles as I shake my head. I know you don't have a heart. He makes a disappointed sound. That doesn't answer my question, though, does it? I lick my bottom lip as I try to gather my thoughts. You're as depraved as they come. A man who enjoys inflicting pain and suffering. What exactly do you think I enjoy about inflicting pain? I swallow hard, realizing he's toying with me, a predator playing with his prey. I think you get off on fear and violence. You love being in control, and inflicting pain only increases my fear and, therefore, your enjoyment. He claps his hands, the sound as jarring as a gunshot. Very clever, Eliza. The whip arcs through the air and slices into my skin again, making me grunt in pain as I dig my fingernails into the bedsheets beneath me. And yet I can see your cunt and how wet it's getting with each lash of my whip. How do you explain that? My body flames as I clench my thighs together, trying to hide the unexplainable reaction to his treatment. He slides his leg between mine and kicks them open with his knee. No hiding, baby girl. A shudder races down my spine as I realize the longer I'm in this man's clutches, the more of myself I'm losing. His intention to break me and make me a shell of the woman I once is, already on course. Perhaps you'd enjoy learning the true extent of my depravity. I feel the press of something cool and sharp against my shoulder blade, and I freeze up, terror coiling through my gut. The things I want to do to you, baby girl, would make you run screaming in the opposite direction. He taps the blade against me. Or would they? Adric, please, don't. He chuckles, the sound nothing but evil. Don't what, baby girl? I can't bring myself to say the words, as I can hardly believe he's got a knife pressed into my skin. As you said, I'm as depraved as they come. It's a constant fight to stave off my thirst for blood, but you make me want to bask in it. I shiver as he drags the blade of the knife over my sore, welted skin, barely enough to graze. Do you know how badly I want you covered in your own blood while I fuck you? That's sick, I say, but the image he's painting in my mind is both utterly terrifying, and yet I feel the wetness between my thighs increasing. It's depraved, what he's talking about, so why the hell does the idea send a thrill through my body? Perhaps it's the pure primality of it. Call it what you want. I feel the tip of the knife at the entrance of my pussy, and I freeze, my body turning as rigid as stone. Your cunt is telling me all I need to know about how sick you are, too. I don't dare move, frozen by sheer terror. The coldness is removed, but then he shoves what I can only assume is the butt of the knife into me. I groan at the sudden invasion, my head lolling forward in relief that it's the blunt end and not the other end. Did you think I'd let you walk away from me in the hospital and you wouldn't bear the consequences, Eliza? He thrusts the end of the knife in and out of me roughly, but I'm so wet it feels good. And you're keeping a secret from me as well, aren't you? My body shakes as I wonder what he's talking about. We've been fucking uninterrupted, except for the past 5 days for over a month, and you haven't bled. His thrusts become more brutal, and I realize Adric has worked it out. A fact I'm almost certain of, but haven't had the guts to confirm with a test. What are you saying? I ask, acting dumb. He grabs a fistful of my hair and pulls so hard it feels like he's trying to tear it from my scalp. You're carrying my baby, aren't you, Eliza? I shudder, shaking my head. I don't know, possibly. He releases my hair and continues to fuck me with the blunt end of the knife. And when did you intend to tell me? I haven't taken a test, so I can't be sure. He stops fucking me then and pulls the butt of the knife out of me, pressing the blade to my throat. Are you lying to me, Eliza? Panic bubbles up my throat. No, I swear. When would I have been able to purchase a pregnancy test anyway? I'm a prisoner in my home. The pressure of the knife eases. True. Well, you'll do a test as soon as I'm through with punishing you. He removed the knife from my throat, but then I feel the edge dig into my shoulder and break the skin. So beautiful, he murmurs behind me, the knife drawing a line through my skin and leaving a stinging pain behind. And then I feel his finger tracing the line. You bleed so nicely, Eliza. What is wrong with you? I ask, hating the tremble in my voice. Many things. He grabs my shoulder and forces me over onto my back, making me wince as the cut and welts on my skin hit the sheets below. I'm going to fuck you while you bleed over the sheets, and you're going to love every single moment. My eyes dip to the bandage at his waist, which is soaked with blood. Are you sure it won't be you bleeding? He glances down, a manic look in those hazel eyes of his, and when he looks back at me, it feels like I'm staring into the depths of true madness. We can bleed together. His lips descend on mine, making me recoil as he steals the air from my lungs. And yet I feel my mouth open to allow him in, as if I'm being pulled into the madness with him. His tongue searches my mouth with such manic ferocity, it feels like he's trying to find answers to a riddle. Adric groans into my mouth, and his hands tighten around my hips as he lowers himself over me, his weight pressing me harder into the mattress. I feel the heat of his cock as it nudges against my entrance. The pain of the welts and the cut on my back heighten the pulsing between my thighs, and I'm suddenly desperate to be filled. It doesn't matter how much I hate the man above me. Right now, I need to quench that ache. Fuck me, I breathe against his lips. A smirk curls onto his lips against my own. Ask nicely, baby girl. My heart pounds erratically in my chest as I know what he wants to hear. This sick son of a bitch wants me to call him Daddy. I sink my teeth into my bottom lip before uttering my plea again. Fuck me, Daddy. He growls softly, the sound not human at all. Okay, but only if I get to cut you while we fuck. I feel the fear coil through my gut and a sickness at the hint of excitement. Why would you want to do that? It makes me harder than steel, he murmurs, his lips an inch from mine. So what do you say? Are you going to be a good girl and let Daddy do whatever he wants to you? I swallow hard and nod, hating myself for it. Good. He grabs the bloodied knife and slices it through the skin above my collarbone, making me shriek in pain. And then his cock is inside of me with one thrust, the invasion hardly registering as the pain of the cut is taking all of my attention. The achy sensation that had built to life between my thighs is no longer present as Adric slides his fingers through the blood dripping down my chest, smearing it over his own skin. The image I'm looking at is heathen and downright fucking evil, but I feel that heat and pressure building at the look in his eyes. Perhaps I'm as fucked up as he is, or maybe 1 month in his clutches has already turned me into a depraved maniac, just like him. Do you like pain, baby girl? I swallow hard as I search those monstrous, dead eyes, knowing that once I submit to his madness, I won't know where it ends. A thrill races down my spine as I nod my head, knowing there's no lying about it. It's obvious. He groans as he leans down and licks some of the blood off my breasts, his cock thrusting in and out of me in a steady yet rough rhythm. My head falls back on the pillow as the sensations of our fucking take control of my body. It feels like I'm floating above myself, suspended in midair by the mix of pain and pleasure that's driving me toward the edge. Lost. It's the only word to describe what I am right now. Lost in a world of a monster and struggling to work out whether I ever want to be found. Look at me, he growls, his hand wrapping around my throat as he chokes the air from my lungs. My eyes fly open and I gaze into that beautiful face. He's so utterly gorgeous. I found it hard to focus on his beauty in normal circumstances because of the coldness of his stare. But right now, his stare could light the world on fire. It's burning bright with desire, and I feel like the most wanted person on the planet. It's unfathomable to me that I can turn a man so cold and controlled, so damn primal. Fuck me harder, Daddy, I moan, arching my back as I lose myself to the sensations. My blood stains his lips as he presses them to my own, kissing me deeply. You're such a good girl, letting Daddy do whatever he wants to you. His tongue dips to the cut above my collarbone and he licks it again, tasting my blood like a fucking animal. I'm going to breed that cunt, even though you're probably already growing my baby. I moan out loud without shame, biting on my bottom lip. Breed me, Daddy. He growls then, his eyes flashing with such heat as he turns feral, his cock pounding into me as if he's trying to tear me apart with each thrust. My body coils with tension as the most earth-shattering orgasm slams into me. I shudder beneath him as my vision blurs and my breathing labors. Fuck, Daddy, I cry out. That's it, baby girl. Come for me, he roars, his cock pounding me so roughly I can hardly think straight. And then he sinks his teeth into my collarbone, just below the cut he inflicted. His cock erupts inside of me, filling me with his cum. I take a while to come down from the hedonistic pleasure he enticed, but as soon as I do, shame sweeps through me like a violent storm. The blood on the sheets and smeared over our skin is enough to make my stomach roll. Adric pushes off of me and rolls onto his side, his back to me without a word. I stare at the ceiling, wondering if tears will come. There aren't any. All I feel is an empty, dark pit in the center of my chest as I wonder what the fuck this man has done to me. Come here, boy. I look into the intruder's eyes and then glance at my mother, who shakes her head out of fear. I've never seen her like this before. Terror spreads through me as I shake my head in response. I'm fine. I said, come here, he growls, letting go of my mom, who can't move with her hands bound, marching toward me. I struggle, but I'm too little, and this man is a monster. He lifts me by the collar of my shirt and carries me over to my mother's side. There's a sign of irritation in her eyes, but she says nothing. Instead, she remains a limp little doll, allowing me to do whatever I want to her, even kill her. I release my hold on her throat, knowing that I won't let the darkness inside of me win. Yes, I was dreaming of what happened to my mother. I return to the basin and splash cold water over my face. Now, will you do as I say and return to bed? I glance at her over my shoulder. She shakes her head. What happened to you that day? A muscle twitches in my eye socket at the anxiety sweeping over me. I can't talk to her about it, not after I fucking relived it in high fucking definition. My dreams have always been vivid and I hate it. You don't want to know. I clench my fists on the countertop. Now go to bed before I fling you over my shoulder and tie you to it. I glance at her, and then make you choke on my cock. Her chest rises and falls with vicious breaths as she stares at me, daring me to make good on that. My cock stiffens in my boxers, and I march toward her, grabbing her around the waist and putting her over my shoulder. Adric, why won't you tell me what happened? I ignore her, blood rushing in my ears as I pound across the room toward the bed and chuck her onto the middle of it. There are chains already fitted to the bedposts that I used to restrain her initially, and I clamp her wrists in them and then step back, admiring my beautiful wife. The cut over her collarbone and the dark bruises around her neck feed a beastly desire in me as I drop my boxers and crawl onto the bed with her. "If you won't shut your mouth, I'll do it for you." Her eyes flash as I set my knees on either side of her head so my cock is an inch from her mouth. Open wide. She spits on my cock, which, despite her attempt to defy me, only makes me swell harder. I push forward, increasing the pressure on her lips until her jaw relents and my cock slides into her heavenly mouth. Her brown eyes flash with rage as I thrust into her throat, taking my pleasure from her. Watching my cock disappear into her pretty little mouth while she looks at me like she wants to murder me is so intoxicating. Fear and anger have always been the fuel to my desire. Desire is dangerous. It's why my past is pushing up from the place I buried it. The dark fantasies bred by the worst experience of my life have only become more incessant as I try to suppress them. And now that I have a wife I desire, it's becoming problematic. My skin doesn't crawl when I kiss her or when she wraps her pretty lips around my cock like she is now. My cock gets hard when she touches me. I always hated others touching me, a symptom of my fucked up past, and yet, when Eliza touches me, my blood sets on fire. She's dangerous. I ram my cock harder into the back of her throat, fear and rage mingling as I try to choke the life out of her with it. Her nostrils flare as she struggles, but she breathes through her nose, saliva spilling relentlessly down her chin. The sight is utterly depraved as tears spring from her eyes, running down her cheeks. I can't contain my rage as I fuck her throat almost as hard as I fucked her pretty little cunt the night before. Until I notice the way she panics. Her teeth scraping at the skin of my cock as she pulls at the restraints, and panic ignites in her eyes. That look brings me back from the brink as I slow my thrusts, but keep them rough and deep. "Take it like a good girl," I instruct, thrusting unrelentingly. "I know you can do it, Eliza." There's a flash of determination in her eyes, as if she's eager to please. It's the first time I've seen it in her eyes, and it makes me harder than nails. Normally, anyone I fuck is always over the top, desperate to please me, but I know that's not the case with Eliza. She's turned on right now by me treating her like nothing more than a toy. I reach between her thighs and rub my hand through her slick cunt, groaning when I feel how wet she is. So wet for me, aren't you, baby girl? I thrust a finger inside of her and fuck her with it. Although this started out about my pleasure and my rage, I can't help but want to witness her come apart with my cock in her throat. It's not something I'm used to, wanting to give pleasure. Eliza relaxes more, her throat taking every thrust as I fuck us both toward orgasm. Her nostrils flare, and I see the telltale sign she's going to come apart long before she does. The tension that racks her entire body and the way her chest rises and falls with more frantic breaths as she inhales through her nose, still taking every inch of my cock down her throat. "I want you to come for me with my cock lodged down your throat, like the naughty little cock slut you are," I order, holding eye contact with my pretty little angel. Her eyes flare with anger and desire as I quicken the thrust of my finger and use my thumb to rub her clit. If she had hoped to stem the tide, she fails as her body starts to spasm, her pussy gushing over my fingers as she orgasms for me. A desire to bury my head between her legs claws at me, and yet I know that is a step too far. Never in my 24 years of life have I ever gone down on a woman. I have my reasons, even if it may seem selfish. My cock swells, and then I'm erupting down her throat with the last thrust, burying every inch in her mouth and pressing my balls to her chin. She chokes as cum and saliva spill from her mouth, and finally, once I've spent every drop, I relent, allowing her to slump in an exhausted heap on the bed. Eliza takes long, gulping gasps of oxygen as she wipes the mix of saliva and cum from her chin. Her eyes are aglaze still from the pleasure I gave her, and the tears that the lack of oxygen forced from her eyes. I should walk away and put some distance between us, but instead, I lie down on my back and put a tentative arm around her shoulder, pulling her against me. Eliza stiffens against my side before slowly relaxing as she rests her head against my chest. The intimacy of the moment makes my heart thunder fast beneath her ear, and I wonder if she can hear it. My discomfort soon eases as I hear her breathing deepen as she slips off to sleep. I dare to glance down at the beautiful creature in my arms, and I feel a pain clawing at my chest. She's so utterly beautiful and innocent, the polar opposite to me. And I'm slowly breaking her apart and corrupting her in ways I wasn't sure were possible. Could I win her heart as I claimed I intended to in the beginning? Do I even want it? I fear that the fact my mind is even going there is a blaring warning sign. Eliza Estrada is trouble, and I need to stop obsessing over her. Eliza. As I stare up at the ceiling in Adric's room, I can't seem to stop replaying the events of the night before, over and over like a broken record. There was something terrifying, and yet insightful, about the way Adric tried to choke me in his sleep, as tears ran from his eyes and down his cheeks. Until that moment, I didn't believe monsters could cry. Whatever happened, the day a psychopath murdered his mother is the key to his darkness. It's the reason he's so fucked up and utterly inhumane. And I don't know why I'm so desperate to solve that mystery and understand the man I'm shackled to. Maybe it's because I have nothing better to do with my time. I can't scrub the image of him on top of me with my blood smeared over his muscular, tattooed chest, and the look of raw desire in those blue-flecked hazel eyes, and it forces me to clench my thighs together. He fucked me like a savage last night, and I enjoyed every second, which says something rather disturbing about myself. It should be an image that sickens me, and yet I think I'm losing myself to the madness. And then after that, in the early hours of the morning, as if choking me in my sleep wasn't bad enough, he silenced me with his cock, and it was rougher than he's ever been. My fingers delve between my thighs at the memory of his savage throat fucking, finding how wet I am. I groan, my fingers delving inside as I remember the anger in his eyes when I questioned him about his mother, and then again when he practically tried to choke me on his cock. I'm still aching from the need he ignited, and I hate myself for it. What the fuck is wrong with you, Eliza? I say out loud to myself, knowing that I'm losing my sanity, as I pull my hand away from my pussy and roll out of the bed. That's when I see the pregnancy test on the nightstand with a simple note. Take the test. I narrow my eyes, shaking my head. He can fuck off. It's obvious I'm pregnant, and I don't need the test to tell me. If he wants me to take it, he can force me. It's almost midday, and I need to get my mind off of Adric and what he's doing to me. Somehow I need to find some normalcy and return to the world of the sane. My fingers skate over the healing cut above my collarbone. If I don't want people to know what he's been doing to me, I'll have to wear a turtleneck sweatshirt. I shower first, washing the scent of Adric off of my body. It's a good place to start if I want to get my mind off of my tortured and twisted husband. And then I get dressed, picking a rather boring-looking turtleneck sweater and skirt to wear. After all, I'm not allowed out of the house. I hate that I can't even phone Lila at the academy, since Adric took my cell phone the moment we were married. I swallow hard and wonder if I'll get away with sneaking into his study and using the phone in there. It's been over a month since I last spoke to her, before Adric murdered our papa. It's quiet in the house as I trudge down the corridor and toward the stairs, descending into the huge hallway. This house never felt that homely, as it's too big. Nothing like our casa in Reynosa, which was large, but the rooms were intimate, almost cozy. But it feels emptier than ever since Adric tore it from my family. Mariana notices me and smiles as she dusts the mirror in the main hall. "Hey, Eliza, how are you today?" I see the sad twinkle in her eyes at asking me that question. She knows I'm living in hell, but she's too polite to acknowledge it, or too scared of Adric. I'm not sure which it is. "I'm fine, Mariana." I move closer to her. "Do you know where my husband is?" She shrugs. "I think he went out, but I can't be sure. It's such a big house." I nod. "Okay, thanks." I turn to walk away. "Do you need me to fix you some lunch?" she asks. I glance back at her over my shoulder, smiling softly. "No, don't worry. I'm not that hungry anyway. I may just snack on some chips." A flash of concern enters her eyes. "You're not eating enough, Eliza. I'm worried about you." My brow furrows. I have been eating. Not as much as normal. You've lost some weight. I run a hand down my stomach, wondering if she's right. Adric forcing me down the aisle and then murdering my papa diminished my appetite, but I'd hardly thought about it. "Okay, you can make me lunch." I glance at my watch. "Half an hour?" She nods. "Okay, I'll make fajitas. You love those." My stomach rumbles so loud at the suggestion that Mariana laughs. "It sounds like your stomach agrees." "It does indeed," I say, heat spreading up my neck and face. "I'll see you in the kitchen in half an hour?" Mariana nods. "Sure." I walk away toward the study, hoping that Mariana is right. It's hard to think of it as Adric's study, when it's always been my papa's. The place where I first set eyes on the man that would turn our entire world upside down. I try the door, but it's locked. Fuck. I remember Papa kept a spare key in the vase on the console in the corridor, so I open the lid and find it still there. Adric may be the new king in this castle, but he doesn't know where any of the secret keys are stashed. I slide the key into the door and sigh when the lock clicks open, proving he hasn't changed them as I feared he might have. Adric strikes me as the cautious type, but he obviously believed no one else had a key. My heart pounds in my ears as I glance down the corridor in each direction to ensure no one is around to catch me before pushing the door open. Once inside the office, I rest my back against the shut door and try to catch my breath. Nothing has changed except for the unbelievably organized desk, which used to be stacked with heaps of paperwork. Now it's organized and ordered. My stomach churns as the image of Papa sat behind the desk while he told me I was to marry Adric comes to the forefront of my mind. He seemed so pleased with himself, as if he was making the perfect match. It's hard to believe a man who I'd always seen as smart and powerful was duped so easily by Adric. A man who is barely older than me, but acts like the king of the city, as if it were his right to sit where my papa once did. I shake my head and focus on why I broke into his office in the first place, sitting down in papa's chair and lifting the receiver off the phone. The dial tone sounds, and I key in Lila's mobile number, since it's a Saturday and she should be able to pick up. It rings 3 times before she picks up. There's a moment's pause before she says timidly, "Hello?" Tears spring to my eyes at the sound of her voice. "Lila! Eliza!" She sounds frantic on the other end of the phone. Oh my God, are you okay? Not really, I murmur, pain clawing at the edges of my throat. The intensity of emotions I feel hearing a familiar voice is overwhelming. Are you at the academy? Yes, but I was in Chicago a couple of weeks ago for Papa's funeral. A sob rises in my chest. I would have been there if... I trail off, unable to speak past the mix of grief, regret, and sheer pain. I'm in hell, Lila. I know. When Enzo came to get me and told me what happened, I thought it was a sick joke. She pauses a moment, and I can hear her tapping her fingers on the other end. We've tried ringing and texting your cell phone, but I assume he took it from you? Yes, I croak. Does he let you leave the house? I shake my head, even though she can't see me. Not unless I'm with him for some event. I'm a prisoner in our home, but he's at least allowed me to leave the bedroom. I swallow hard. For 17 days, he locked me in a room. Fuck, she curses. Is he as much of a monster as they say? I don't know what they say, but he's truly heartless, Lila. I tighten my grasp on the receiver. I need to escape. Can we help? Tiago and Enzo are in the city, seeking refuge with the Italians. The Morone family? I ask, surprised that they'd give my brothers refuge. Yes, maybe we can break you out. I swallow hard, wanting nothing more than to say yes, but I know it would be a suicide mission. On the 2 occasions Adric has taken me out of the house since our wedding, the amount of guards posted around the house and at the gate is treble anything my papa had in place before he died. It's too dangerous. They guard the place like Fort Knox. Lila sighs. I feel so helpless. Somehow it'll turn out okay, I say, but I'm not sure if I mean it. Adric has broken something inside of me, and I fear I may be slowly slipping into irreparable territory. I guess the asshole has no intention of letting you finish med school, as he said he would before. He said he doesn't trust me enough yet to let me leave the house. I snort, as it's ridiculous. But if I'm good and behave, that he may consider it. Bastard. I smile at the ferocity of her voice. Tiago says he shot Papa without a moment's hesitation, and you were there. I clear my throat as the memory resurfaces, sending shivers down my spine. That same man that pulled the trigger is the man I was lying in bed fantasizing about only half an hour ago. Sickness rolls through my gut. Yeah, it's all I can say. I'm so sorry, Eliza. She pauses for a moment. I guess it would be a stupid question to ask if he's treating you badly. I scoff at that. Kind of stupid, yeah. Fuck, I wish there was something I could do. I shake my head, gazing out of the window at the grounds surrounding the house. There's nothing anyone can do. I'm his wife now. I swallow hard. I think I'm pregnant, too. You think? I'm late, but I can't bring myself to take the test. My stomach drops as I left the test exactly where Adric put it. Shit. I know. I hold my head in my hands. I can't bring myself to think about the possibility that I'm carrying a monster's baby. I spin the chair around and almost shriek in shock. Oh shit, I murmur, staring at those unemotional eyes as he stands in the doorway, his fists clenched by his side. I've got to go. He's there, isn't he? Yeah, I say, dropping the receiver as terror sweeps through me. He's going to make me pay for breaking into his office, even if it was for an innocent catch-up with my sister. There's no doubt he heard my last comment, and he's going to think I was ringing for help. Adric. Eliza stares at me with wide eyes as she drops the receiver of the phone, fear dilating her irises as she shuffles uncomfortably under my gaze. I clench my jaw, her words still replaying in my mind. I can't bring myself to think about the possibility that I'm carrying a monster's baby. It's what I am. In fact, I've even referred to myself as a monster or a beast, and yet hearing it from her lips angers me like nothing ever has. She's under my skin. Breaking and entering now, Eliza? I ask. The column of her neck bobs up and down as she swallows hard. I can detect the pulse raising in her neck as her face turns as white as snow, despite her tanned complexion. I only wanted to talk to my sister. Her voice is steady and calm, despite the panic in her eyes. Talk to her, or plot some elaborate plan to escape? I tilt my head, enjoying Eliza's crippling fear as her eyes dilate. We were literally just talking. Her brow furrows. I've no intention of trying to escape. There's truth in what she's saying, but I feel the need to toy with her a little longer. I step inside the room and shut the door, turning the lock. And how do I know you're not lying to me, baby girl? When I turn around, I see she stood from the desk and is wielding her father's golf club, her back to the wall farthest from me. I arch a brow. Put that down or you'll do some damage. Her whole body trembles. Are you worried I'll do some permanent damage to your pretty face? No, I'm worried you'll do some damage to your father's study. Her eyes narrow. Don't talk about him. I tilt my head. Why? Because I put a bullet in his skull? You're a monster. I nod. Yes, I heard you the first time telling your sister. My eyes narrow. Didn't you take the test? No. Irritation coils through me, as Eliza is purposely being a brat. Why the fuck not? Because I didn't feel like it. Eliza, you're testing my patience. I step forward. She waves the golf club at me. Stay back. I step closer, pretty sure that my innocent wife doesn't have what it takes to ram that thing into my skull. Even if she tries, I'll move out of the way faster. Come on then, Eliza. Do your worst. I spread my arms out and give her open target. Her eyes widen, and she tightens her grasp on the handle of the club, sweat beading on her forehead. Don't tempt me. I will do it. The warning seems more like she's trying to convince herself that she has what it takes to do it, rather than to put me off goading her. Go ahead. I step even closer to her, so there's barely 2 feet between us. I'm giving you this shot. Her eyes search mine frantically as she adjusts the grip she has on the handle of the club. There's a flicker of consideration, but I can see from the look on her face she just can't take that shot. Maybe I won't have to carve her heart out to claim it after all. After everything I've put her through, Eliza can't hurt me. It's an oddly satisfying feeling as I step closer, making her chest rise and fall harder with each breath she takes. And then I press my hand to her cheek and cup it gently, ignoring the fact that she could smack me over the head at any moment. What are you waiting for? I murmur. Her chest hitches, and I notice her grip slacken on the club as I reach for it and loosen it from her hand, dropping it to the floor. The clang of metal against wood makes her jump. It looks like you're all talk and no bite, baby girl. And then the overwhelming need to kiss her drives me forward as I press my lips to hers, even though I should punish her for breaking into my study. The punishment can wait. Eliza's lips part as I thrust my tongue inside of her mouth, groaning when she claws at my shoulders and pulls me closer. Her tongue thrusting against mine as if she's as hungry for this as I am. I pull my lips from hers and force her turtleneck sweater off, feeling red-hot desire kick through me the moment I see the cut at her collarbone I inflicted the night before. along with the bruises around her neck. Her eyes dilate as she watches me, and then I kiss her neck, enjoying the feel of her pulse quickening beneath them as I skate lower to her collarbone, brushing over the cut which is healing. Eliza shudders, lacing her fingers in my hair as I move lower, pulling open the poppers of her shirt and kissing her breasts next. The need to worship her body clawing at me. Adric. She breathes my name as I pull down the cup of her bra and suck her nipples into my mouth one by one. I lift her then and position her on the edge of the desk, parting her thighs and pushing her skirt up to her hips. Her panties are already wet and glistening with her arousal, and I'm surprised by the desire to taste her, something I never do. Eliza gasps as I tear the delicate lace covering her and fall to my knees between her thighs. Her brows rise in surprise as I gaze up at her, knowing that never before have I even had the slightest inclination to taste a woman that way. But the way she's looking at me drives me on. I press my tongue to her center first, tasting her sweet arousal, groaning as my cock gets harder in my tight suit pants. Eliza moans, her head falling back as I slide my tongue higher and circle the nub of her clit tentatively. Her fingers lace in my hair as I continue, reading each of her reactions to my ministrations and pushing harder when I find a spot she particularly likes. It's fascinating watching her as I give her pleasure. My cock is harder than nails. You taste fucking amazing, baby girl, I breathe, before devouring her more deeply, thrusting my tongue inside of her. She moans, arching her back. It feels so good, Daddy. Hearing her call me that so freely makes me leak in my pants as I devour her with more eagerness, wanting nothing more than to make her come for me. It's as if I'm addicted to this woman and I can't get enough of her. She's broken down all my walls, and I fear it leaves me vulnerable, more vulnerable than I've ever been in my life. I want you to come for me. Her eyes open, and she looks down at me with her bottom lip caught between her teeth. That's right. Let me look into those eyes while Daddy devours your cunt and makes you come. She moans loud, holding my gaze. Yes, Daddy. I suck her clit then, and it's all it takes to send her over the edge. Her pussy gushes with arousal, and I lap it up like a hungry animal. She shakes violently as her pleasure tears through her, but I don't stop. It's like now that I've started, I don't know how to stop. A hard bang at the door breaks me out of my list-filled daze. I release her thighs, wiping her juices from my mouth and pulling her skirt down over her pussy, before standing and glancing at the mirror behind Eliza to check my appearance. A little disheveled, but not too bad. Who is it? I call, meeting Eliza's confused and ashamed gaze. It's me, sir, Budamir's voice sounds from the other side of the door. We've got an emergency down at the plaza. Our legitimate hotel? I confirm. Yes, the Italians hit it armed with the help of the MC. Motherfuckers. I straighten my tie and turn my back on my wife, who hasn't moved a muscle since I pushed her over the edge with my tongue. Little does she know the significance of that act for me. The first time I've ever licked a woman to climax before. I walk away without a word and unlock the door. Let's go, I say, shutting it behind me without a word to the woman who has infected my blood so thoroughly she's making me want to do things I never dreamed of before. And that makes her a threat. I walk into the Estrada Corporation building and head straight to the lift to the top floor office. The staff have been told that Hernandez has stepped down as CEO and retired to Mexico, leaving the company in the capable hands of his son-in-law. The Morone family's hit on our legitimate hotel is an outright declaration of war, and using the fucking scum of the earth to do it as well. Axel King is a waste of space, and yet somehow he got a jump on our guys at the hotel that the corporation own. But it's not a laundering site. It's separate from the cartel and has a reputation to uphold, which is damaged now by the armed robbery. I know it's a retaliation for my stunt at the Shamrock. It was a reckless thing to do, but clearly Massimo was trying to get my attention. He has it now. Are they here? I ask Budimir as the door to the elevator opens. He nods, a grave look on his face. And they have company. What company? Axel King and his band of misfits. I shake my head. They shouldn't be here. I march toward the boardroom and enter, hating the way my blood heats when I see both Massimo and Axel sitting there with smug looks on their faces. What the fuck do you think you are doing here? I glare at Axel. Axel holds his hands up. I'm backing my business partner, Massimo. He tilts his head. Is that a problem? I bare my teeth at the redneck biker. What the fuck do you think you're doing, hitting our legitimate holdings? You know the rules of the city. Massimo sits back and smirks at me like the cocky bastard he is. And so do you. But I'd say putting a hit on another boss and snatching his title throws all the rules up in the air, wouldn't you? The Italian has a point. But it doesn't explain why he's roped the devil's Alpha MC into it. And Axel being here? He's my business partner, and we want to come to an agreement for peace. His eyes narrow. No childish ambushes or gunfights. It'll be 5 leaders and their right-hand men having an honest game of poker and discussing the problem at hand. Poker? I ask, skeptical why we'd need to gamble in order to have a business discussion. In 1 week, I've booked out the Morone Casino. It's shut for us to have the meeting, and you can't have a meeting in a casino without a bit of gambling, can you? I shrug. I wouldn't know, as I'm not a gambler. I sit opposite Massimo and lean forward over the table. And what problem exactly is it we will discuss? Massimo's eyes narrow. You, chiefly. I smirk at that. As I told you, the threat I posed to you was never real. It was a ploy to get me my crown, and now I've got it. I shrug. Problem solved. And what of the blockade you've put in place at the border? Massimo asks. I smirk then. I don't see why that worries you. You don't buy your product south of the border. Massimo's jaw clenches as if he's surprised that I know that. I know everything about his organization and the others in this city. He buys from Albanians at favorable rates, along with the human flesh they traffic. I'm not one to question people's morals, but dealing in flesh is the lowest of the low, and Massimo doesn't strike me as the type to enjoy it. That's correct, but I have an agreement with the Irish and Russians to help smooth things out. He shrugs. Being the only neutral party, it made sense for me to extend this invitation. Are you going to honor the agreements you made with my predecessor? His jaw works. Are you going to provide us with proof that you don't have any missiles? I sit up straighter and look my adversary in the eye. Tell me, Massimo, are you really foolish enough to believe I'd have the kind of firepower? His jaw works. I don't know what you're capable of, Adric. I smirk. I guess I will take that as a compliment. I crack my knuckles and nod. You'll get your proof, if I get the 3 contracts agreed with Hernandez. A tension eases from Massimo's shoulders as he nods. Perfect. We'll make arrangements for next Friday evening. All legalities will be taken care of before then. Bring the proof. I salute. Got it. His eyes narrow. If we're going to be business partners, then we have to trust one another. Are you the reason my father's casino expansion plan has been halted indefinitely? Ah, the mayor is doing something right then. I nod. Yes, we can't have you getting too big for your boots, can we? He blows out an irritated breath. Who did you get on your side? I stand. Now, if I told you that, I'd have to kill you, Massimo. Axel stiffens, hand moving under his jacket as if he's ready for a shootout. I glare at him. It's an expression. My attention moves to Massimo. Perhaps you should keep your dog at home in the future. Axel stands then, rage igniting in his eyes. Who the fuck are you calling a dog, you piece of Russian filth? I shrug. You're the one reaching for your gun in a supposedly peaceful meeting. Massimo stands and places a firm hand on his shoulder. Back down, Axel. He looks irritated at being told what to do, but he does take a step away. I hate the fucking Russians, he murmurs. If he thinks he can offend me with his childish, petty whining, then hell be sorely disappointed. Send Budimir details of the meeting, and well be there, I say, ignoring the sulking MC leader. Massimo nods once and then holds out his hand. Deal. I look at it skeptically, not really wanting to touch him. Old habits die hard, and although touching Eliza come naturally, I still don't exactly like shaking hands. I do it anyway, forced to conform to society's bullshit expectations. See you next Friday, Massimo says, walking out of the boardroom. Axel follows behind, just like the dog that he is. I sink into my chair at the expansive table and rest my head back, sighing. What's the plan, sir? Budimir asks, once we're alone. Plan? I ask, staring at my own hands clasped together. Yes, what angle will we take at the meeting? I shake my head. No angle. This is exactly where we wanted them, desperate for peace. Everything is falling into place, although hitting our hotel was a low blow I didn't see coming. I glance at him. Can you get on to damage control and make sure our reputation isn't affected too badly? He bows his head. Yes, sir. I'll do that now. I remain where I am as he walks away to sort out the hotel. Next Friday, I'll strike 3 lucrative deals with the other families in the city, forcing their allegiance to the Estrada cartel. It'll firmly cement my place as a capable leader, and I can rest easy knowing the war is over, and Don Pablo won't have a choice but to back me as the leader. Slowly, everything is falling into place. I need to make sure my wife doesn't distract me any more than she already has. Ever since the night I told her about my mother, I felt something change inside of me, and I don't like it. Eliza. I pace the bedroom floor, going over the exchange earlier with Adric in my mind on repeat. Why the hell couldn't I hit him? The only thing he deserves is to have a golf club wedged into the side of his skull, and yet I couldn't move my arms. He gave me the shot, and I couldn't take it. Maybe it's because I'm not a killer like him, but I fear that it's something else entirely, something far more twisted. Adric said he'd steal my heart. As I looked into those unique hazel eyes and wielded the golf club, I knew he had gotten under my skin in irrevocable ways. There's no way I love him, but there's something binding me to him, a deep and dark connection that can't be broken. He was my first, even if he took it ruthlessly, and his baby is growing in my belly. After he released me from his hold and stopped devouring me like a starving animal, I headed straight to the bedroom and did the test, hoping it wasn't positive. It was a false hope that was soon shattered by the 2 lines that showed up clear as day. I'm going to have Adric Volkov's baby. Maybe it's not such a bad thing, as a baby is perhaps the only positive thing to come out of this. A bundle of joy I can spend my time looking after and pouring all my love into, rather than moping around this house all day. A knock echoes at my door, and I walk toward it and fling it open, finding Mariana on the other side with a tray. When you didn't come to the kitchen, I got worried. The smell of freshly baked tortillas and fajitas makes my stomach rumble. I slam my hand against my forehead. I'm so sorry. Adric and I had a fight, and then I totally forgot. My brow furrows. I'll take it back to the kitchen. I grab the tray from her. Maybe you can keep me company while I eat? She smiles and nods. I'd like that, but Adric may not approve. He's not in. His man came to fetch him about some kind of emergency. The bastard walked away after licking me to climax for the first time since we married, without even a simple goodbye. She looks relieved as we walk down the stairs and back to the kitchen. I set the tray down and get to work assembling a wrap. Are you having some? Mariana shakes her head. I ate earlier. She sits down and smiles. Enjoy it. You need to keep eating. It's important for your health. I swallow hard. Not only mine. I set my hand on my stomach, struggling to believe there's another person growing inside of me. You are pregnant? Mariana asks. I nod. Her expression turns grave. I don't know what to say. I know congratulations aren't exactly suitable in this situation. I shrug. I don't know. At least I won't feel so alone having a little one to depend on me. I take a bite of my fajita and groan at how good it tastes. I do love your food, Mariana. She smiles, but it doesn't quite reach her eyes. I'm glad. Hopefully the little one will too. Her brow furrows. I must admit, the house feels very empty lately. A baby wouldn't be the worst thing. No, it wouldn't. And I'm sure Adric will be too busy to spend time with it, so I can shield him or her from him. I notice Mariana wince out of the corner of my eye. He's a troubled young man, and I can't imagine what you're going through married to him. I chew my food, feeling a little ashamed that I've actually been enjoying his attention lately. It's like he's stolen my self-respect, and the only pleasure I have now is what he gives me. The intrigue I feel about his past and what happened to him to make him the way he is has been goading me, but it's clear he has no intention of telling me more about his mother's murder. Somehow I have to make the best of it, I say, feeling a little awkward. I spoke to Lila earlier. She straightens. You did? How? I swallow hard. I used the spare key to get into Papa's study and rang her from the phone in there. She's at the academy and safe. She sighs. That's good news. I assume I was right and they've had your Papa's funeral? I nod in reply, a sadness spreading through my chest that I couldn't be there. Even though I witnessed him die in the blink of an eye, it still doesn't feel quite real, especially since I haven't even had the chance to say goodbye properly. Yes, they had the funeral when you heard about it, a couple of weeks ago. She was back from the academy for it. Mariana places a hand over mine and squeezes. I'm sorry you didn't get to say goodbye, mija. I squeeze her hand back. Hopefully, when I get more freedom, I can visit his grave and see my siblings again. I clench my jaw as I remember Adric said I'll never be able to see them again, as he won't have me conspiring with them behind his back. You will, I'm sure of it. She nods at my unfinished wrap. Now eat. That baby won't grow on thin air. I smile and finish the rest of my first fajita before putting together another. Mariana keeps her hands busy cleaning up. It's rare that she sits still for a moment in the day, always on the move. Do you think he will be cruel to the baby? She looks at me then, brow furrowing as she thinks about the question. I don't think so. That man is troubled, but I sense he would care for his own child. What makes you say that? She shrugs. Intuition. Someone clears their throat at the doorway, and Mariana's face turns pale. Leave us. She gives me an apologetic look before dashing away. I swallow hard and don't turn to look at him as he approaches. Is that what you think, Eliza? He asks. What? I ask, munching on my food despite suddenly having no appetite at all. That I'd treat our child badly? He sinks onto the stool next to me and I glance at him. I shrug and put the half-eaten wrap down. You've treated me badly, so why would a baby be any different? There's a flash of something in those cold eyes of his, but it's gone before I can detect what it is. I won't be cruel to our baby. He tilts his head. I suppose that means you finally took the test. I look down at my lap and nod. Yes, it's positive. Good. He reaches for my half-eaten fajita and takes a bite, groaning as he does. I must admit, I could get used to eating more Mexican food. Mariana makes a good fajita. I've had enough. You finish them. I push the plate in front of him and stand, intending to leave. His hand clamps around my wrist, and he drags me back onto the stool. Where do you think you are going? I shrug. I've finished eating, so I'm going to entertain myself elsewhere. He sighs heavily and puts the food down, glaring at me. You'll remain here until I've finished. As my wife, your job is to keep me company. If I remember rightly, my job was explicitly to stay out of your way. His eyes narrow. Don't be smart with me. I grind my teeth. Fine, I'm going to grab some ice cream. I stand and walk toward the refrigerator, digging out the half-eaten pot of salted caramel core. My stomach clenches as I remember the last time I ate ice cream, that he forced me to lick it off his cock. I grab a spoon and sit down next to him, and we both eat in silence. Once I've polished off the rest of the ice cream, Adric is already finished, watching me like a hawk. Enjoy that? He asks. Yes, thanks. He places a hand on my thigh and squeezes. I bet it wasn't as enjoyable as when you sucked it off my cock, was it? I narrow my eyes at him. Far more enjoyable, actually. He chuckles, shaking his head. Such a naughty liar. Heat coils through me, partly from anger and partly from shame, as he's right. I enjoyed sucking it off his cock, and it makes me sick. Sex with this man shouldn't be so enjoyable, so addictive. I'm not a liar. You are, Malishka. He tightens his grasp on my thigh. Because on your eyes at the mere mention of my cock. It was more intense than the way you looked at that ice cream. Fuck you, I say. He grabs my throat suddenly, startling me. The flex of his fingers against my skin sending a wave of pleasure through me as I still feel the bruises he inflicted last night. I thought we'd got past this childish behavior. His grip tightens. And yet you still have to push me, don't you? I shake my head. Why do you enjoy choking me all the time? I rasp out. He gives me a menacing smirk. I get a kick out of feeling your pulse quicken beneath my fingers. That's fucked up. He moves his lips to within an inch of mine. If I'm fucked up, then you are too, for enjoying every single second. I don't deny it, as there's no point. I enjoy the depravity he's dragged me into. It's electrifying, and basically the polar opposite of what my life had been up to now, predictable and boring and controlled. He releases me, flexing his fingers. I shouldn't be so rough with you, not now I'm pregnant, not sick. One eyebrow arches. Are you saying you don't want me to stop being rough? I'm saying I expect nothing to change. For a few painstaking moments, Adric stares into my eyes as if he's lost in them, and I feel my breathing labor at his attention. Those eyes still have the power to leave me breathless from the sheer coldness of them. I'll never get used to looking into them and not feel that spine-tingling fear. Should I expect things to change? I ask, knowing that if I don't break the silence, I might go insane. He shakes his head. I can't be sure. I watch as he stands and carries the dirty dish to the sink, placing it on the side. He's tense. I can sense it in the way he moves. When he turns around, there's a strange look in his eyes as he walks toward me. We're going out, he says, grabbing my wrist and dragging me out of my seat. Out? I yank my arm free. Where? He grits his teeth. For a walk. It's good for the baby. And do you really care what is good for our child? I set my hands on my hip, glaring at him. There's no way this man cares about our baby. My role was always to provide him with an heir and stay out of his way. Those were the expectations he made clear the day we met. Nothing will ever change, as a monster can't care about anything but itself. Adric, come on, I say, clasping my hand around hers. She shudders at my touch, but doesn't fight me as I lead her down the corridor toward the exit of the house. There's a place I want to take her at night, a place she took me when we first met. The cool night air wraps around us as I lead her out of the front door and take the path she led me down that day. Where are we going? She murmurs. I clench my jaw. I thought you could use some air and exercise. It's good for the baby. I feel her eyes on me as we walk, and it makes me nervous, even though no one ever makes me nervous. Do you want to be a father? She asks. The question surprises me as I glance at her. I never gave it much thought. So you were desperate for an heir, not a child? I swallow hard, as I know it was the same for my father. He often left my mother alone with me and Vasily, uninterested in his 2 children, other than their roles as his heirs, if the worst were to happen to Spartak, which he hoped for daily. The day she died was a rare day that our father actually paid attention to his eldest son and took him out camping, leaving me home alone with my mom. It was a requirement set in place by your father's cousin for me to keep my position here, I say. Eliza nods in understanding. My father was never present. I don't expect to be the same. I clench my free fist by my side. What time I can spare will be devoted to my child. I release Eliza's hand and signal ahead. I find the lake most beautiful at this time of night. Her brow furrows as she looks down at the lake. It's a light with beautiful fireflies dancing over the surface, their reflection in the mirrored surface of the lake only increasing the magical quality in the air. Wow, it's beautiful. I look at her then, seeing she's totally engrossed in the spectacle. I've never been so enamored by another person in my life, except perhaps my mother, but her memory became so dark and twisted, for a long time I couldn't remember her, only the corpse I clung to long after the psycho had violated her body and left. "Let's get closer," I say. Her eyes meet mine and her lips part, drawing my attention to them. "To the lake," I clarify. She clears her throat. "Of course." Eliza moves closer first and I follow her, knowing that these feelings I'm having are cautionary. The woman is carrying my baby, but this was always supposed to be a business transaction and nothing more. We remain side by side for a long while, staring out over the lake in comfortable silence. At least for me it's comfortable. I've never been good with people who chat too much. However, it doesn't last forever. No good thing can. "Will you tell me what happened to your mother?" Eliza asks, breaking the silence with the worst possible question. She doesn't look at me as she asks it. Instead, she gazes over the dark, shimmering surface of the lake. Tension creeps into my muscles at the mere mention of her. "I've told you it's not something you want to know, and not to speak of her ever again." I clench my jaw as anger simmers to life in my veins. "It must have been pretty terrible to make you the man you are today." Her gaze doesn't move to me. I clench my jaw at her assumption that what happened that day is why I'm so cold and calculating today. "Maybe I was born this way, Eliza. Did you ever think of that?" Finally, she looks at me. "No, you weren't." She shakes her head, the certainty in her voice convincing. "Whatever happened that day did this to you." Am I that easy to read? Or is it just that this girl has a knack for reading people? I search her beautiful brown eyes, knowing that there's a part of me that wants to bare my dark side to her. Let her see every ugly part of me. She was murdered. That's all you need to know. Her eyes narrow. "And you saw her murder?" I nod in response. "Yes, and worse." "He made you watch him rape her dead body, didn't he?" It feels like I'm drowning as I try to push away the terrible memories coming to the surface. Not just watch. He made me touch her dead body while he smeared her blood all over himself and raped her before going down on her. Eliza's gasp brings me back to the present, and her eyes are full of shock. What kind of maniac does that to a 6-year-old kid? I shake my head. He was an escaped convict from a mental institution who had dated my mom when they were teenagers. I crack my neck as the tension builds. He searched for her specifically, and then, when he was done having his revenge on her for being a whore and marrying another man, he left me with her body. I narrow my eyes. Not without leaving me with some good old scars to remember him by on my back and abdomen. He left me bleeding and sobbing over my mother and told me he won't kill me. Hell, just let me live with the darkness. I clench my jaw as the things he did to her body were beyond sick once her heart had stopped beating, and I was right there through it all. I was too young to truly understand what was happening, but the worst thing was after he'd finished inside of her, he made me watch him go down on her. It's what put me off going down on a woman for life. Any time I even thought about it, I felt sick, until earlier in the office with Eliza. The desire to make her feel good outweighed that sickening feeling. How long until someone found you? I swallow hard as I gaze out over the lake, finding the cover of darkness soothing, almost like a suit of armor. It was just over 24 hours, as my father and brother were out of town. I remember how cold she was as I lay with my head on her chest the entire time, blood running down my back, hoping it was all a terrible nightmare that I'd wake up from. But I never did. The stiffness of her skin gave me nightmares for years, and it's why I hated people touching me after that. It's as if it brings it all back, but not with Eliza. It makes little sense to me why she's the exception to the rule. Maybe it's because she sees me for what I am, a broken, heartless monster who can't be fixed. I glance at her and don't understand the urge to keep talking, but for once I'm unburdening myself of the weight I've carried for so many years. Everyone stopped asking me what happened that day when they got fed up with me not speaking for so long. I didn't speak for 2 years after that. My father told me I was a wuss and beat me daily until I finally spoke again. There's pity in Eliza's eyes, and I hate it. No one pities me. A strong leader can't show weakness, and while the darkest event of my life may have been hell, it drove me to become the calculating leader I am today. The kind of person who takes what he wants, consequences be damned. That's terrible, Eliza says simply. I sigh in relief that she didn't offer me her heartfelt apology for what had happened. It's always so pointless, the word sorry. After all, what I went through won't excuse all I've done to her in her eyes, but she's simply unfortunate collateral in my rise to the throne. Life is terrible, one challenge after another. You either rise above it or drown in it. I meet Eliza's inquisitive gaze. I rose above it. Her jaw clenches. You rose above it by repeating the cycle of violence and destruction on another family. She shakes her head. I'm not sure I'd describe it that way. I had a purpose, a reason for every bad thing I've done. My eyes narrow. That sick, perverted son of a bitch had no purpose in killing my mom, other than the fact he was fucked in the head. Did they catch him? I arch a brow. By they, who do you mean? The cops. I smirk and shake my head. Not before my uncle got hold of him and made him pay worse than anything he did to my mom 10 times over. At least that's how my father put it. And what I know about my uncle and his depravity, I don't doubt it. I rub a hand across the back of my neck. He's as fucked up in the head if you get on the wrong side of him. I notice the way Eliza shudders, either from the cool night breeze or from the topic we're talking about. Shrugging off my jacket, I offer it to her. You look cold. She looks at me skeptically for a few moments before accepting it in silence. I watch her as she shrugs the jacket on and pulls it tightly around herself. Why didn't you hit me? I ask. Eliza's eyes shoot to my face, widening. What? With the golf club? I shrug. I mean, I was well prepared and confident I'd get the chance to duck out of the way if you took a swing. But why didn't you? Eliza looks ashamed as she breaks my gaze. Because I'm not a violent person. There's uncertainty in her tone, and I know she's lying as I move closer to her. Don't lie to me, Eliza. I set my hand on her hip and pull her so she's facing me. Is it because deep down you don't want to hurt me? Her hands rest on my chest as she gazes up at me. I don't know why I didn't. She shakes her head. I wanted to, but something stopped me. I tilt my head. Is it because you'd miss me if I were gone? Her breathing labors. You're under my skin, and not in a good way. In what way am I under your skin? You have some kind of control over me that I can't explain. My brow arches. Do I now? And is it because you are addicted to my touch? I ask, letting my fingers skate gently down the sides of her body. Or because you are addicted to calling me daddy, just like in those books you love to read. She stiffens against me. How did I know everything about you, Eliza? She pushes away from my grasp and paces to the edge of the lake, wrapping her arms around herself. Is that why you asked me to call you that? Her voice sounds full of hurt as it echoes through the air toward me. A way of manipulating me with my kinks? I move closer to her, but don't touch her this time. No, it's a coincidence. I've always been partial to the nickname long before we met, Malishka. It wasn't until a few days ago that I spotted the book you were reading in the little living room you spend all your time in. I learned you're also partial to it. She turns to me. I think you knew that before you saw that book. Of course, your reactions told me you liked it, but I didn't know it was something you'd thought of before we'd fucked. I cross my arms over my chest. Although no doubt those books are about daddy-doms, am I right? Even in the dim light of the moon, I see her cheeks redden. Yes, she murmurs, and you're definitely not a daddy-dom. Certainly not, I reply. I'm just sick and like hearing you call me it. I turn then to search her face. Is that what you want? To be a little? She shakes her head. No, I don't think so. I just kind of like the kinkiness of the word, like you. Her eyes meet mine, and I feel an odd tightening in my chest as the need to kiss her overwhelms me. I move closer, and her eyes dip to my lips, inviting me in. The kiss is slow and tentative, different from when I've kissed her before. I take my time, enjoying the way her lips feel against mine. And then, after God knows how long, we break apart, both of us breathless. Let's head back to the house, I say. She nods and places her hand in mine. Lead the way. I swallow hard and start up the path, knowing that whatever this feeling is, it's dangerous. Eliza makes me want more from life than money and power. The girl by my side makes me want something until recently I didn't even believe I was capable of, and I fear if I don't distance myself from my wife, soon there will be no stopping the feelings that are trying to swallow me whole. Eliza. I walk down the path toward the lake, taking in a huge gulp of fresh air. The freedom of being allowed to wander the grounds is a godsend, as I've never been one for staying indoors all the time. I know it's because of the baby and because walking is good for me while I'm pregnant, but I can't help but hope Adric is starting to trust me. He made me swear not to attempt an escape, but he's a fool if he thinks I'd know the first place to go if I escaped. According to Lila, my brothers are staying with the Morone family, but I've got no idea where I'd find them in the city. And if I escaped, what then? I'm still Mrs. Volkov and carrying the baby of a traitor. I shudder as I wonder what my brothers would say if they knew their sister was carrying the unborn child of the man that killed our papa in cold blood. Tiago would never hurt me, I'm sure of that, but I wouldn't put it past Enzo. He can be ruthless to a fault, a trait he inherited from our mother. Ever since Adric opened up to me 3 days ago, it feels like a weight has lifted, as if I can see the man I married for the first time, and he doesn't seem as bad as he did at first. I hug my cardigan tighter around myself as a gust of wind blows through the trees. It's hard to believe that I'm seeing Adric as anything more than a heartless monster, especially after everything he's done to my family. Birds tweet overhead, drawing my attention to them as they flutter in and out of the trees. I'm not used to feeling so alone in my home, but Mariana makes each day bearable. My only friend now that my siblings are gone, and they have probably struck me out of medical school for missing so much class. I sigh heavily and set a hand on my stomach. At least we have each other, don't we, little one? The path leading down to the lake is a little muddy as I dodge puddles. It rained the night before, but it seems particularly boggy on the path. I'd assumed that once Adric knew I was pregnant, he'd want to stop having sex. He's worse than ever, and can barely keep his hands off me for a second when we're in the same room. I'm ashamed to say that I kind of enjoy every moment. Oh dear, I'm not sure we'll make it down to the lake today. I glance at the pumps I put on, knowing they aren't suitable for these conditions. I should have worn my boots. I turn around and practically jump out of my skin as there's a man behind me I don't recognize. He's covered in tattoos, with a shaved head on either side and longer hair on the top. If I had to take a guess, I'd say he was one of the bikers from the Devil's Alpha MC from the look of him, and last I heard, they're working with the Italians. A mix of hope and uncertainty coil through my gut. Could this be Enzo's and Thiago's attempt to rescue me, or something more sinister? "Who are you talking to?" he asks, tilting his head slightly. "Myself." I wrap my arms around my waist protectively. "Sorry, do I know you?" "No, but I know you, Eliza." The way he says my name sends shivers down my spine as he steps closer. "And you are coming with me." I take a step back. "Who are you?" He smirks. "That's for you to wonder." He steps forward, towering over me, and then grabs my shoulders. "Now, let's not make this harder than it needs to be." I kick my leg forward to strike him in the crotch, but despite being well over 6'4", he's shockingly fast. He grabs my leg mid-air and shakes his head, smirking at me with a row of perfect pearly white teeth. That's not a very nice way to greet someone, is it? He pushes my leg down and grabs my arm, forcing me so that my back is pressed against his chest. "No one told me how pretty you'd be." Panic rises through me at the tone of his voice. "No need to get so tense. I'm not allowed to touch you like that." "Who sent you?" I ask. He chuckles, the sound unfriendly. "I can't tell you that yet, Eliza." I feel a sharp prick to the side of my neck and reach for it. "What the hell was that?" "Just a sedative. I can't have you screaming and alerting the guards, can I?" He lifts me off the floor as my vision blurs, shouldering me as if I weigh nothing. "Let's see my boss. He'll be thrilled I have you." I open my mouth to ask him who his boss is, even though it's clear this asshole has no intention of telling me anything, but I can hardly move my jaw. It's as if the drug is paralyzing me at an alarming rate. My heart pounds erratically in my chest as I try to claw at this guy's shoulders to fight away, but I'm so weak. Whatever sedative he gave me is strong and working quick. With each jolting step he takes down toward the lake, I feel my vision darken. I swallow hard, wondering if the drug might hurt the baby. And would that be such a terrible thing? After all, it's the child of a man who took me by force. I'm already attached to the baby growing inside of me, and if anything were to happen to it, it might finally shatter what little joy I have left in this world. "Please," I murmur, but it comes out so quiet I doubt he'll even hear me. My vision gets so dark that I know I'm hardly clutching to any threads of consciousness as the drug pulls me into a dark abyss. Ringing sounds like an alarm going off repeatedly as I wake, shaking my head when I realize it's in my ears. When I open my eyes, I'm surrounded by darkness and realize that there's a hood over my head. I'm sitting on a hardwood chair with my hands bound behind me. And that's when my memories return with a vengeance as the huge tattooed man that stole me comes to the forefront of my mind. "Fuck," I murmur. "Fuck indeed," someone says, making me jump. "Who are you?" I ask. Whoever it is laughs as they take soft footsteps closer to me. "I'm your saving grace, Eliza. At least, hopefully I am." The hood over my head comes off, and I'm staring into the dark eyes of a man with light brown hair and a neatly trimmed beard. Again, he looks like a biker if I had to take a guess. As my eyes scan over his tattoos, which are up both of his arms, I get the confirmation I was seeking. You're with the MC, aren't you? He tilts his head. Clever. Am I that obvious? I shrug. You have the tattoo. I nod at his arm, where the Devil's Alpha MC tattoo of a wolf's head and snakes coming out of is prominent. Good spot. He cracks his neck. I stole you for a business partner, Massimo Moroni. I swallow hard, wondering if Tiago and Enzo know anything about this. What about my brothers? He arches a brow. What about them? I heard they're staying with the Moroni family. His eyes narrow. Where did you hear that? I spoke with my sister a few days ago. He cracks his knuckles. I see. I need to ascertain where your loyalties lie, Eliza. I arch a brow. Where they lie? Are you serious? Yes. Are you Adric's little pet, or are you still loyal to your family? I swallow hard as I think about the baby growing inside of me. Adric's child. Not to mention, lately I've been having feelings I can't explain when I'm with Adric, as if he's somehow managed to sink under my skin and penetrate those walls I tried to keep around my heart. He's troubled and downright heartless, but there's something connecting me to him. I don't know how to explain it. My family, I say, knowing that's the answer he wants to hear. No doubt Adric Volkov hasn't treated you well? I shake my head. He's treated me like a prisoner. I swallow hard. Taken everything from me. The only way I'm going to get out of this alive is to play along with this man, no matter what he expects from me. He nods. I see. But are you willing to lure Adric to his death? Death. I swallow hard, searching for the answer inside of me. There's no doubt, after everything he's done, that I should want him dead. He forced me down the aisle and shot Papa dead without a second thought. And he even took my innocence by force and without consent on our wedding night. The man is evil to the core, a monster with no heart. And yet, as I've got to know more about him and the reasons for his behavior, I've imagined a life that's not so terrible with him, a life with our baby. To his death? I confirm. The man nods. Yes. Will that be a problem? I shake my head, even though deep down I'm not sure I can watch him die, despite everything. No. He smirks. Perfect. I'll fetch Massimo so he can explain what we need of you. He walks toward the door of the dark, dank room. Hawk, keep our guest company while I'm gone. The same huge, tattooed man enters the room and smirks at me. We meet again. I swallow hard, as this guy gives me the creeps. Yeah, is there any reason I'm tied up when we're on the same side? He arches a brow. You still need to prove yourself, sweetie. Until then, you'll remain tied to that chair. A callous smirk spreads onto his lips. I do love women tied up. He winks, and it sends a shiver down my spine. I feel utterly torn as I wait for the other guy to return, knowing that if I lure Adric into their trap, he'll die. It's what I should want, but deep down I can't imagine being the reason he's dead, the reason my baby's father is no longer breathing. Who was that guy? I ask. Hawk leans against an old table in the corner, eyeing me. Axel King, leader of the MC. Massimo Moroni struck a deal with the MC months ago when this war broke out, stealing the deal from the Irish as they struggled with supply, but I didn't know they were working together so closely. Perhaps desperate times called for desperate measures, as the war has been hard on all the organizations, except for the cartel, who remained on the sidelines. And he's working with the Morone family? He nods. Something like that. He picks up a knife off the table, making my heart rate skyrocket as he points it toward me. You're very inquisitive, aren't you? I try not to let him get to me and shrug. I want to know who I'm helping, is all. Helping? He chuckles. You didn't have a choice, Eliza. You were going to be bait, whether you agreed or not. He walks closer to me. It's just easier that you agreed. I shudder as he stops no more than a foot away from me, towering over me like an angry, inked god. He presses the flat of the knife beneath my chin and lifts it with the metal blade. You have no power here, so keep your questions to yourself and do as you're told. Do you understand? Yes, perfectly. He smirks, showing off those white, shark-like teeth. Good. He pulls the knife away as the door to the basement room opens and Axel walks back in, followed by a very dapper-looking man in a tailored suit. He has dark, almost black hair and a well-groomed beard, and his eyes are almost as dark as his hair as he stares at me. Get your man away from her. Axel's jaw clenches as he glares at Hawk. Hawk, leave her alone. Hawk smirks and steps away, pocketing the knife. I was having some fun. Well, don't, Axel says, stepping forward. Okay, Eliza. So you'll help us get rid of your husband, right? I nod in response. Yeah, I hate him. That was the truth at one point, but the hatred I felt for him has changed. It's different, even though he still treats me like a prisoner. Massimo nods. I'm not surprised. He killed your father. He steps closer to me and then crouches down in front of my face. Adric doesn't know we have you yet, and he won't know until the meeting at the casino in 3 days. Adric probably believes I ran away rather than got kidnapped. I'm not sure how on earth Hawk got me off the grounds, as the place is well guarded, but I was unconscious before he made it to the lake. Just tell me what I need to do and I'll do it, I say, biting the inside of my cheek. On one condition, Massimo's brow arches. And what condition is that? I get to see my brothers. He smiles and nods. Of course. The next 3 days you can spend with them, and after that, you're free to go with them back home. Tiago will resume his rightful place as leader of the cartel. Massimo claps his hands. And all will be as it should be. I realize that the moment I agree to this, then I'm either going to betray my own family or betray the father of my child. Which one? I'm not sure yet. Deal. I'm afraid I can't shake your hand because... I shrug, nodding down at the bindings around my body. Cut her free, Hawk, Massimo instructs. Hawk's eyes narrow, but he steps forward and slices the knife through the ropes. My neck aches, and I place a hand against it, finding a bandage there. What happened to my neck? It turns out your husband implanted a tracking device. He arches a brow. Didn't you know? I swallow hard and shake my head, unsure how to feel about that. A tracking device. It explains how he found me so easily the night of the charity gala, even if his driver followed me from the hotel. Massimo thrusts his hand at me. Welcome to the right side. I shake his hand, but I can't help but feel dread where I should feel hope. A month ago, if these men had taken me and given me this same scenario, I'd know that I was doing the right thing. Now, I'm not so sure, even if Adric tagged me like a dog. The deep, dark connection I feel to him has grown too strong, and I fear I don't have what it takes to lure him to his death. Adric. Budimir comes running into my study, eyes wide. "Sir, Eliza has been taken!" I stare at him for a few beats, letting those words sink in. Taken? He nods. By who? His Adam's apple bobs as he swallows. By the MC. A rage unlike any I've ever felt hits me and threatens to swallow me whole as I sweep everything off of my desk in anger, the contents crashing to the floor. Those fucking bastards. They came to me claiming to want to have a peaceful discussion and then stabbed me in the back days later. We caught images on our CCTV of one man carrying her through a gap in the south wall. How long ago? I ask. His jaw works. Over an hour ago. What the fuck were the security team doing not to notice it before? I notice the way his face pales as he moves forward, sinking into a seat opposite the desk. The guard on duty was Kenny, and he fell asleep. It's only because he got caught and forced to run through the tapes while he'd been slacking that they realized. The desire to lose control and tear apart the entire fucking security team is strong, but I breathe deeply and try to get a handle on my rage. I pull out my cell phone and bring up the app which tracks Eliza. My heart sinks as it's blank, which means they either got the device out of her or she's underground. I fear it's the former. They have an angle for taking her, and it's not for negotiating. What do you mean? He asks. I shake my head, walking over to the window and gazing out onto the grounds of the Estrada mansion. They're setting a trap and using her as bait to get rid of me. I turn and look at my second in command. I have my phone bugged in case anyone uses it, and Eliza made the grave mistake of breaking in here and ringing her sister. He raises a brow. And Tiago and Enzo are staying with the Morone family. I run a hand across the back of my neck. They're cooking up some plan to dethrone me and put Tiago back in his rightful place. The offer to have a peaceful discussion at the casino is nothing more than a ruse. Fuck. So what are we going to do? I glance at the clock on the wall. Right now, nothing. The second drop is happening in 45 minutes at the dock, and I want to ensure that Don Pablo got my message loud and clear. After they attempted to blow our product and potentially me off the map, I murdered one of his relations that worked in the cartel and sent his head in a box to Don Pablo, along with a written warning that the next time he fucks with me, I'll ensure it's all of his cousin's children's heads that are in a box, including Eliza's. Tension coils through me at the thought, as at the time the idea of killing Eliza was a minor inconvenience. But now, I'm not sure I have what it takes to end my wife's life. She's become integral to my day-to-day, and now she's in the hands of my enemies. I claw my fingers through my hair. Let's get moving. Are the men ready and in place? Budimir nods. Yes, sir. Good. I check my appearance in the mirror, straightening my tie. Let's go and make sure those Mexican sons of bitches play ball. He nods. Sounds like a plan. I walk out of the study with him following me, but for the first time since I took over as head of the cartel outfit in North America, I'm worried. Worried that something might happen to my wife and my unborn child. After all, my claim to the throne relies heavily on her. But I hate that it's not just that. Somehow, despite believing it impossible, I've come to care for her. She knows me in a way no one else ever has, and I won't stand by while some bikers and Italians snatch her from me. The question is, will I survive trying to save her? Santoro gets out of the vehicle first, and I watch him from the passenger seat of the SUV. The same men that were with him before exit, and then I give my men a nod. Okay, be ready for an attack. Sir, they reply in chorus. I get out of the vehicle and walk a few steps toward him. I trust your boss received my last message, after your rather botched-up attempt to screw me. Santoro's jaw clenches. Indeed, it's a mistake we won't make again. He signals to the huge truck behind him, which is twice the size of the one before. As a goodwill gesture, we've included double the product for the same price, and you're welcome to send your men to inspect for any bombs before we leave. I nod and glance at my men. Pyotr, make the check. He goes to retrieve the inspection mirror and then approaches the truck. There's a tension in the air you could cut with a knife, but I don't let it distract me. If Don Pablo is smart, they'll know what's best for them. Accept my rule and walk away. After a painstakingly long but thorough check from Pyotr, he returns. All is clear. Good. Gleb, bring them the cash. Gleb steps forwards with the bag of cash, which we counted many times, and walks it over to Santoro, who signals for the same two guys to count it. Not to offend, but I must ensure it's all there, Santoro says. No offense taken. Although, it wasn't us that tried to screw you on the first drop. I tap my fingers impatiently against my arm, wanting this wrapped up quickly so I can tend to the other matters at hand, primarily the fact my enemy has stolen my wife. Not to mention, I have a board member of Devereaux Incorporated to shake down before the vote in 2 days. One man who did the counting nods. It's all there. Of course it is, I say, glaring at Santoro. I'm not an idiot. Santoro waves his hand dismissively. Perfect. In future, I hope our drops will be quicker and smoother the more we learn to trust one another. I smirk at that. I wouldn't count on it. I trust no one. He laughs. Fair enough, Volkov. We'll be in touch. With that, Santoro and his men get into their SUV with the cash and leave. Are we confident it's not rigged? I ask Pyotr. Fairly. Unless they've hidden bombs in the vehicle's fabric, there are no signs. I nod. Who wants to test that out? No one volunteers, unsurprisingly. I glance at my watch. Alternatively, you can spend the night shifting the tons of cocaine into vans to move it. Fuck it, Gleb says, shaking his head. I'll drive it. Pyotr claps him on the shoulder. That's the spirit. Gleb glares at him. It should be you. You're the one who checked it for explosives. Pyotr shrugs. What can I say? I'm a coward. Gleb grumbles something in Russian under his breath that I don't catch, and then marches toward the truck, hoisting himself up into the driver's seat. I take a few steps back toward the SUV for safety and watch as Gleb turns over the key in the ignition. The truck's engine starts, and nothing happens. But it doesn't mean a thing, and Gleb knows it from the look on his face. He puts it into reverse and moves the truck out of the parking bay at the docks, turning around to make toward our warehouse on the other side. After a good few moments of him moving without incident, we all stop holding our breath. Looks like whatever message you sent to Mexico worked, Budimir says. I nod. So it does. We get into the SUV and follow the truck as he drives it into the warehouse building, where 10 cartel men are waiting to unload and sort the product. Double the product we were expecting, so I may need to draft in more men. Once safely inside with the engine turned off, we all breathe a little easier. You can take the night off for being the only man with big enough balls to drive the thing, Gleb. Gleb smirks at the others. Thanks, boss. I shrug. Don't mention it. Just get word to Juan that we need another 10 men down at the docks to sort the product, or they'll be here double the time we expected. He nods. Got it. You can drive me to the Plaza Hotel. I've got business to attend to there. Sure. He climbs into the driver's side of the SUV, and I glance at Budimir. Make sure everything goes smoothly. Sir. He bows his head, and I get in the other side of the SUV. I'm ready to shake down a woman with 2 fucking lives to ensure that my merger of Estrada Holdings Inc. and Devereaux Inc. goes off without a hitch. It will buy me more power than Don Pablo can imagine, and then I'll be untouchable. If he hits me after this, there will be hell to pay. As I walk into the plaza, I can't shake the nagging sensation in my gut. Deep down, I want to make a plan and take back Eliza as soon as possible, but I know that's probably what they're hoping for. They want me to break the rules and go guns blazing into their territory trying to find her. I'm too methodical to lose my head and act like that. Instead, I need to stay the course and act unaffected. Elaine Daniels is where I expected her, sitting at the bar waiting for her husband, or one of them at least. I smirk as I make my way through the bar and take a seat right next to her. She glances at me. I'm sorry, but I'm saving that seat for my husband. For which one, Elaine? Is it Gary tonight or Liam? Her face pales. Do I know you? I shake my head. No, but I know you. And I know you have 2 husbands and kids with one of them. I throw down the photographic evidence Budimir collected. And if you want it to remain a secret, you'll do exactly as I say. Her face is as pale as a sheet as she shuffles on her bar stool. What do you want? She hisses, grabbing the photos and stuffing them back into my hand. Gary will be here any moment. I need you to vote in favor of the merger with the Estrada Holdings, Inc. Her expression turns solemn as she shakes her head. Everyone knows it has links with the cartel. We can't have our company sullied by them. You can, and you will, if you want to keep up your charade. I arch a brow. Otherwise, you'll lose both of them. She sinks her teeth into her bottom lip as she considers my threat, and then nods. Fine. Bury that, and I'll vote for the merger. Her brow furrows. I assume you must have had something on Jason to get him to even suggest it. I tap my finger against my nose. That's for me to know, and you to wonder. Her jaw tightens as she glares at me angrily. It's an expression I know so well, and yet she's the one at fault, fucking about with 2 men's lives. Fine, I will vote in favor. But that still leaves you 1 short. I smirk, as it's funny that this woman works so closely with both Jason and Kevin and has no idea what's going on between the 2 of them. Already in hand. Her brow hitches. You have dirt on someone other than Jason? I can't tell you, but I'll see you at the vote. If you fail to vote in agreement, both Gary and Liam will receive those photos. Her lips straighten into a tight line, and she nods her head. One of her husbands, Gary, walks through the entrance to the hotel, and I take that as my cue to get out of here, stuffing the photos into my inside jacket pocket. Looks like your husband is here, I wink. Enjoy your evening, Elaine. She glares at me angrily as I walk toward the exit, passing the poor sucker who believes his beautiful wife is his and his alone. Elaine travels a lot for work, but has a house and 2 kids with Liam in Michigan. But she married Gary in the state of Illinois, and they see each other when she's in the city. Budimir is the best with digging up dirt, and, thankfully, 3 out of the 5 board members were as dirty as can be. The other 2 are clean. It means everything is going to plan, other than my wife missing and in the hands of my enemies. And I intend to put that right as soon as possible. Eliza. I sit in the back of the SUV next to Massimo, who doesn't say a word. We're on the way back to the Morone mansion, where my brothers are staying. Although the Italians in our family had no bad blood, it's hard to believe they're helping us. I felt a little sick ever since I agreed to lure Adric to his death. They've not told me any details about their plan, but I fear I cannot go through with it, even with my brother's position on the line. Tiago's purpose was always to take over from Papa and become the Don of the North American branch of the Estrada Cartel since he was born. I can't quite imagine how he's feeling, having that stolen from him so ruthlessly, and I can get it back for him. We're here, Massimo says, drawing my attention to the Italian. He seems friendly enough, better than those bikers. A shudder races down my spine as the one called Hawk was particularly intimidating. Do my brothers know you have me? He smiles, shaking his head. Not yet. I fiddle with a loose strand of hair as the SUV comes to a stop outside of the grand entryway to the mansion. It's as large as our home, with many similarities, including the white stone exterior and the fountain in the turning circle at the front. Opulent and overindulgent, just like all the Mafia families in this city. The driver opens my door, and I hop out onto the driveway, waiting for Massimo's instruction. Follow me. He marches through the towering oak double doors into a grand entrance hall where the floors are sparkling, polished cream marble. It's as lavish as our house, if not more so. Your brothers are in the study, he says as he takes a left down a corridor. They'll be thankful to see you. How long have they been here? We offered them refuge the day Adric killed your father. He stops outside a closed door, and I can detect the soft murmur of deep voices on the other side. I'll leave you to it. I swallow hard, glaring at the door. Thank you. It was nothing. He walks away, leaving me standing outside the door with sweaty palms. I knock, and Thiago's voice sounds from the other side. Who is it? Me, I say, reaching for the doorknob to open it. Before I have a chance, Enzo swings it open, eyes wide. What are you doing here? Massimo's friends retrieve me from the house. Thiago approaches, eyes wide. Let her in, Enzo. He shoves him out of the way, and I step inside. He wraps his arms around me and pulls me in for a hug. I'm so glad you are okay. Enzo stares at me, a skeptical look in his eyes. How do we know she's not a spy? Are you serious right now? I ask. Yeah. You've been with that piece of shit for well over a month now. Who knows what he's done to her? Brainwashed her, most likely. My stomach twists, as I can't deny that some of my loyalties have shifted from my family to Adric. I keep trying to tell myself it's because of the baby, but I can't be sure. Maybe he has been conditioning me without me realizing it. I've agreed to help with the plan. Enzo arches a brow. What plan? I shrug. A plan to lure Adric into a trap. I don't know the details. Thiago punches Enzo in the shoulder hard. Stop being a fucking asshole and let her sit down. He places a hand on my shoulder and guides me toward a leather sofa in the corner. Lila said she spoke to you a few days ago. I nod in response. Yeah, Adric didn't know about the key in the vase for the study, so when he was out, I used it and broke in to use the telephone. All the other phones are behind locked door, and he took my cell phone. I shake my head. It's like I'm a prisoner in our house. Thiago nods slowly, a look of guilt in his eyes. I'm sorry I didn't protect you from him. How could you have? He had everyone fooled, including Papa. I swallow hard, and pause for a few moments before asking, "Where is he buried?" "The family mausoleum at Rose Hill." Thiago takes my hand and squeezes. "We'll take you there when all of this is over, okay?" "Thank you," I say, pain constricting at my throat. It's been impossible to consider grieving while dealing with him. I meet Thiago's gaze. The man is crazy and ruthless beyond compare. Thiago arches a brow. "More ruthless than Enzo?" I nod in reply, glancing at my younger brother, who is leaning against the desk with narrowed eyes. He doesn't trust me, and, to be honest, I don't blame him. I'm not entirely sure he should. "There's something you should know," I say, my brow furrowing. "I'm pregnant." "Motherfucker," Thiago says. "I'll kill him." "Exactly the reason not to trust her, brother. She's carrying that bastard's heir." I glare at Enzo, as although I feel torn over where my loyalties should lie, he's acting as if this is my fault. "Do you think I asked to be forced down the aisle at gunpoint and then taken against my will by Adric Volkov?" Enzo's jaw clenches, and finally the tension eases from his shoulders. "I'm sorry. I'm being an asshole." "Yeah, you are," Thiago says, shaking his head. "None of this was Eliza's fault." He glances at me. "Do you want to keep the baby?" If he's asked me that 2 weeks ago, I would have said no. I was ready to get to a clinic as fast as possible before Adric even knew the baby existed. But I can't help but feel it would hurt too much to get rid of him or her. I can't imagine having an abortion, if that's what you're suggesting. I set my hand on my stomach. The baby may be his, but it won't be anything like him. No, because you are the baby's mom, and you won't let him or her grow up like that. Thiago stands, walking toward the window. It complicates things, though. Complicates things how? I've been in contact with Don Pablo. He said as long as there's no heir, he'll back my claim to the crown. There's a dark look in his eyes, one which sends a shiver down my spine. You can't be very far along, so I doubt it'll be a problem. Well, keep it between us. Who else knows? Adric knows, of course, and Lila. I told her on the phone the other day. Shit, Enzo says, running a hand across the back of his neck. Lila is a bloody motor mouth, and she hangs out with all the Mexicans at the academy. It's bound to get back to Pablo sooner rather than later. My brow furrows. I doubt it, if she didn't tell you two when she told you we'd spoken. True, Thiago says, grabbing the phone on the desk. I'll call her and ask her to keep it to herself. He dials Lila's number and puts her on speakerphone. She picks up on the third tone. Hello. Hey, Lila, it's Thiago, and I'm here with Enzo and Eliza. What? How is Eliza with you? She sounds like she's in shock on the other end of the phone. You better not be playing a cruel joke on me. He's not. I'm here, I say. She squeals. Thank God! They saved you! Guilt coils through me, as I don't feel half as elated as she sounds. Lila, quit squealing. You must not mention that Eliza is pregnant, Thiago says. So, you are pregnant? Lila asks. I took the test to confirm, and it was positive. Fuck. She sighs heavily. Don't worry, I didn't tell anyone. As Eliza hadn't even taken the test, and I wouldn't tell anyone that anyway. Enzo reckoned you're such a motor mouth it would get back to Pablo in Mexico, I say, smirking at him. Hey, that's not fair, she protests. You're a bit of a gossip, Lila, admit it, Enzo says. You are such an asshole, Enzo. She doesn't deny it, as we all know she can't help herself with spreading gossip. So this means Eliza is safe. But what about the leadership of the cartel? I sit back and let my brothers explain. All the while, my mind is racing. Can I really lead the father of my child to his death? Do I even want to? And why the fuck don't I want to after everything he's done to me? It feels like I'm on a roller coaster of emotions as Tiago's voice drones in the background talking to Leela. My mind so overwhelmed I can hardly think. I should want Adric dead, but I don't. Maybe he carved my heart out and I'm as dead inside as him for even considering crossing my family for that monster. Eliza? Leela says. Sorry, what? I ask, shaking my head. I said, how are you feeling? Any morning sickness? I place my hand on my stomach instinctively. No, I haven't had any symptoms, really. Tiago, get her to a doctor and make sure everything's all right, Leela says. All in good time, she just got here, Tiago replies. Have you heard it all from Mom? I ask, wondering if she's been in touch since Papa's death. Tiago stiffens and I notice Enzo's mood change too. She's been as good as useless to us, Enzo says. Tiago stands and crosses his arms over his chest. I rang her to inform her of Papa's death and Adric's coup. Do you know what she said? I shake my head, but from the tone of his voice, it couldn't have been good. She said that I shouldn't have been so weak, allowing him to steal the crown. His jaw clenches. And that I should have died alongside my Papa, fighting for our family. Bitch, I murmur. Damn straight, Leela says. She's not getting anything from me for Christmas this year. All of us chuckle at that, as Christmas is a mile away. Not to mention, we never even see her on the holidays. I'm sure she'd be torn up about that, I say, feeling a little angry that even in a time of need like this, she still doesn't really care about her children. Papa was ruthless, but he did care about us in his own way. He was there when she wasn't. A sadness pulls at my chest as his loss hasn't sunk in, even though I saw Adric put a bullet through his head. It all happened so fast that I'm not sure my mind believed it. What was the funeral like? I ask. Tiago sighs. It was a big affair, of course. Even Pablo came to attend. Enzo looks tense at the mention of it. Many people were there, but not as many as there should have been. The cartel has fallen in line like dogs for Adric Volkov, even though he's not Mexican. He looks disgusted. No fucking loyalty. You will have to visit the grave, Leela says through the phone. Yes. When do you come back to Chicago next? I ask. I could request leave and come back now, she suggests, but I can sense the hesitation in her voice. She's happy being away from all this shit, and I don't blame her. No, I miss you, is all. We'll catch up when you're next home. In that case, it will be a couple of months. Maybe I'll come and visit you at the academy, I say. I'd like that, she replies. And then I hear someone shouting her name in the background. I've got to go. I'll talk to you guys later, and don't worry, I won't say a word about Eliza. She cancels the call and a solemn silence fills the study. At least she hasn't told anyone, I say. Tiago nods and then falls silent. A sense of unease sweeps over me as I wonder what he's thinking. Do they trust me? And should they? I honestly don't know that I can swear my allegiance to my family. Do you want to see a doctor now? Tiago asks. I meet his dark, inquisitive gaze. Wouldn't it risk Don Pablo finding out about the baby? Enzo clears his throat. It would be better to wait until Adric is out of the equation, don't you think? Tiago's brow furrows. If you are sure, but you don't want to wait too long. I nod in reply, swallowing hard. How soon does Massimo intend to take him out? I ask, a claw-like grip closing around my heart. I believe he intends to do it at the meeting in 3 days, so you won't have long to wait. 3 days. It doesn't seem nearly long enough to make such a life-changing decision. Either let the father of my child walk into a death trap or betray my blood. I can't believe that Adric has clawed his way under my skin and infected my blood. He was never supposed to get close to my heart, and yet I feel him there, like a stain that can't be removed. Adric. The Marone family's casino is quiet compared to normal, but every single person in the building is an enemy, and we're walking in of our own free will. Some may say it's a crazy and reckless move, but I won't cower away from these bastards. Budimir knows we are more than likely walking into a trap, and that's why we have our men stationed outside in a van, listening to everything that goes on. Eliza will be here, somewhere, and that's the only factor driving me forward. Our unborn child is at risk while she's in the hands of my enemy. Massimo notices me the moment I enter the casino floor, and he walks toward us. Glad you made it, Adric. There's a whisper of a smirk on his lips. Where is your wife? I narrow my eyes. I'm sure I have no idea, since you took her from me a few days ago. Massimo's spine straightens, and he looks surprised that I'm aware of her being in his possession. I must admit it was odd not to hear anything from him about it. A blackmail message or something. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb with me, you Italian bastard. Axel's man was caught on camera snatching her from my house. Massimo sighs. Never trust a biker to do a job right. So you admit you stole my wife from my territory? He shrugs. Axel stole her. For you? I add, running a hand through my hair. What's your angle? He searches my eyes. Wouldn't you like to know? I'm not a fool. I know you don't want peace. You're harboring Tiago and Enzo Estrada, hoping you can oust me and replace me on the throne. But I'm going to implore you now to reconsider. Why would I do that? I reach into my inside jacket pocket, which puts Massimo on edge. Calm it. It's a document. I pull the paper out and place it in his hand. Because as of yesterday, I now control every single medical institution in the state of Illinois. The merger with Devereaux Pharmaceuticals is in my name and my name alone. Tiago and Enzo have both been struck off the controlling interests by the board of Estrada Corporation Incorporated, and when I married Eliza, there was a prenup put in place. Massimo arches a brow. Then who inherits if you're gone? Wouldn't you like to know? I also pull the prenup agreement out of my pocket and place it in his hands, allowing him to scan it. He sighs heavily. You are clever. I'll give you that, Volkov. So, can I expect to have my wife return to me peacefully and our discussion to go ahead as planned? His eyes narrow as he stares at me for a few beats, no doubt trying to work out how to worm his way out of this. I can't guarantee it, no. You'll need to make concessions if we are to return her to you. Then we will leave. I place a hand on Budimir's shoulder and go to turn, but Massimo grabs my wrist. I recoil at the touch of his skin against mine, yanking my hand out of his grasp. Don't touch me, Marone, unless you want me to break your wrist. Massimo may be a good few inches taller than me, but he doesn't scare me. I've faced worse. We'll have the discussion, and you have my word you'll not be harmed. Is your word really worth a thing? After all, you intended to lure me to my death today, didn't you? His jaw clenches, and that's when I notice my uncle approaching. What is going on over here? He asks. Uncle, we were just discussing the fact that you intended to murder me tonight, but that won't help you in the slightest. I tilt my head as his eyes narrow. In fact, it would harm all of you rather badly. Massimo sighs. He has a prenup in place and signed a merger yesterday with Devereaux Pharmaceuticals. Whoever he's named as his heir will have complete control of medical care in the city and leave us all vulnerable. Who is your heir, Adric? Now wouldn't you love to know that? I ask, tapping a finger against the side of my nose. A man far worse than me, I can guarantee that. Uncle growls softly. Andrei Petrov. Good guess, I say. You slimy son of a bitch. It's pretty simple. I cross my arms over my chest. We can either keep throwing meaningless insults at one another, or we can agree to a deal and be done with this war once and for all. My gaze moves between my uncle and Massimo, who both look defeated. You'll remain in control of the cartel here in Chicago, or you'll bring hell down on yourselves when Andre inherits. Does Andre know he's your heir? Spartak asks. I shake my head. No, I'm not stupid enough to dangle that kind of temptation in front of a lion. But my lawyer does, so there's no getting around that. Fine, we'll have a discussion first with the leaders here, as they'll need to know about the change of plan. Massimo turns. I smirk. You mean the change involving not killing me? Exactly. He walks away, leaving Budimir and I with Spartak. You are a convincing actor, I'll give you that. My uncle looks almost impressed. We all thought you were a worthless waste of space, and now look at you, running the cartel as if it's your birthright. Perhaps it is. He shakes his head. If I weren't so angry about your betrayal, I'd probably be impressed. After all, you pulled the wool over our eyes for so damn long. It's odd to hear my uncle speak to me in any way other than with distaste. I may have crossed you, Uncle, but I didn't do it to betray the Bratva. You could have fooled us. Blood is blood, and you've switched over to the cartel side now. I nod, as I never belonged on your side anyway. His jaw clenches as he knows I'm right. Ever since my mom's murder and not speaking for 2 years, I was destined to be dubbed the screw-up of the family. My father made sure of that, and it only built on the simmering rage that ignited that day. At first, I couldn't articulate what the emotion was that held me back from speaking. Whether it was rage or grief, or the sheer shock of what I witnessed, it doesn't matter. It twisted into something dark and all-consuming until there was nothing good left inside of me, until it had fed on any light that still resided and left me exactly how that psycho said he would, to live with the darkness, only it became a part of me. Let's have this discussion then, and leave the bad blood on the doorstep, Uncle says, holding out a hand for me to shake. I swallow hard and take it, shaking firmly. After you. I still don't trust anyone here. The only person I trust is myself. Not even Budimir has my full trust. Trusting people is the fastest way to end up dead. Look at Hernandez Estrada. He was sloppy and trusted a Russian who told him he hated his family. Anyone willing to betray his own family shouldn't be trusted. And yet Hernandez welcomed me with open arms when he thought I had a way to give him control of the entire city. He leads me to the VIP parlor at the back of the casino, where Rourke and his brothers are already sitting at the poker table, arguing amongst themselves. Massimo and his 2 brothers are also here. And of course, my uncle, cousin, and father and brother are here. Axel and a couple of his men are lingering around the edge of the room. The 2 people I didn't expect to see are Tiago and Enzo, but they're standing next to Massimo, arguing with him. As I enter, their expressions turn lethal. I crack my neck, knowing that I'm putting myself in severe danger by even entering this room. And the only thing driving me to come here is my wife. I have to get her back, no matter the costs. Although I know I don't have a true claim to the crown without her, that's not the reason I'm so desperate to get her back. The terrifying fact is that I've missed her. I've missed her angry glares and fighting spirit. I've missed touching her, kissing her. I've missed her so damn much it's hurt, and we've only been apart a few days. I search the room for any sign of her, but she's not here. Irritation coils through me as I wonder why not. After all, they took her to provoke me. So what was their plan? Where is she? I murmur to Budimir. He shrugs. God knows. He claps me on the shoulder. You played that well, sir. I nod, but I can't feel any satisfaction yet. Not until Eliza is on my arm, walking out of this God-forsaken casino. Until that moment, there's everything to play for. Look who the cat dragged in, Valeri says, eyes narrowing to slits. I always knew you were a bastard, Adric, but I didn't know you were a traitor. I tilt my head. At least I'll amount to something in my life. Whereas you remain a lowly member of the Bratva, serving Uncle and then Maxim for the rest of your pathetic life. Valeri snarls at me. At least I don't betray my family. What family? I've never been a part of this fucking family, and therefore, I don't see it as a betrayal. I move closer to him. When I was 6 years old, a psychopath murdered our mother in front of my eyes, and that's the moment I lost my family. All of you treated me like some kind of basket case. Valeri's expression turns softer at the mention of our mother. You know, I never saw you any different when we were kids. Father took it badly, beating you because you wouldn't speak. Our father approaches. If it isn't the son who couldn't speak, and now he's the fucking king of his own castle. His eyes narrow. How fitting. Even after all these years, my father has the power to intimidate me. Those beatings he gave me will be forever etched into my memory. I bet you're jealous, since you've been after Uncle's crown for years. I narrow my eyes at him, clenching my fists so hard I can feel my nails almost breaking through the skin. He looks down at me, like he always has. I'd never be jealous of a wuss who spent 2 years too scared to speak. Motherfucker. Even now, he can't let it go. And yet, he does not know what I endured. No 6-year-old child should have to witness the sick acts that man performed on my mother's dead body. At least I have more power than you'll ever get your hands on. I glance at Valerie and know that deep down, my problem was never with my brother. But he didn't stand by me. As soon as he realized my father had a problem with me, he abandoned me to the beatings and kept his distance. Before the incident, we'd been inseparable. Hopefully, we can finally put this matter to bed and move on with our lives. I nod my head at him and then glare at my father. War doesn't benefit any of us, and I'm keen to avoid it. I turn away and leave my father and brother to find my seat at the table. I select the one closest to an exit, since I don't trust any of the fuckers in here, and wait for the rest of them to take their own seats. Budimir remains on my right-hand side, and I can see his hand rested on the gun in his holster. He's as on edge as me, but right now, I need to hide it. I can't let any of them see that I'm shaken by this situation, or the fact that they've stolen my wife. Massimo clears his throat. So, before we play poker, why don't we discuss business? Yes, I'd like to know where you're hiding my wife. His jaw clenches. All in good time. He signals to one guy at the edge of the room who comes forward, holding paperwork. First, we have the contracts that we agreed with Hernandez written up and are ready for you to check over. I cross my arms over my chest. Do you expect me to sign a contract before I even see my wife unharmed and well? I tilt my head to the side. I'm not a fool, Morone. Just let him see his wife, Rourke suggests. Massimo nods. Very well. He turns to his brother Luca and speaks in hushed tones. Luca leaves the room and the tension heightens as I glare at every one of my enemies in that room. If they think they can still get away with screwing me over somehow, they are mistaken. They screw me, they screw themselves. Andrei Petrov is a far worse adversary to stand. All they need to do is give me my wife and agree to peace. But something tells me it won't be that easy, as nothing ever is. Eliza. I'm at a crossroads, and even as the minutes tick by, I can't work out which road I'm going to take. My brothers would hate me if I stood in their way of getting back everything our papa built and worked for. And yet, I can't imagine standing by while they kill my husband and the father of my child. The signal should have been given by now, but it hasn't come, as I sit in the little cafe across the road from the casino, twisting my fingers in my lap nervously. It's a simple plan. Axel will bring me into the casino, holding a gun to my head and demanding a ransom for me. Adric is supposed to believe he's working independently of the Morone family. If Adric wants me back, and he will because I'm his claim to the throne, he'll agree and his guard will come down. At least, that's what Massimo expects. When Adric's least expecting it, Axel is supposed to shoot him between the eyes, the same way he shot Papa. It would be poetic justice, a justice I should want for my Papa, and yet panic claws at my insides at the thought of letting anything bad happen to him. Maybe Enzo is right, and Adric has brainwashed me. Axel paces up and down the floor of the cafe, which is closed at this time of night. Why haven't they sent the signal yet? He glares at Hawk, who's leaning against the wall, looking smug as he stares at me. The guy really gives me the creeps. Fuck knows. Change of plan? He suggests, still not taking his eyes off of me. Axel blows out an irritated breath. I'm going to radio in and check. Hawk raises a brow as he glances briefly at his boss. Is that necessary? Don't question me, Hawk, he snaps, grabbing the radio off the side. There's a lot riding on this going right. I don't know what Axel and his thugs are getting out of this deal, but clearly it's important to him. The radio crackles as he picks it up, and Luca Morone's voice comes through. Change of plans because Adric is on to us. Bring Eliza in here, but no threats or ransom. Axel's jaw clenches as he brings the radio to his mouth. Why the fuck has the plan changed? There's a heavy sigh on the other end. I told you, he's on to us, and we can't let him die. The bastard made sure of it. Axel looks at me with a furrowed brow. Be there in 5. He marches over to me, yanking me to my feet by my elbow. Let's go. I swallow hard. Why are they changing the plan? I ask, my heart thudding erratically against my ribcage. If I don't know the plan, it means I can't stop it. The panic bubbling up in my throat makes me feel sick, but I literally have no power as he drags me out of the front of the cafe and across the street toward the main entrance of the casino. Shut up and do as you're told, Axel says, marching through the revolving doors of the casino, which is shut down for the night. We've rehearsed this moment, only the plan has changed. Lucas said Adric is onto them, which suggests he knew this was a trap all along, and that doesn't surprise me, as he's one of the smartest men I've ever met. What does surprise me is the fact he came anyway, knowing it's a trap. We enter the lavish VIP room at the back, and everyone's eyes fall on us, stealing my breath away. My brothers give me a reassuring nod, but I can see from the look in their eyes, something is wrong. We can't let him die. The bastard made sure of it. Those words repeat in my mind, and I wonder what the plan is then. Adric's eyes find mine in an instant, and he stands. It feels like time slows to a halt as I gaze into those unusual hazel irises, realizing that I've missed him, despite everything, and it's only been a few days. Eliza, he says my name, his voice almost pained. Come here. He holds out a hand toward me. Those eyes that were always so emotionless look full of concern, but the question is whether it's concern for me or for his right to the throne. Any sensible person would believe the latter, but there's this stupid hope inside of me that perhaps he feels the same way I do. It's more likely that without me, there's no way he can hold on to the crown. Realization in that moment dawns as I glance toward the back again at my two brothers. Tiago's jaw is locked tightly, and there's a look of pure anguish in his eyes. Enzo gives away nothing, but his posture is unnaturally straight, even for him. Would my brothers kill me to reclaim the crown? I move closer to Adric, fueled by the thought that my family would betray me like that. Adric has been smart and put something in place so that they can't kill him, so killing me would be the only other option. Once I'm out of the picture, Don Pablo would turn against Adric and remove him from power. My feet move slowly, but I don't take my eyes off of my brothers. I notice Tiago's arm twitch, and then I see the gun in his hand. I stop and look him right in the eye. Are you going to kill me, brother? The answer is clear in his eyes before he even speaks. Tiago lifts the gun in his hand and points it at me. I'm sorry, mija. I stare at the barrel of my brother's gun and realize I was an idiot to feel guilty about wanting to save Adric, as my brothers would as easily turn on me. I shut my eyes, unable to watch my death race toward me, placing my hand over my stomach, a sense of grief hitting me as I'll never meet my baby. At only 24 years old, I'm certainly not ready to die, even after all the shit I've been through in just over a month. The clap of a gunshot sounds unbelievably loud in the small confines of the room, and I'm surprised when I don't feel any pain. When I open my eyes, it feels like my brothers ripped apart my entire world. You fucking idiot, Massimo growls, rushing toward Tiago. He can't die. Otherwise, we've got bigger problems than Adric on our hands. Adric is lying on the floor, staring up at me with a second hole in his abdomen, this time on the other side. It's bleeding profusely, and the blood is making a pool on the floor. Budimir is already by his side, tearing off part of his shirt and pressing it against the wound to stem the blood flow. Hold on, sir. We'll get you to a hospital. My heart pounds unevenly as I stare at him, wondering why he threw himself in front of a bullet for me. Is it purely out of his desire to protect his claim? Surely that is of no use to him if he's dead. The hope I'd felt the first time they shot my husband is no longer there. Now all I feel is terror that I'm going to lose him. I drop to my knees on the other side of him, tears pooling in my eyes. Adric, what did you do? He smiles up at me, but it's weak. Hey, baby girl. Why did you throw yourself in front of the bullet? He grabs my hand, squeezing. Because you're my wife, and despite what you might think, I care about you a great deal. I arch a brow, but can feel hope rising inside of me. You do? He nods, but then winces at the effort. I love you, Eliza, in my own twisted, fucked up way. His nostrils flare as Budimir increases the pressure on the wound. It may not seem like it to you, but it's the truth. A pain claws at my throat as I told him he'd never claim my heart, that he'd have to carve it from my chest, and yet I think he's already got it in the palm of his hand. Tears pool in my eyes as I gaze down at the beautiful, misunderstood monster who I feel something for. Whether it's love, I can't be sure. The toxicity of our relationship and the way it started makes it hard to believe that's what this is. Adric took me against my will, and yet I want him. I want him with every fiber of my being, and it makes me feel sick. You need to survive this, I say. He swallows hard and shuts his eyes. I'll try. Budimir, get Eliza out of here, now. I shake my head, clutching onto his hand. I'm not leaving you. Adric's jaw clenches. They tried to kill you. Who is to say they won't try again? His voice is quiet so he can't be overheard. They don't want me dead. He glances at Budimir. Get her out. Meet me at the hospital. I don't want to let go of his hand, even though I know what he's saying is true. My brothers will try again if they want me dead. Budimir bows his head like the dutiful and loyal servant he is, and in the commotion, while everyone is shouting at each other, he sweeps me out of the room and toward the exit of the casino. What if he doesn't make it? Budimir's expression turns grave. Then we have far worse problems than a war. He named Andrei Petrov as his heir. I arch a brow. The pecan of the Bratva in New York? That's the man. I don't ask why on earth he'd do that, allowing Budimir to get me out of the casino before anyone notices we're gone. How do we know they'll get him to a hospital? Because they would much rather have to deal with Adric than with Andrei Petrov. He yanks me out of the door hurriedly and down a side alley where a black van is parked. As we approach, the side door slides open. Get in, Budimir orders. I swallow hard as I glance at the handful of armed men sitting in the back, memories of the day Adric killed Papa resurfacing. How will we know what hospital they take him to? A siren echoes in the distance. If you'd stop chatting and do as you're told, we will follow the ambulance, he growls. I nod my head and get into the van, where a young guy gets off his seat and offers it to me. I'll take the floor. I smile at him. Thanks. He shrugs. It's nothing. I get into the seat and twist my hair around my fingers, feeling anxious. If Adric doesn't make it, then the city will be in even more chaos than before. Andrei Petrov has been making waves up and down the country. He wouldn't think twice about claiming the crown of the Estrada cartel for himself. And yet, that's the least of my worries right now. All I can keep thinking is, if he doesn't pull through, then our baby will never meet his or her father. Even if I believed that man was a monster, I want a family with him. Perhaps that makes me broken or damaged, but I don't care. All I know is that he has to survive. If he dies, it will shatter me into a million pieces. Adric. The first thing I see is the blur of bright lights over my head. For a moment, I wonder if I've passed away and I'm on the other side, until my vision returns to normal and I realize I'm in a hospital room. That's when the memories return. Those motherfuckers tried to take out Eliza, their own sister, all because I'd backed them against the wall where I was concerned. They had every intention of killing me in that casino until I revealed who would inherit. I sit up suddenly as I blacked out and don't know if she made it out alive or not. The pain that shoots through my abdomen is excruciating, and the beep of the heart rate monitor elevates the moment I sit up. But it's worth it when I see her hunched over asleep in a chair opposite the bed. Eliza. I say her name quietly, but she doesn't stir. Eliza. I say her name louder, and this time she sits up, eyes wide. Adric, you're awake! She jumps to her feet and rushes to my side. I thought you were going to die! I tilt my head. A few weeks ago, that's exactly what you were hoping for when I got shot. Her eyes flood with guilt. True. I'm glad she doesn't deny it. My beautiful wife has been honest since the day we met, which is a tough thing to find in anyone. I can't believe Tiago tried to shoot you. Unshed tears gleam in her eyes. I can't believe you threw yourself in front of a bullet for me. Her brow furrows. Unless you just did it for the crown. Her lips pinch into a straight line. I chuckle. And what use would that crown have been if I was buried 6 feet under, baby girl? Her tongue darts out over her bottom lip. Not much use. I threw myself in front of that bullet because I couldn't watch you die. A tightness constricts around my chest as I search those beautiful dark brown eyes of hers. You're mine in every sense of the word. I cup her cheek and brush away stray tears falling across her tanned skin. I didn't believe I could love anyone until I met you. The tears come faster. I don't understand it. Neither do I. This connection I felt with Eliza baffled me from the first day we met. The desire that was present almost instantly. But it's how I feel. I think I love you too, if that's even possible. She shakes her head. You killed Papa. I'm surprised to find I feel guilt as I look into her eyes. Guilt that I caused her pain like that, even though it was necessary for my plan. I'm sorry, I say, and I mean it. It was a means to an end. We barely knew each other and... My jaw clenches. There's really no way for me to excuse what I did to you and what I put you through. She takes my hand and squeezes. No, but we can move past it. She places the flat of my palm on her stomach. Have a family together. Be happy. The hope in her voice almost brings me to my knees. Can I be happy? All my life I've been drowning in pain. It's driven me forward, made me ruthless and ambitious. Happiness was never something I strove for. It is such a foreign concept, and yet, as I look into those hope-filled eyes, I want to try to be happy. I want to try for her. I'll try. Eliza swallows hard. In time, the wounds will heal if you let them. I know she's talking about what happened to my mother. Those wounds always seemed too deep to heal, and that's exactly what the psycho who killed her wanted, to leave me broken and scarred for the rest of my life. I'm not so sure they can ever truly heal, Eliza. I look into her eyes, but I will try to be happy for you and the baby. Her jaw clenches. I want you to be happy for yourself. I nod in response and shut my eyes, exhaustion clawing at me. I've never felt so fucking tired. The doctor said you lost a lot of blood. She glances at the drip injected into my arm. They said you were lucky to survive this time around. I swallow hard, knowing that my reckless behavior in pursuit of the crown has brought me to the brink. Who brought me in? Massimo. I nod in response. I suppose this means the city is still at war. I sigh heavily, running a hand through my hair. There's only one way to end it. Please say it's something safe. I nod. Yes, it means giving the assholes what they want and burying the deals your father made with them, as they don't want to honor them with me in charge. And you would do that? She asks, sounding skeptical. Yes. Is that so hard to believe? She nods. A little, as it's clear you're not the kind of man who backs down. I clench my fists by my side as she's right. Backing down from a fight goes against every instinct, and yet I know I'd do it to keep her and the baby safe. It's worth it for your safety. Eliza twirls a strand of her hair around her finger. When we first met, I thought you were a monster. Even before everything you did to me, I got this... She trails off as if searching for the right word. Sense, I guess. A sense that you didn't have a heart. You were right. I had been dead inside for a long time before we met. I pull her so she's perched on the edge of my hospital bed. And yet somehow, You've got my heart beating again. She places her hand on my chest and sighs heavily. I don't think I'll ever make sense of this, but I think I give up trying. I cup the back of her head and pull her toward me, kissing her softly. The love I feel in that moment is overwhelming, but I'm done fighting these feelings. Fear is something I had overcome in my life, and yet, when I saw Tiago pointing that barrel of his gun at Eliza, I'd never felt terror like it, and I'm going to ensure I never do again. Eliza hurries along the corridor with my bags as I use the crutches to walk behind her. She's so excited that I'm getting discharged from hospital today. But little does she know that we're heading straight back into the lion's den. Massimo and the other leaders are waiting for us at the mansion. It can't be put off any longer. I intend to hand them the empty missile shells as proof that I never had that kind of firepower to begin with, as well as call off the blockade on the border. It still baffles me they believe I did. And then sign a peace treaty that involves all 4 organizations. Chicago will finally be back to how it was before Ronan Callahan was murdered. None of them have accused me of Ronan's murder, but I sense they believe I had something to do with it. And for once, they're wrong. I don't know who killed Ronan Callahan, but it wasn't me, and it certainly wasn't my uncle. Budimir meets us at the entrance and takes the bags off of Eliza, giving me a short nod of greeting. We get into the car and he drives toward the house. Eliza turns toward me. Are you glad to be out of there? Of course. It's been 2 excruciating weeks. I grab the back of her neck and pull her toward me, kissing her passionately. Mainly because I've not been able to fuck you. Eliza shudders at that, glancing forward at Budimir, who is keeping his attention on the road. Adric, you aren't fully healed yet. I smirk. Do you think that's going to stop me when we get home? She pulls away from me, shaking her head. You heard the doctor. Rest is key to your speedy recovery. Who said I'd be doing any of the work? I ask, smirking at her. Her cheeks turn a deep pink as she blows out a flustered breath. You are impossible. I kiss her, enjoying the way she relaxes against me, her lips parting and allowing me entrance. I savor the moment, enjoying every second of the car journey, as unfortunately, fun will have to wait until after we settle business. After a few minutes, she breaks the kiss, breathless and panting, resting her head on my shoulder. We remain like that in comfortable silence for the rest of the journey until we get to the house. Eliza's brow furrows when she sees all the cars outside the mansion, glancing at Budimir. Did you arrange a welcome home party or something? I invited my enemies here, I say. Eliza's expression turns furious as she glances at me. You did what? I shrug. The war needs to end. On the day you get discharged from the hospital? No time like the present. She releases a frustrated little sigh as the car comes to a stop. My brothers aren't here, are they? The mention of those 2 bastards sets me on edge. Not over my dead body. Tension eases from her shoulders. Good. I watch her as she gets out of the car and gazes at the house, arms crossed over her chest. My throat tightens as I get out and stand next to her, leaving the crutches behind. It may hurt to walk in there without them, but those fuckers won't see me as a cripple. Eliza glances at me, brow furrowing. Where are your crutches? I don't need them. She rolls her eyes but takes my hand in hers. As I look at her, I struggle to believe I found someone that I'd back down to these assholes for. Her safety means more than the power I've accrued, and yet, I still get to keep her and the empire I stole. Ready, boss? Budimir asks. I nod and squeeze Eliza's hand. Let's do this. We walk in together, the three of us, and head toward the ballroom down the hall where my enemies should be waiting for me, along with the shells that they believed housed real ballistic missiles. I straighten my spine and ensure my shield is in place so they don't detect my weakness, my pain. And then I stride in there. "Thank you all for coming," I say, drawing everyone's attention to us. As you all know, our last meeting was clearly a trap for me, and one that went to shit. So, I called a new meeting. Uncle Spartak's eyes narrow. To what end? I nod at the shells. I trust you've had time to verify that I was indeed telling the truth. They are empty. Massimo steps forward and nods. Yes, what of it? You no longer need to view me or the cartel as a threat. And as of today, the blockades at the border have lifted, and I will let you out of the deals you agreed to with Hernandez. Rourke looks skeptical as he crosses his arms over his chest, his two brothers flanking him. Why? Because we have shed enough blood. I pull the peace treaty out of my pocket, which sets everyone on edge. My lawyer has written up a peace agreement. I think we can all accept that this war has cost all of us more than it's gained. We need it to end, and I'm not standing in the way anymore. I place the copy down on the table. You each have a copy. I nod at the table in the far corner. Massimo is the first to walk over there, followed by his brother Luca. They take a seat at the table and lift the paper, scanning the document. Rourke shakes his head and follows shortly after, but my uncle glares at me, and then walks toward me instead of the table. He stops a foot away from me, but I hold his gaze. I won't cower to him in my home. He thrusts his hand forward. Well played. I arch a brow, glancing at his hand. What? You've become a real man, Adric. A man after my own fucking heart. Ruthless and determined, and perhaps a little crazy. I'm saying I'm proud of you, even if you have been a fucking pain in the backside. I smirk at that and take his hand, shaking firmly. Thanks. He nods and glances at Maxim. Read through the document. Maxim glares at me before turning and walking to the table to read it. Uncle looks at Eliza. So it took the threat of losing the girl to back down, huh? I clench my jaw. I don't know what you mean. He smiles knowingly at me. Oh, you do. And I know exactly how you feel. He claps me on the shoulder. We all saw you jump in front of that bullet. There's no point denying it. Own it as a strength and don't see it as a weakness. Rourke is the first to return to me, clutching the document. Agreed. He thrusts it at me, and I see it has his signature already on it. Let's get this signed and sealed and put the bullshit to bed. Sounds good to me, I say, signing their copy and giving him my copy to sign. After all, we each need an original signed copy. That's how this works. Massimo approaches shortly after and wordlessly passes me his signed copy, scribbling his autograph on Rourke's and mine, which are on the small table next to me. Maxim approaches next and gives his father a nod. Uncle then signs all 4 copies, and the rest of us sign his. Once done, a tentative silence falls over the room. It's finally over, Killian says, running a hand through his hair. Thank fuck for that. A few of the guys in the room chuckle. Well, take our leave now, Massimo says. I nod and watch as he and his brothers walk away. Rourke claps me on the shoulder. And us, he nods to Killian and Kieran, who both follow, but it's my uncle and Maxim that linger. Your father is angry with you, but no, blood is blood, Uncle says, shrugging. It's hard to believe that my uncle can be that forgiving. He's a crazy bastard, and no doubt wanted to string me up by my fingers in his dungeon when he realized what I'd done. You can't mean that you forgive my betrayal. He shakes his head. I wouldn't go that far. I'm saying, don't be a stranger. I nod in reply as he heads toward the exit, followed closely by Maxim. Once they've left, I sag against the edge of the little table and sigh. Eliza squeezes my hand. You need to sit down. I think you may be right. I walk over to a small chair, aided by her, and sink into it. At least we're safe for now. For now? She asks, perching on the edge of the chair. I nod. Peace never lasts forever. She worries her bottom lip between her teeth and places a hand on her stomach. I hope it lasts for a while. As do I say, grabbing her and forcing her to sit in my lap. The one thing that's certain is I'll protect you and our baby, I promise. How about me finishing medical school? She asks. I arch a brow. While pregnant? She shrugs. Why not? I smile. Once the baby is born, you can enroll in the class again for next year. How about that? She sighs heavily, but nods in agreement. Okay, and a residency if I'm accepted. So demanding, I say. It's my dream. I want to be a doctor. I kiss her quickly. Then yes, you can do a residency. I want you to be happy. She smiles, and I know that smile is all I'm living for now, as I sit back and hold her in my lap, content to be with the woman I love. Eliza. I walk down the corridor toward the bedroom with a tray of food. Despite my insistence that Adric needs to rest, he spent the past few days working. It's Saturday morning, and he was still asleep when I woke, so I got us breakfast in bed. There's no way I'm letting him work today. When I get to the room, he's out of bed, and I can hear the faucet on the tap running in the adjoining bathroom. I sigh heavily and set the tray down on the coffee table to one side before heading toward him. The door is ajar, and I glance inside, seeing him leaning over the sink, a haunted look in his eyes. Are you okay? I ask. Those hazel eyes snap to the door, and he nods. Yes, just woke up. He doesn't need to tell me he woke up from another one of his nightmares. I've seen that look before. I got you breakfast. Come back to bed. He arches a brow. I've got work to do, baby girl. I shake my head. It's a Saturday. No rest for the wicked. I'm not letting you out of this room. He smirks at that. Now come and have some breakfast. Are you bossing me around now? He turns and marches toward the door, a predatory look in his beautiful eyes. I sink my teeth into my bottom lip. It will go cold. He opens the door and steps out, the scar on the left of his abdomen healing, but still angry and raw. The other wound is more or less healed now, since it's been well over a month. I swallow hard as my body heats. The healing scar is a reminder that he would risk his life to save my own. No monster without a heart would do such a thing. Okay, let's eat. He grabs my hand and yanks me toward the coffee table, pulling me down onto the sofa. I pass him a plate laden with pancakes and syrup, and he raises a brow. Not the healthiest choice. Healthiest isn't always best, I say, picking up my plate and a fork and shoveling some into my mouth. He shakes his head. It is when you're carrying our baby. You are such a buzzkill. My brow furrows and I place a hand on my abdomen. The baby wants pancakes. He chuckles, and I find myself in awe of how beautiful he looks when he's at ease and relaxed with me, when he's not hiding everything behind a shield of granite. Slowly, his ice-cold exterior is melting, and I'm getting to know the real Adric Volkov. I'm not sure how you know that. I'd say you want pancakes more like. I shove him in the shoulder, and we eat in companionable silence. So, if I'm not working today, what am I doing? He asks, as he sets his empty plate down on the tray. I shrug. What would you like to do? Is that a trick question? As I have every intention of fucking you? Heat slams into me at the look in his eyes as I shake my head. That wouldn't take all day anyway. Is that a challenge? No, it's the truth. His eyes darken and he stands, grabbing hold of me by my throat and yanking me to my feet. If you're not careful, I will take it as a challenge, baby girl. I swallow hard, surprised to find I love this dominant, primal side of him. At least that hasn't melted away. What are you going to do to me, Daddy? His nostrils flare. Dirty things. He kisses me then, his tongue thrusting into my mouth with savage intensity. I moan as his fingers claw tighter around my neck, blocking my airways. You're my dirty girl, and I'm going to fuck that virgin ass. That's what I want to do today. I tense, my heart pounding frantically against my ribcage. It won't fit. His eyes are positively heathen as he smirks at me. I'll make it fit, baby girl. Daddy's fucking that ass of yours, whether you like it or not. I wonder if he means it. If I said no, would he carry on regardless, just like when he took my virginity? And why the fuck does that thought make my breasts ache and my pussy throb? He's still a dark and twisted man, the kind of man who enjoys inflicting pain. Although he's only got the knife out once, I've not been able to stop thinking about how utterly sadistic that moment was. Now, strip, he orders, releasing my throat and sinking onto the sofa in front of me. I pull off my vest top and then unbutton my skirt, tossing them to one side. Once I'm in my underwear, I unhook my bra and free my heavy, aching breasts. He growls once they bounce free, sitting up straighter. So fucking beautiful, he murmurs. The look in his eyes spurs me on as I drop my panties and step out of them, standing before him completely bare. And I'm surprised to find I don't feel vulnerable. Instead, I feel powerful. The way he's looking at me makes me feel like a queen. Come here, he says, his voice raspy. I walk over to him and stop once I'm standing in front of him. Turn around. I do as he says, feeling his hand on my back, forcing me to bend in two before him. He parts my thighs wide and groans. So fucking wet. He thrusts his fingers inside of me roughly, making me yelp in surprise. And then I feel his tongue probing against my asshole. I push my doubts from my mind and enjoy the pleasure he's giving me, knowing that deep down, I want to try it with him. A whimper escapes my lips as his tongue probes deeper, his fingers still thrusting rhythmically in and out of my soaking wet pussy. Adric pulls his fingers out of me and then thrusts them into my ass forcefully, making me scream from a mix of pain and shock. That ass is so fucking tight, he growls, sounding more beast than man. I can't wait until it's stretched around my cock. My heart hammers hard and fast in my chest as he sucks my clit into his mouth, making my entire body shake. Oh, fuck, Daddy, I cry. He groans. That's it, baby girl. I want you to come for me. And then he's licking and sucking at me with even more ferocity, adding his teeth in as he pushes me toward the edge with skilled precision. My legs shake so much, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to stay in this position much longer, as Adric drives his fingers in and out of my virgin ass. The sensation is mildly painful, but unbelievably arousing, as my pussy gets wetter and wetter. Fuck, we won't need any lube. You are so damn wet, he says behind me, spanking my ass as he continues to push me toward the edge. I feel that pressure deep within me become unbearable as I shatter for him. My vision blurring as my legs give out, but Adric supports me effortlessly, holding me upright as he continues with the same intensity. Once he finally stops, I'm not sure if I'm on the edge of another climax or just riding the wave of the first. Go and get on all fours on the bed. I stand, my body still shaking from the orgasm he tore from me. Yes, Daddy, I say, glancing over my shoulder at him. His jaw clenches, eyes wild as I walk toward the bed and get onto it, arching my back in invitation. Adric gets up and walks toward me, his boxers tented by his hard cock. Good girl, he purrs, pulling his boxers down and revealing his erection, dripping pre-cum. He grabs my ass cheeks, parting them. Relax. This will feel good, I promise. He thrusts his cock into my pussy suddenly, making me moan. I need to get some of that sweet arousal on my cock as lube, baby girl. He thrusts in and out 2 times before pulling out and pressing the tip of his cock against my stretched back entrance. I tense the moment I feel pressure, unsure about this. Relax and breathe in deep. I promise it will feel so damn good, he murmurs. And then he forces his hips forward and plunges inch after inch deep into my virgin hole. A half moan, half scream tears from my throat as he forces his way through the tight ring of muscles, my body shuddering at the foreign sensation of being so full. I focus on my breathing and try to relax as the last inch sinks inside of me until his balls are resting against my soaking wet pussy. Fuck, he grunts, holding still inside of me. The burning sensation of being stretched open turns to pure pleasure, and I find myself rocking my hips in an attempt to feel more. Adric grabs hold of the back of my neck firmly, squeezing hard. I'm in control, baby girl. I stop moving my hips, grunting in frustration. Then get on with it and fuck me, Daddy. He chuckles then, a low, deep sound. Such a dirty girl wanting Daddy to fuck your ass, aren't you? I swallow hard. Yes, please fuck my ass. I glance at him over my shoulder, my bottom lip caught between my teeth. He growls and digs his fingertips into my hips so hard it feels like he's trying to break my skin. And then he starts to fuck me. His cock withdrawing almost all the way out of my ass, only to slam back in with brutal force. Fuck. I could spend forever watching that tight little ass cling onto my cock, baby girl, he says, as he fucks in and out of me like an animal. You take it so damn well. I moan, the pleasure becoming almost unbearable as he savagely takes my anal virginity. His cock so deep inside of me, I hardly know where he ends and I begin anymore. He links his arm around my throat and forces my back to arch almost unnaturally, the pressure blocking my airways as he brings his lips to my ear and murmurs, "My dirty baby girl can't get enough of Daddy's cock, can she? No matter what hole, you're insatiable for it." His hips still move, but with less force now, as he fucks me and chokes me. Your ass feels like fucking heaven. I could spend all day fucking you raw like this. His dirty talk makes my nipples so hard they ache, and I know any moment I'm going to explode, my body gearing up for the most intense orgasm of my life. Oh, fuck, Daddy, I rasp, despite the lack of oxygen. I'm going to come. Good girl, he says, praisingly. I want you to come with my cock balls deep in that ass, thinking about how I'm going to fill it with cum. My eyes roll back in my head as he tightens his hold around my throat, and stars filter into my vision. Despite the change in our relationship, the love we declared, there's nothing loving about this encounter. It's pure primal instinct driving the both of us, especially the brutal man behind me. He fucks me bestially through my orgasm, and I scream unintelligible words as I tip over the edge. Shuddering with such force, it feels like there's something wrong with me. He sinks his teeth into my shoulder hard and grunts as he comes apart too, shooting his cum deep in my abused asshole. The sensation making it hard to work out if I'm still climaxing or if it's ended. I've never felt so utterly intangible before, as if my body is no longer on this earth. Adric has released his hold on my throat, but is using his arm to support me as his cock pulses deep in my ass still. Finally, after some time has passed, he pulls his cock from my ass and lays down on the bed, gesturing for me to join him. I feel his cum dripping out of my hole and down my thighs, but I can hardly care as I collapse against his chest from exhaustion. I trail off, unsure I have the words to explain what that was. It was better than anything I've experienced in my life. Fucking amazing, he finishes for me. I nod in response and nestle against his tattooed chest. Yeah. He kisses the top of my head. I wouldn't mind spending the rest of the day doing that. I shake my head. I think if we did that, I wouldn't walk for a week. The soreness already becoming apparent as the pleasure wears off. He chuckles. Fine. What shall we do today? Can we go out? I ask. He raises a brow and looks down at me. Out where? I shrug. Just go out for a walk in the city, do some shopping, get some lunch. You know, normal things that couples do. We're anything but a normal couple, Eliza. I know, but I'd like to pretend. He smiles then and nods. Whatever you want, baby girl. He kisses me, and I let myself drown in my happiness, knowing that if I dwell too much on how this all started, what he did, it'll quickly shatter. Slowly, I'm starting to melt the ice around his heart, but I'm also blocking out the terrible, almost unforgivable things he's done, because for some inexplicable reason, I love him. Epilogue. Eliza, 18 months later. Can there be a happy ever after for someone who was forced into marriage to a man who seemed to be so utterly heartless? A man whose sins against me were, and still are, unfathomable. It's hard to believe as I sit next to that same man with our baby in my arms that I'm starting to believe it's possible. Or maybe he's just corrupted me, broken me so many times I no longer know what true happiness should be. I no longer remember the girl I was before Adric Volkov stormed into the Estrada mansion and stole everything from my family, including me. And yet, when it came to it, the villain in my story turned out to be the person I least expected. Hop on, baby girl. I swallow hard and move toward him, my heart pounding as I straddle his thick thighs and place my hands on his shoulders to steady myself. The firm press of his cock against my ass makes me shudder. Any lube? I ask. He thrusts his fingers into my soaking wet cunt and then rubs them all over his cock until it's glistening. I'd say you're providing plenty, baby girl. Using one hand, he lines my gaping hole up with the head of his cock, and with the other, he forces me down over it. I groan. The stinging pain of his cock stretching through my muscles makes me shudder. Within moments, I'm straddling his legs with his cock balls deep in my ass. The pleasure and pain mixed are addictive, but I know soon enough it'll only be the white-hot pleasure that he's giving me as I bounce up and down on his cock. His hazel eyes look almost luminescent with desire. Fuck, baby girl. That ass is so damn good. Now ride my cock like a good girl. I move my hips, chasing my pleasure as I ride his cock. It's crazy how overwhelming my desire for him is, considering the pure hatred I felt for him at the start. Adric tears open the front of my shirt, firing buttons across the room. His hands greedily tearing my breasts out of my bra, leaning forward to suck on them. I shudder, arching my back as the pleasure heightens, driving me to fuck myself harder on his cock. That incessant pressure inside of me builds with each thrust as I continue to bounce up and down. Such a good girl the way you ride Daddy's cock, aren't you? I capture my bottom lip between my teeth, nodding. Yes, Daddy. I love your cock in my ass. He groans and spanks my ass cheeks hard, thrusting up to meet my movements. How hard do you like it? As hard as possible, Daddy. He grunts, his nostrils flaring as he tightens his grasp on my hips and fucks into me roughly, driving me toward the edge of the cliff at breakneck speed. Adric's blue-flecked eyes are alight with such power and dominance as he ruts into me savagely. Oh, fuck, Daddy, I cry. I'm gonna come. He wraps his palm around my throat and squeezes. That's it, baby girl. I want you to come while you bob up and down on my cock like the dirty little girl you are, he growls. The sound of his voice so animalistic, it almost sends me over the edge. Yes, Daddy, I scream, my thighs burning as I push myself up and down harder on his cock, fucking myself through the orgasm. It feels like I'm free-falling as the pressure becomes too intense and I come apart, shuddering as I go right over the edge, my muscles clamping around his cock. Adric keeps a hold of my throat, restricting the oxygen as he meets my movements with even more intensity. The climax pulsing through me barely has an end. I can feel the desperation for more building as I continue to roll my hips and fuck him. He pulls me to a stop as I continue to ride him, my pussy dripping as my orgasm rocks through me. I grunt in frustration. Despite having my release, I'm already building toward another. Greedy girl, he murmurs as he slips his cock out of my ass. I want you on your hands and knees for me, he orders. The dominance in his tone makes me shudder. It's crazy how willingly I scramble off of him and get onto my knees, arching my back greedily and glancing at him over my shoulder. That deep, gaping hole he stretched inside of me needs to be filled as soon as possible. Otherwise, it feels like I'll die. Adric grabs my throat hard, his hands clenching with the right amount of pressure as I feel the head of his cock settling against my asshole. Tell me what you want. I want more, Daddy. Give me your cock. He groans, the tip of his cock pressing against my stretched entrance. So dirty and so fucking greedy. And then he's inside of me, his cock plowing even deeper at this angle as he holds my throat and chokes the air. Stars bleed into my vision as he tightens his grip, heightening the pleasure I feel as he starves my brain of oxygen and plows into me like an animal. Trust is key in this kind of pleasure, and I'm surprised to find how much I trust him. Adric would never go too far. After all, he literally risked his life to save mine. The scar will forever be a reminder of both what my brothers tried to do and the extent to which he would go to save me and Anna. I arch my back as he fucks me roughly, our bodies coming together in perfect unison. And I feel that pressure welling over as the second orgasm rushes toward me. I can hardly see as he continues to choke me. And then the pleasure slams into me like a freight train, and he releases my throat, grabbing a fistful of my hair instead. That's right, baby girl. Come for daddy again while I plow that hot little ass, he growls, tightening his grasp on my hair until it hurts. My body quivers violently as the most intense orgasm crashes into me like waves meeting the shore. I scream in pure bliss, gasping for oxygen at the same time. Stars filter into my vision for the second time, and I can hardly see straight. Now I'm going to fill that ass up with cum and then watch it drip out of that beautiful asshole of yours. His dirty talk only makes the pleasure continue, prolonging the climax. As he thrusts 3 more times before grunting and shooting every drop of cum deep in my ass as he promised. He only stops once he's completely spent, and then I feel his still hard cock slip from my stretched, abused hole. Fuck. That's right, baby girl. Push the cum out for daddy and let me see it. I do as he says, feeling the cum dripping down over my pussy as it comes out of my ass. That's so damn hot, he groans. After a short while, he helps me clean myself up and get dressed, and then he lifts me off the floor. What are you doing? Taking you to bed. I arch a brow. I can walk, you know. He chuckles. I know, but I enjoy carrying you. He carries me down the corridor and up the stairs toward our bedroom. Sometimes it's difficult to believe my husband is the same man I met on that spring afternoon in my papa's study. He's so different now. Adrik opens the door to our bedroom with one hand and then carries me inside, setting me down gently on the bed. He looks down at me as if I'm the most beautiful thing he's ever seen, and it makes goosebumps prickle over every inch of my skin. I love you, he murmurs as he lowers himself down over me, kissing me softly. I love you too, I gasp as his lips trail over my collarbone. And then he sinks his teeth into the bone, making me shudder. You had better stop that or what, baby girl? He asks, eyes dancing with playfulness. I lick my bottom lip. Or I'll need your cock again. He groans. Good, because you're going to get it. I shake my head. You are insatiable. And you wouldn't have it any other way. I smile then, cupping his cheeks in my hand. I think you might be right. I lose myself in his kiss, feeling blissfully happy. Even if I ended up with the villain of my story, he's right. I wouldn't have it any other way.